should now be streaming to YouTube as well. So hopefully there's just a little bit of latency until that stream hits. But with any luck, I should be able to say hello to all the friends on YouTube as well. Some lovely regulars in already there, I see. Great to see you guys. Isa is there, and Boogie is there, and all the good things. So that is wonderful. There we go. YouTube people, if you could just let me know that the stream is looking and sounding and working okay, that would be super helpful. Hey Boogie, great to see you, friend. Isa, you are now a mod as per our previous conversation, so welcome and thank you very, very much for stepping up. I really appreciate that. Okay, YouTube is good. TikTok is good. Dr. Dig is in the house. Very, very happy to see Dr. Dig in. I always love having Dr. Dig around. The calm voice of scientific reason, or as one of the callers put it, science woman witch, which will forever be a classic. He rebuked her in the name of Jesus as she started trying to explain genetics or something like that. It's the devil's work, obviously. Genetics, all of the devil, clearly. Right, well, here we go. On the YouTube side, if you would like to join, I'm putting the join link in the chat. There it is, tinyurl.com/JCGuest. I'm waiting to talk to you. And if you're on the TikTok side, if you want to come up and tell me why you think we do need God, I'd love to have that conversation with you. And respectfully, of course. I'm not looking to own people. I'm not looking to destroy theists or anything like that. Just want to have a conversation. The purpose of this channel, for those new who may not have been before, is not just to... This is not rage bait. This is not here... I'm not here to offend religious people, although a lot of the stuff I do and say does offend them. That isn't my intention. My intention is to legitimize non-belief. It's to create a space where people who have been made to feel like they're a moral failure for not believing in various religious claims can come together and discuss stuff, and we can talk about the ideas together. And I quite enjoy taking apart the ideas that seem to prop up the religious ideas, because I just don't think they're very good. I don't think that the reasons that people give for why we should view the entire world through the lens of the Bible or the Quran or any other holy book, I've just never found those reasons persuasive at all. They are always stacked full of fallacious reasoning, poor argumentation, appeals to ignorance or personal experience or stuff like that. And I've been doing this for quite a long time. I mean, only like live online within the last year, but in terms of I used to spend hours and hours and hours debating on Twitter back before it became a complete cesspool. And I'm just waiting to hear a good argument. So far I haven't had one, but today could be the day. So we're going to start with our first guest, and we're going to bring in Cowboy Jesus. Cowboy Jesus, welcome in. At least I hope you can hear me, because I can see you on the YouTube side. Are you there? So, we're going to start with our first... There you go. Hey, Cowboy.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm calling here from downtown Texas.
It's PVG again. Hello, PVG.
PVG, is that a sandwich conjured up by the Yankees up there?
That's the one. How are you?
Oh, God damn it.
You didn't get me today. I'm sure you'll get me next time, PVG, but not today.
Oh, God. I just popped in. How are you? I hope you're doing well.
Very well indeed, thanks.
Oh, I see Sean's not back yet.
Sean's not around today. He is back, but he's got work stuff. So sadly, Sean can't join us. So flying solo again today. But how's everything in your world?
Not bad. Just a bit of an upset stomach belly, but otherwise I'm all right. Can you hear me all right? Is my mic okay?
Mic is good. Everything good. So yeah.
I just I have one like I have one scenario to bring to your attention,
Yeah.
and want to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
And then I would like Dr. Diggs to talk about some other another topic, another subject as well on
Sure.
genetics and scalability. But then let's just go with the one I have for you, which is about consciousness. And so there is this news that Dawkins communicated with Claude, the AI, and he was quite convinced that Claude really chose to call it Claudia because he chose to give it a female name of some sort. But nonetheless, he was convinced that Claude was conscious, and he was not on the fence about saying that AI is not just AI is. It might as well be conscious. He was very convinced that it might be conscious at the moment. But he was equating consciousness to intelligence and other things. But then I always go with Justin, because Justin always calls AI as a glorified search engine, which I totally agree with, because sometimes it just compiles a lot of information and then puts it to you. But then on the topic of consciousness, there was a neuroscientist that criticized Dawkins' stance on what he thought of consciousness and Claude. And I responded that we still need an objective, we still need a definition for consciousness and sentience, and it has to be objective and measurable, as opposed to be subjective and ambiguous. Now we know morality is subjective, and it'll be a fallacy to say that it's always objective. It can be based on objective principles, but the concept itself is subjective.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about consciousness? Do you think it has? Do you think because I've also I've heard Matt Dillahunty talk about consciousness, and because we have so many people come forward and use consciousness as a sort of a crutch to claim that there is a gap there. We don't understand how it is emerging from cells and genetics and biology.
Yeah.
So because the scalability or the gaps there, because the gaps are there has to be something supernatural as to how consciousness comes to be. And then Matt Dillahunty, said that what if consciousness is just like emotions and feelings are mappable to neurons and endocrine hormones. Why can't consciousness be also that type of, the awareness or consciousness be nothing more than a product of the central nervous system and also the peripheral nervous system working in tandem with the environment and how it interacts with the environment? So do you think it's justifiable to say consciousness is it has to be objective and measurable, or will it always remain a subjective concept?
Okay, so I want to say a couple of things. The first is a disclaimer. I have absolutely no expertise in this area, and I don't claim a greater understanding of this than anyone else, right? So I'm like rank amateur. There are people who work in designing neural networks and have a much deeper understanding of these issues than me, and they are the people to ask rather than me. And the next thing I want to, and I will answer your question, but these are the disclaimers. The next thing I want to say about Dawkins is Richard Dawkins is one of my favorite science writers of all time. Like, his books on genetics really shaped my understanding like 30 years ago. He has, and he still has it, an incredible talent for communicating scientific ideas in his area of expertise in a way that simple people like me can understand them and then feel smart, like we've learned something about genetics, which we may not have been able to learn from a less gifted communicator. So in that sense, for me, he's a hero, but he's way out of his depth when it pretty much comes to most other things that he speaks about. So I don't take his opinion about whether AI is conscious any more seriously than I would take yours or anyone else's. I just think, it's that dangerous thing. This is how people like James Tour get to be called, get to have a load of respect, because he's a material chemist, and now he's opining about abiogenesis because he's got a PhD. He knows nothing about abiogenesis. He knows nothing about that kind of organic chemistry. He's not qualified to speak on it. So I'm not really that interested in Dawkins' view about this stuff, and I think it's completely possible that he could just be way out of his depth and, thinking about this stuff in an outdated way. He's also had a couple of strokes. He's not young. He's not the man he was. So all of that said, I will always be grateful to him for being such an incredible science communicator and stirring in me a love of science more than any other person. He did that, but I don't take his views on these things right now with really any weight at all. As to the consciousness thing, there's a problem here, which is that you can't tell the difference empirically between something that really is conscious and something that behaves like something that really is conscious. And Brenta, thank you for correcting me on Tour. Tour is a synthetic chemist, non-materials chemist. Appreciate that. Thank you for the clarification. There's no way to tell the difference between something that behaves as if it's conscious and something that really is conscious, because the only way you determine that something really is conscious is by evaluating its behavior and going, it's behaving like it's conscious, right? So that's a kind of a barrier that we have. I don't know if it will ever be possible to successfully deal with that barrier. It's like a veil, right? I don't know if it'll be possible to ever do that. And I listen to people on both sides of the issue, and some people say yes, these systems are they may not be exhibiting self-awareness and consciousness in the way that we do, but it's a different type. And other people say no, it's just a glorified predictive spell checker. And there's a variety of opinions about this. And everything's moving very quickly at the moment. So all AI systems at the moment seem to be based on large language models. There are people saying that future AI systems will be built on a different approach, which is not the same as large language models, which are just trained on huge data sets and then use statistical rules to combine them, kind of recombine them in probabilistic ways. I don't know. I honestly don't know. And I consider the problem of consciousness to be one of the great problems, and it's one that I'm not convinced we'll ever solve. We may solve it, we may not solve it. Ask me if I think we'll solve the problem of abiogenesis. I'm pretty confident we will, and probably in the lifetime of some people living now. But this is a tricky one, right? It's very hard, because you can never get past that veil of, is something really conscious? We know that we are conscious. You're conscious, because for you to, it's a problem of solipsism, right? For you to doubt your consciousness requires you to be conscious. So that you're experiencing something. I know that I'm experiencing something. That's the only thing I can know for sure. Everything else is an inference, and it's hard to say. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But do you think the problem will be solved if we have an objective basis for consciousness down the line, or that doesn't, or do you think that doesn't solve much and it only adds more?
It's still hard to subjectively assess whether something's met that objective basis, right? Because even if you define it objectively, you still have to make a subjective call on whether the entity you're engaging with actually meets those objective requirements for how you define consciousness, or whether it actually doesn't, but it just does a really, really good lookalike. So good that you can't tell, a sort of modern day Turing test where you really genuinely can't tell.
Okay, yeah, no, I totally understand. I understand now. That makes sense. It's kind of like, I still couldn't decide if we at all need to have an objective and a measurable diagnosis of consciousness, or if that doesn't solve anything. Moving on to my genetics question. I just wanted to know if last time I asked about how genes and about behavior and what genes are responsible for behavior, and the inherent flexibility within the genes as far as environmental factors and epigenetics are concerned. I just wanted to know, like, how when it comes to during the course of our life, so many things changes, whether it's our hormonal profile or cognition, or even I'm inclined to say sexuality and personality traits and identities, or people it's quite kind of dynamic. So I just wanted to know what is there anything in our genetics, because we know for a fact that there are so many other things, somatic things, you know, medical things that can be very dynamic throughout the person's life based on how their genes are arranged or configured. So, in the same way, can we say the same thing about behavior? Are there anything in our genetic configuration that allows that flexibility for us to have these traits so
Yeah.
dynamic? Will it be?
That's way beyond my pay grade. It might be that Dr. D has a view on that. Yeah, I would have to take a pass on that. I'm not gonna fake an answer trying to pretend like I have an informed opinion. I would have to be way agnostic about that and just say I don't know. Yeah, it's an
No,
interesting
that's fine. That's
question.
totally fine. That's kind of why I decided to tune in, because
Sure.
she was there, and
Yeah.
she'd be able to. Because it's many people don't understand that there are, you know, a hard essentialist would say that if you're born that, that's what you are for the rest of your life. But they don't understand that there are certain flexibilities within the configuration, which allows for that,
Yeah.
for that flexibility to happen. So I just wanted
Yeah.
someone's Dr.
Well,
Diggs' opinion on
I'm going to bring Dr. D in now to answer this, but you might want to drop down and listen because I still don't have a patch
Yeah,
between
that's fine. That's totally fine with me.
TikTok and the
Go.
YouTube guest. So
Yeah,
if you drop down, I'll bring her up and she can opine on that.
yeah, totally fine, totally
Hi,
fine.
PG.
I can do that.
Nice to
Cheers.
talk, friend. Thanks for calling in. Thanks. Okay, well, let's see what my good friend Dr. D has to say about this. I guess the question is like, to what extent are our genes fixing us in a particular way? I don't want to misrepresent the question. Welcome in. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm fabulous, thank you. Lovely to see you as always. Did you get PVG's question?
Yeah, I think he's asking a question that, like, I don't know if I can give him a satisfactory answer because, so there are things other than our genes that determine our behaviors, like our environment, our education, like our family. There's a lot of different things that would go into behaviors. Now, there are certain genes that would make someone more prone, I guess, to changes in their behavior if you're talking about like the genetic causes of things like bipolar disorder, where your behaviors or your outlook on certain things would be more plastic. And
Yeah.
plastic in this sense just means, malleable.
Able to change permanently.
Well, not even permanently, just the ability to change.
Mm.
But then there are also genes that are so I'm bipolar, and I also was born with congenital thyroid disease, so I know more about those genetic causes. And like congenital thyroid disease, you're born with a deficiency in one of your thyroid enzymes or a couple. That would make those deficiencies make me change my behaviors, and then like I get supplemental medicine that kind of evens me out. So there is a genetic component, I would say, of things that you could have that would kind of set you up in a certain way. But
Yeah.
that's not the whole answer. It's a really I don't know if there's a satisfying answer I could give, because it's a vastly complex thing that's not just genetics.
It's such a complex interplay because it's what you're born with genetically. It's how those genetic tendencies collide with the experiences you have and the environment you find yourself in, what other random experiences that come along that can shape you. So if you've had a very traumatic experience, for example, that can reconfigure your emotions and your stress responses in quite a plastic way. There's a very good book called Why Love Matters, which is a really corny title for such a great book. It's about how babies' stress responses are kind of calibrated in the first 2 years of their lives. Their cortisol responses and stuff like that, response to stress, based largely on how much physical touch they have and how much physical contact, and that calibration, which can set how that person responds to stress for the rest of their life, is not genetic, but it's formed in the first couple of years of birth. And I strongly suspect there'll be other things like that later in life. We all know how easy it is to have a really traumatic experience that can just reshape you in a really profound way. It can give you a new fear of a thing, or whatever, a new attitude to life. And it could be the other way around. Someone who survives something which they shouldn't have survived, can then be kind of emotionally reconfigured in a sort of almost permanent, but certainly long-lasting way. And that can change how you engage with everything. So I think I totally agree with you that it's very, very complicated, and I strongly suspect that genes are just a small part of it, or a part of it.
Yeah, I don't know if I could say it's a small part.
Yeah, I corrected myself. It's a part, right? Yeah.
It's just one component, like human, and also I think there's a lot of things where humans change. Like, think of when a mother gives birth to their baby. We don't know all of the things that have genetically changed in that woman that then make her into a mother, and we can't say that those things changed genetically in her, but they didn't change genetically in a woman that gives her baby up for adoption. But we know that motherhood, so it's I don't think there's a satisfying answer for him, unfortunately.
No, I think we're gonna position ourselves on one of my favorite answers, which is we don't really know right now. That's a good one.
And I
happy
think,
with that.
I think there are certain things like being sexually assaulted. I was sexually assaulted and then went through years and years of therapy and group therapy and all the stuff. Oh, it's okay. It happened a long time ago, but I appreciate that. But I was in the rooms with a lot of women who were assaulted by different people at different times in their lives. The situations were different. What was done to them was different, but they all had sort of the same attitudes about themselves or about men or things like that. So there's just no one specific answer. If he had a question about something much more specific, a specific behavior or a specific gene, then I could look into it. But that's where I am with the bigger
I appreciate
question.
that. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for coming up to give us some clarity on that. And I hope you're standing by in case we get anyone who needs your skills. We appreciate that too, always.
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll drop down for now.
Wonderful.
But
all right.
I'll be around. So.
Lovely to see you as always. Thank you so much. Take care.
Yes, of course. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. We will get I do want to get Frodo in, but we're just going to quickly do a queue jump. We're going to get Dante Morningstar in first, and then we'll get my good friend Frodo in after that. So we're bringing Dante Morningstar in right now, and hopefully we will get some conversation going. Welcome, Dante. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Fantastic, thank you. I don't think we've spoken before. Forgive me if we have. I do have a horrific memory. I try to remember calls, but I sometimes forget. Have we spoken before? I don't think we have.
Honestly, I don't think so, but maybe.
I would remember now hearing your accent. I suspect I would remember if we had. But anyway, you're very welcome. What would you like to say? Do you think we need God?
Of course not. Not at all.
Of course not. No.
I think what we need is human empathy, human consciousness, and we need to preserve and look after the earth while we're on it, and focus on living while we're alive. Because honestly, as an ex-Muslim, I was always taught that this life is so meaningless and this life is so insignificant, but the next life is where it begins.
Isn't that it's a horrible outlook on life?
It really is. It really is.
It means you really think that the greatest thing that's ever going to happen to you in your existence is the day you die. Like, what a horrible way to devalue a human life.
It really is. It really is very horrible. Because it's also tunnel visioned. It's very tunnel visioned, and the reason being is this life, for example, is observable. This life there's proof of it. Like right now, I'm speaking to you.
Yeah.
And all of that. Yeah. Sorry, I have social anxiety, so if I'm not talking...
You're doing super well. All good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this life is observable. This life is apparent. The next life is not observable. The next life is more than likely just a myth if we really think about it.
Yeah.
Because it's merely just claims. And then you have like people unaliving each other over whose imaginary friend is better and whose imaginary story is better.
Absolutely. It's madness.
It really is. It really is. I left Islam about 9 months ago.
Wow, this is very fresh.
Yeah. And when I did, I had an ocean of Christians coming up to me telling me, oh, turn to the truth, turn to Christ.
Fresh meat, right?
Right. And I remember telling them, well, I'll hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
And when I did, I was like, no, there's the exact same problems I had with Islam.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, now you're telling me you're right without proof and everyone else is wrong. I'm like, I grew up hearing that nonsense.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They want to celebrate the fact that you've just rejected all the exact same stuff they're offering you. It's hilarious.
It really is.
And is everything okay with you in terms of like family and social circle and stuff like that? How are you doing? And 9 months is pretty fresh to be out of it.
Honestly, sir, a lot of hardship did come my way. I won't lie. My family did turn their backs on me.
I'm so sorry.
Lucky I live in Australia, because if I were in a Muslim majority country, I would have actually been publicly put to unalivement.
Yeah.
For leaving Islam.
Yeah.
So my family all turned their backs on me. One of my siblings, my brother, eventually came around and just accepted it, but the rest of them didn't. My whole Muslim community, like people that I grew up at, like was best friends with, ended up turning their backs on me. And it was quite a head fuck part of my friendship. Really was.
Because, I'm sure.
Yeah, because it was so closed-minded. It really was. And then the unalivement threats, there were many, and all kinds of unalivement threats just for leaving this religion. And crazy. I just remember saying to him, if Allah is the one true God, he wouldn't need you threatening to hurt me because I don't pray to him.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know how much time you've spent on my channel, but my whole thing is recasting belief correctly, because our culture describes belief as an action. Like, you know, we've got phrases like choosing to believe, or I refuse to believe. And everybody pretends that believing something is a thing you do, but it isn't. Believing something is a thing that happens to you when you become convinced, right? So you had no choice. Once the stuff stopped adding up, once you were honest with yourself, and you're like, I'm not convinced this is true. Well, then there's nothing you can do. Then all you can do is lie about it, which a lot of people do, or be honest about it, which brave people like you do. And it's crazy to me that people think that lying is the ethical thing. Then, don't be honest about what you think.
Exactly.
Just lie. And that being honest is something that makes you deserving of punishment or, worse. I think it's terrible. I really commend your bravery and intellectual courage. I really do.
Thank you, sir. My brother was over the other day. We were eating pizza and watching movies, and I remember he goes to me, "You need to come back to Islam." And I remember just asking him, I go to him, "Why though? Why do I need to?" I've got my dog, I've got my job, I've got my apartment, I've got my friends. I'm happy. Why do I need Islam?
Yeah.
And then he told me, because you're selling out your hereafter, and I'm really scared for you. Allah does not deal with apostasy in a friendly way. And I go, wait, let's look at it like this. I go to him, if I had a best friend, then I randomly ignored that best friend and never hung out with him or her again. Sure, I'd be a bit of a twat, but I wouldn't deserve to get burnt.
Right.
I go, God is meant to be our best friend. He's meant to be our shield. Then the moment we lose hope in him, he wants to burn us. He wants to make us suffer. All of that while making it impossible to prove his existence.
Right, while hiding away like a terrified bunny.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
So I go to him. So, like, in all honesty, God seems like a narcissist. And he goes to me, "Oh, you can't say that." I go to him, no, he was. I go to him, because what do you think of Joey Stalin? He goes to me, "Stalin was a narcissist." I go, "Why was Stalin a narcissist?" Because he demanded people worship him. He demanded people praise him all the time. And because he was so self-centered, reasonable people can look at Stalin and be like, okay, Stalin was a madman. I go, why is it God does things 10 times more reprehensible than Stalin ever did, but we call God our savior?
Yeah, you've clearly thought this through a lot. And it shows. And it's funny how thinking things through a lot tends to so often lead to people walking away from religious belief, because these beliefs don't stand up to intellectual scrutiny, in my mind, in my view. I could be wrong. I always say I'm here to be proved wrong. If there are believers listening right now and thinking that I'm mischaracterizing something or missing something or that I haven't correctly understood one of the arguments, come and tell me. I remain open-minded. If you can come on here and show me where my thinking is wrong and our thinking is wrong and what we're getting wrong, then I will update my view. I remain completely open-minded. But in 25 or 30 years of having these conversations, all I've ever heard in return, they're coming for you. All I've ever heard in return is fallacious arguments and appeals to nonsense, really. Fallacious arguing and poor evidence and special pleading and claims that their evidence should be listened to, but the same type of evidence from other people should be dismissed. This is not serious.
It's nonsense, like John was saying. It's definitely nonsense, because when you look at it, one good thing you pointed out, John, was how good they are at pointing out what's wrong in each other's beliefs. Like, for example, a Muslim could tell you all that's wrong with Christianity, and a Christian could tell you all that's wrong with Islam, but neither of them can acknowledge what's wrong within their own faiths.
Yeah.
And that is very problematic, because I even remember when my brother when I really started pressing him, he goes to me, "You shouldn't question Allah." And I go to him, "No, that's very silly. We should question every belief we have. Every belief, political, spiritual, any type of belief that you hold dearly, you need to question it."
Yeah, and I love having my beliefs and my claims subjected to rigorous challenge, because one of two things invariably happens. You either rebut the challenge and you respond to it in a way that feels intellectually satisfactory, and you can think, okay, well, my claim or my belief was challenged, but it stood up to it because I could defend it, or you realize that you can't, and then it's time to update your views, and you've learnt something, right? You realize you were wrong about something. It's happened to me before. I consider it an opportunity to learn when it happens. It can be painful, but that's what intellectual honesty means to me, is having a willingness always to update your position. I come on here 4 times a week, and I speak about, in a way which is pretty antagonistic to religion and faith and God and all of that stuff. But I will always say, if somebody presents me with evidence which is compelling to me, I will say I had it wrong, and I'll modify my view. And God knows that, by the way. If God exists, God knows that I mean it when I say that, because I can't lie to God. I can lie to people, but God would know the actual contents of my mind, not just my words. And God would know that I'm serious about that, but so far still refuses to provide any kind of any evidence like that. So, all right, well, fair enough. There we are. But thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it, and we all really respect and admire your bravery. It's very, very difficult to do what you've done when you've got family around you threatening to reject you and actually rejecting you, to stay the course and be true to your own mind and intellectual honesty. Really shows a remarkable person. I couldn't respect you any more for that.
And I also want to say, even though I just met you, thank you for listening to me. And I honestly also want to say I'm very grateful for people like you. I really am. Because when I first got on my deconstruction journey, people like yourself who hosted these kinds of lives really helped me deconstruct and helped me recover from like religious indoctrination. And I'm still deconstructing. And I'm taking it step by step. But like, it's definitely worth it, because when you remove the shackles of religion and you realize that like there is no cosmic being watching your every move, and you realize that like you're actually your own person, and you don't have to worry about any of that. As corny as it sounds, it's very liberating.
It's huge.
Very mentally liberating.
It's huge. It doesn't sound corny. It's massive. It's absolutely massive. Sean, my co-host, calls them fear shackles. You take the fear shackles off, and you can get on with just engaging with the world and not having to continually negotiate with yourself about what you're going to think and believe, and torture yourself about the thoughts that are in your head that you can't do anything about. They're there. You can't remove them. You can pretend they're not. But it's exhausting to live like that, and it is a genuine. It's in some ways the most profound kind of freedom you can have, is the freedom of your own mind, and the only people that take that away are religious. Religious systems are the only ones that tell you get punished for the contents of your thoughts. Even the most draconian authoritarian governments, North Korea, or any of those kind of horrific dictatorships. They'll still punish you for your actions, but they don't gain access to the contents of your mind, so they can't make a claim to them. But religions will say, you're going to be punished because of your thoughts. That is really dark. And so realizing that you don't have to worry about that anymore, you can literally throw it out, and it's not a thing anymore, is an incredible emancipation. And good for you for getting that, giving that to yourself. So welcome to the community. Hang around. We love having people like you around. So thank you so much for coming in to share your story and your stuff.
Thank you so much for listening, and much respect to you as well, sir.
Thank you. All the best. Bye-bye. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Take care. Bye. How awesome was that? Absolutely superb. That is what we do this for, folks. People like Dante. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, as promised, we'll bring in Frodo. Then we've got Serious Business. We've got Stretch. And we've got Bilal. We'll get to everyone. If you're in the queue, be patient. I'll try to keep things moving along so we don't get bogged down in too many long conversations. Hey, Frodo, what's going on?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
So a big shout out to Dante. Huge achievement. Well done for making it out. I inspiring stuff, especially in a situation where you're facing that level of backlash and isolation. So stay strong. you know, the community is there to support you. Reach out to everyone here. We're happy to have you join us.
Well
So I
said.
wanted to talk a little bit on the consciousness side of things.
Yeah.
So my background is I did pharmaceutical sciences and I did neuropharmacology in my final year, and my dissertation was in Alzheimer's disease and cholinesterase inhibitors. So one of the reasons I feel quite passionately about this is because all the evidence we have demonstrates that consciousness exists within the brain and nowhere else, right? And as part of that, if you look at what Alzheimer's disease or any sort of dementia does to the human mind, as neurons are either destroyed or become inaccessible, we see changes in behavior and personality that would not occur in a healthy mind, right? So, for example, in Alzheimer's disease, as the brain deteriorates, hypersexuality can come into play. We can see gambling and gambling addictions develop because the ability to self-regulate is lost as the centers that regulate these types of things become inaccessible or are destroyed. Short-term memory goes, and then the brain rewires to long-term memory. So they'll remember something that occurred in the past, but they won't remember what happened 5 minutes ago because the ability to process short-term memory is just no longer there. So if we look at the models, right? So we have consciousness as a concept. What would we expect to see if it was just in the brain? Well, we would see changes in personality or different traits developing or different traits being lost.
Yeah.
Versus whether we would see something if consciousness was separate to the mind, and we wouldn't see any changes regardless of how the brain deteriorates. We would still see a steady kind of flow of personality and traits.
Yeah.
And like the neurobiology and neuropharmacology side of things just doesn't add up.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the opposite spectrum, we have conditions like depression, bipolar disorder, which Dr. Digg did a really good job of explaining on the genetic component. When you're given medications, you can see that those medications help even you out. Okay, they might not remove the imbalance completely, you know, the swing from manic to depressive, but if you're evening out with a medication, it means that the brain is dictating how you as yourself, as a conscious person, turn up. And, you know, depression is a really hard thing to explain to someone who's never suffered from it, but it impedes, the way I always explain it is it impedes your ability to be present. That's the way I explain it, right? It's like your present self is mired in this honey or this bog where you cannot move as freely, and every action takes so much for you to even be present, for you to engage with life. Mm-hmm. And that's the closest I've ever gotten in terms of a descriptor. But the medication that I take helps me, removes that impediment or removes that barrier, and it allows me to be present. So again, the evidence denotes that the mind, the brain is where consciousness lives, and once you change it, you can change it, then you'll get different outcomes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Have you listened to Shannon Q much?
I've never heard of her.
She's was a regular guest on the Atheist Experience, and now hosts on the line.
Oh, Shannon Q. I know Shannon Q.
Yeah. So a lot of the stuff
Q.
she's spoken about is on a similar track to what you're saying of like, it's so ridiculous to assume that this connection that we see between the correct operation of a brain and how a person either experiences themselves or presents to others is just some sort of coincidence that we can so accurately predict and map that how the damage to one impacts the correct functioning of the other. It's so ludicrous to presume that they're not, you know, enmeshed in some very, very fundamental way.
I agree, but here's the thing that I guess I've asked people before and I've never got a satisfactory answer, and I don't think people do. Let's just entertain the fact that the soul does exist, right? Let's just entertain it. Which version of the soul gets to linger on? Is it the depressive soul?
Right. Yeah.
Let's say someone has depression, right? I'm someone who suffers from anxiety and depression. Okay, and I take medication to regulate my depression and my anxiety. And for the most part, it works, although I do have days when, it really can be quite tough. But that's not today. What version of my soul exists? Is it the pre-medicated one or the medicated one?
Yeah.
Is it which version of me persists in the afterlife? Is it the version that's been purified of, for want of a better word, of all the ailments?
Right.
Therefore, do I even recognize myself? Because I've been a depressive all my life, or at least as long as I can remember, right? So which version of me persists? Yeah. And the person who suffers from Alzheimer's disease or schizophrenia or whatever, which version of them actually persists if the soul truly is eternal?
Yeah. It's the really cool, fun one.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the version where you're fully engaged with everything, blah, blah. Okay, but I don't recognize that as me anymore, right? Yeah. I mean, now, obviously, I've had medication and therapy and so on and so forth. All of these things have helped me become more present and more engaged. Yeah. But I still wouldn't recognize, what does that look like without all of this going on? So these are questions which I think a lot of theists genuinely don't know how to answer, mainly because they don't necessarily understand how any of this is, any of this works. And those of us who are in the industry and look at these things are still puzzling stuff out, but we recognize that these conditions are real. They do exist. I've got friends of mine who suffer from schizophrenia, fantastic human beings, but, they suffer from auditory and visual hallucinations. Are those real? Yeah. How do, is that part of the soul or is that part of the brain? And how do you differentiate between what is the soul and what is consciousness and the brain? And I think until we get good answers from our theist colleagues, I would like to defer to the fact that we understand more and more about how the brain and the subconscious works, and religion can't really answer those things.
Totally agree. Thank you, Frodo. Totally agree.
That's
well
right.
said.
I thought I'd bring a little bit of the science into it and a little bit of personal experience as well, just to kind of contextualize these things for those arguing that the soul exists and consciousness is tied to the soul and we continue afterwards. I wish it were true, but unfortunately, it doesn't appear to be.
Thank you for such an awesome perspective on it.
Thank you, John.
Really appreciate
Thank you.
All right, buddy. Great to see you as always.
All right. Always a pleasure. Take care, John.
Take care, friend. Okie dokie. Yeah, Shannon Q is amazing. By the way, if anybody hasn't watched Shannon Q's encounter with Darth Dawkins, it's a classic of our time. Absolute classic. I don't think he's ever going to psychologically recover from what she did to him. I think it was on Modern Day Debates. I forget now. But if you just go on YouTube sometime, when you've got it was like 45 minutes long or an hour long or something like that. When you've got some time, you're doing the house, the cleaning or walking the dog or something like that. Just listen to it. It's absolutely brilliant because she wouldn't get on his script and it was driving him absolutely bananas. And then she started calling it out, specifically what he was doing. And he just collapsed. He couldn't handle it. He got so aggressive. And the more aggressive he got and the more unhinged he became, like angry man, she was just laughing. And she was almost incredulous. She was just laughing at him like, this is so brazen. What are you like? It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I don't think he'll ever recover from that. So yeah, that's definitely worth a watch. Okay, we're going to get serious business in next. Just going to read a couple of messages first, and then we'll do that. So we have kicking off. Miko Makopo has very, very kindly sent out 10 Unconvinced gift memberships. That's incredibly kind. Thank you so much. They get randomly distributed to people, obviously on the YouTube side. Sadly, they don't get distributed on the TikTok side, but if you are on the TikTok side, those memberships are available through the Patreon link on my TikTok profile, so that you can do all of those things as well. And then we have Babs. Lovely to see you as always, Babs. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate that. Did you ever look up the Paris catacombs? I did actually look them up after you mentioned them. That is a wild place. It's making me want to go and see them. There's this huge labyrinth underground under Paris where it's just absolutely massive, and there's all sorts of interesting tombs and bones and things, and it's like a whole big tourist industry around it now. But I didn't really know about it before. It sounds really interesting. So if I get to Paris again, because I haven't been for a while, that's now definitely something I would want to go and see. So thank you for pointing it out. I really appreciate it. And then Tim, great to see you, Tim. Pascal's wager, just try to BS God. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. That whole thing of just like, just say you believe. And to give Pascal the maximum like steel manning of his position, what he could have been doing is, and some people would say this is what he's saying, is not presuming that you get to fool God, or even that you get to decide to believe yourself, because that's obviously stupid. You can't decide to find something convincing if you don't find it convincing. What some people would say is, if you kind of play along as if you believe, if you sort of perform the faith, then that act of doing that can, in some instances, sort of instantiate or galvanize real belief. And I think for some percentage of people that is actually true. But it's definitely not something you can rely on, because there are people who try that for years and years and years and still feel like they're just role-playing and it's not authentic. And then last message before we get serious is from my very, very good friend, Tracy. Says, have a good stream, John. I'm here to give tithes since I'll be at the hospital visiting Mum. Thank you, Tracy. Entirely unnecessary, but thank you. I really hope your mother's okay. I'll listen later. Praise Puff. Go ahead, dear. Thank you. For anyone who doesn't know, Tracy is responsible for having set up the Discord, and the link to the Discord will be distributed here shortly. So I need to get it, copy it and paste it and put it into the TikTok chat. I just need to do that, and I'll do it soon. But yeah, the Discord is a really cool place where we can all come together and kind of hang out outside of the streams and exchange messages and stories and memes and cool things like that. And it's super early days with the Discord right now. I don't know what it's going to become, and I want you guys to help guide it. So you can tell us what you want, and we will make it happen. Okay, let's get serious business in, and then we have Stretch after that. So thank you for bearing with me and waiting. I really appreciate that. Let's get serious. Hey, Sirius, how are you?
Hi, good. How are you doing?
Very well indeed, thank you. Very well indeed. Thank you for so patiently waiting. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you just came up on my For You page, and I thought it was an interesting live, so I thought I'd join.
Thank you for doing that.
First of all, are you hearing, like, do you hear me well? Or
perfectly.
Is it noisy or something?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So first, I would like to know, is this live about if God exists or if God doesn't exist? Is it that type of live?
Yeah, I mean, basically, this live is essentially about anything to do with that subject, right? So my personal position is I'm not making the claim no gods exist, because how could I ever know that? I do think that we can be fairly confident that the triomni God of the Bible doesn't exist. But more to the point, I'm not really here just to kind of flex anti-God arguments. It's more the purpose of this live, generally speaking, is to legitimize non-belief and show that non-belief is a completely rational, sensible, and importantly, morally neutral position to take, because Christianity and Islam teach that not believing the right things is punishable with essentially the death penalty. And I think that's a ludicrous position. So that's really what this live is all about.
Yeah. Well, okay. So my stance on it is, personally, I'm an atheist, just for the pure sake of, I don't know if God exists. I can't disprove God, and I can't prove God, right?
Yeah.
So it feels like I'm falling back on atheism. However, I've always been interested in this topic, like if God exists. And over time, I've actually come to kind of almost prefer that God would exist, because then at least we could get some closure, God exists. Okay, now we know that. How can we explore this further?
Right.
So that's a little bit my stance on it. When it comes to religion, I mean, religions, like you said, both Christianity and Islam are quite strict about non-believers. But I've read it around a little bit. To my understanding, both with Christianity and Islam, is that it's not as strict as people make it seem to be. For example, in Islam, and I want to get into ranting about Islam, but what I know is that if you have not been informed about the religion properly, then you won't be punished for it, because if somebody gives you the wrong information, then
Sure.
you know how can you be punished? You know. But anyways, that's beside the point. When it comes to God, I believe that in the future we will see. I would say in the next 100 years or so, thanks to technology, I think that we will see signs of God existing via science, actually. And I think that the way God turns out to be eventually is going to be completely different than what any religion teaches us. Actually, just pointing back to Islam, I would say, would give a couple of signs of a more accurate representation of God. For example, God is beyond the creation. That means outside of the universe. God, even though God is referred to as He many times, doesn't have a gender. Like it's.
But forgive me for interrupting. You defined yourself before as an atheist. So I would broadly define atheism as someone who lacks a belief in a God, right? Not necessarily making the positive declaration that there are none, but lacking a belief. But you're sounding a bit now like you might not be
agnostic, maybe.
Well, agnostic is really about what claims to knowledge you're making. So you can be an agnostic, an agnostic atheist, meaning you're not claiming to know that there isn't a God, but you don't believe, you haven't been convinced that there is one, right? That's how I define myself, if anyone asks. So you're sounding a bit now like you might think maybe there is a God. I mean, I'm not meaning to put words in your mouth, but you're saying you think that science is going to reveal such a thing?
Yeah. I mean, haven't science continuously revealed many things that people just got wrong many times? Out of a hunch point of view, it feels like, and we shouldn't go off of feelings here, but it feels like science might actually reveal something about God's existence.
Why?
I don't know. What are your thoughts about this?
Yeah, I don't see why that would be the case. Because what I see is a pattern throughout all of human history where we explain the things we don't understand using essentially our imagination, right? We go like, this water falls out of the sky and it makes a noise, and like white hot stuff comes out of the sky, meaning lightning, and we don't understand it, and so we personify it and we make up stories that explain it. Well, it must be an angry God, it must be a spirit, it must, and all of human history is full of plugging in entities into the gaps in our understanding. Illnesses are demons, and failed crops are curses, or an angry God, and then our understanding grows and we abandon those explanations once we get better ones. So we understand that weather is not God's, it's the water cycle. And it's, we understand how systems of moisture and hot air move around the world in predictable ways that explain all these weather events. So we don't need gods to explain that anymore. And we kind of chuck them out and we go and hide them somewhere else that we don't completely understand. And it feels to me like, as a collective, we haven't learned our lesson yet of continually being proved wrong. That we go and hide a God in a gap in our understanding, and then that gap gets filled by some actual information. So we remove the God from there and hide it in a different gap in our understanding. And then that one gets explained. So we remove the God from there and we search around and we stick in a different gap in our understanding. And I'm waiting for someone to go, guys, we've been doing this for like thousands and thousands of years. It's not working. It's rubbish. It never, ever goes the other way. You never get a scientific or natural explanation for something which is subsequently replaced by a supernatural one. Ever. Not once, ever. Right? So this is completely asymmetrical way that we're progressing. And I'm like, why is it taking so long for this pattern to catch on? And that's part of why I say we don't need God. Like, we used to think we needed a God because we had all these amazing things like biological diversity and the complexity of eyes and organs and all of that apparent design. It looked designed, right? Anyone looking at a human body or any animal body would look and go, that looks really designed. And absent any kind of explanatory framework for it, you could almost be forgiven for thinking, well, there must have been a mind who put that together because look how beautiful it is, much more complex than Paley's watch or anything like that. But the thing is, we do now have explanations for that, right? Darwin gave us the basis of it, and then genetics came along and expanded on it and filled in the gaps, as it were. And we understand how biological complexity evolves through natural processes. We don't need a God to explain it anymore. And I don't think we need a God to explain anything. So that's why I say we don't need a God. Time to grow up.
Yeah.
Stop with the nonsense.
I agree with you, but this is so in a little bit of a way, you actually kind of proved one of my points that I still haven't been able to make in this live, but that I've discussed with friends and on other lives, which is that your angle of looking at God is still from, the traditional way of looking at God. What I'm trying to explain is that maybe we're looking at God as an entity from the wrong angle, right? Expecting, for example, the way traditionally we think, when religious people say, yeah, well, God is all around us. God created the earth and everything, or the trees, or all of this. The first thing people think is that there's this human-like being sitting and assembling a tree, atom by atom or molecule by molecule. They take it for the literal, literally.
Some people do.
I don't believe.
But not all. I wouldn't want to tar everyone with the same brush. Some people have a much more nuanced concept of God as some kind of organizational, intelligent force, which isn't anthropomorphic at all. Some people have an even looser term of just, not even having a mind, or, there's a range of definitions. And I just don't think we need any of them. To me, it would be like if people said, we just need to update our concept of the tooth fairy and eventually science will reveal it. Well, yeah, but we don't need to do that because it's just probably just not a thing that exists. And we don't need to keep on redefining the tooth fairy until it represents something that actually exists that we can then point to and go, oh, there it is. Better to just dismiss that, move on from it, see it as a childish thing and say, we don't need that anymore. People used to, I'm not in favor of abolishing the tooth fairy, by the way. I think tooth fairies are great. But you know what I mean? Like we just don't, we don't need to invoke a God. And what I often find is that people will sort of redefine God so drastically that they're actually not talking about a God anymore. They're just talking about like physics or, just reality. And it's like, well, we have words for those things already. We call them physics or reality, right? We don't need to use a term like God that carries with it lots of baggage and lots of mess.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. I cannot disagree with you, but I'm not here to.
Of course.
I'm not here to neither necessarily agree or disagree. I just love the idea of exploring whether God exists or not. Some people get really emotional about it, which to me is weird. I mean, if you believe or don't believe in God, there's nothing to be emotional about. You have your stance. But from a scientific point of view, it would be pretty cool to be able to form some kind of test and test the universe and get a response back and eventually conclude that, okay, this is actually God responding. And then we would actually ask ourselves, okay, so what actually is God? If God is responding, God doesn't have any what is it called? Responsibility to any of us, right? So,
yeah.
So God doesn't have to respond at all. God could just ignore us. But if God does respond, then what is this? What is God at the end of the day?
I think
so. These are the type of thoughts I have.
It's more likely that we would end up bumping into some kind of alien life that's very, very different to us and may appear godlike to us, than that we would end up inadvertently bumping into the all-knowing, intelligent creator of everything. That's more likely, but in my view, still pretty unlikely. Yeah.
I mean, all we can do is speculate, right?
All we can do is speculate. That's exactly it.
I think that every single one of us are on equal playing field when it comes to exploring God. Be it if you're an atheist and have decided that God doesn't exist, or if you're a theist and decide that God does exist, or if you're like me, on one hand, again, I don't know if God exists. I haven't seen God. There's no proof of God. But on the other hand, I would love to someday hear that, okay, God does exist. I just like the idea of God actually existing. It would be, in my opinion, quite an amazing thing. Wow.
If you found out that there was a God and that God had the kind of properties that most people ascribe to a God of being like, maximally powerful, maximally knowledgeable, wouldn't you be furious? Because I would be like, God, like, what the fuck? Like Ebola, why? 3 million children, 3 million children starving to death. You could have easily changed it, but you chose to go with that's the version of reality you chose to instantiate, the one with the 3 million children a year starving to death. Why? I would be furious if there is a God that's a personal agent, powerful enough to create everything we see around us, and this particular configuration, the one with babies with bone cancer, is the one he chose to make. Then we have some hard conversations to have.
I hear you. Yeah, and I respect that. And I mean, it's a logical thing. I used to think like that. I used to think like, why would God allow these bad things to happen if it's, like some religious people say, it's a all-loving God and this and that. But you know what? I'm gonna be completely honest now. I wouldn't be disappointed or angry with God because, quite frankly, God put me on this planet. I could actually give it a go and try to fix these problems. Not that it's necessarily my responsibility, but hey, do I accept? I didn't ask to be here, so if I didn't ask to be here, should I just ignore everything around me, or, were I in a sense blessed to get the capacity to help people? Because some people don't even have the capacity to try, right? So if I have the capacity, why don't I at least try? And given that, according to religion, if God would judge me, wouldn't God judge me in a positive way if I at least tried? If God existed. Right? So it's kind of like I have to explore all of these different paths, and thought patterns and how this and how that. So to answer your question, no, I wouldn't be angry at God, if I'm going to be honest, because I think that God would probably have much more important things to do.
Fair enough. Well, I'm going to do the same. But thanks for coming up to chat. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sirius.
Yeah,
take care. Bye. Okay, we are going to get relatable YN in. I'm sure that probably stands for something important. Hey, how you doing?
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Very well indeed.
I'm pretty good.
I'm putting you down as relatable YN. Is the YN something we should know about, or just?
I
just
think it's very appropriate for TikTok. Just this, we'll just say it's 2 letters.
Fair enough. 2 letters.
It just stands for young individual of color.
Oh, I understand where you're going with that, and I will comment no further. Thank you for not having the entire stream shut down by fleshing that particular one out. Welcome in. Floor is yours, my friend.
Well. Yeah, we don't need God. It's a very interesting take. Before I start, is this the fact? Do you believe in religion?
I mean, you need to flesh out a little bit what you mean by believe in religion. Obviously, I believe religions exist. Do I think that religions are making true claims for the main part? No.
Okay, but do you believe in a higher being, aka God? We don't need to completely flush out which one. Okay, good. That's a good start.
No, I'm agreeing with. I'm acknowledging your question, and I'm about to answer it in the negative. No, I don't.
Sorry,
no, that's cool. Okay. I don't see any reason to believe that a higher being exists. To me, this is an appeal to ignorance. So it's like saying, there are things about reality that we don't understand, and therefore we're going to just stick a higher being in there to sort of be a placeholder for the answers we don't have yet. We're just going to rename them a higher being and then pretend we've answered them. But to me, I don't think that explains anything at all, because the existence of a higher being would require more explanation than that which it is being invoked to explain. So it has very little explanatory power for me. Does that make sense? Are you still there? We were getting on so well. You are still there, but we can't hear you now. There you go. You're back, aren't you? Or not?
I see what you mean.
Yeah, you're going to need to get to some better signal somehow. I don't know if you can get on better Wi-Fi or something like that, but we're kind of losing you. it was all going so well also. Hopefully Relatable can remain relatable, because at the moment we can't hear you at all, and he's dropped down. What a shame. Stuff was just getting interesting. Well, maybe he'll call back. Maybe he'll call back in and we can pick up where we were. And there he is. So part 2 for the win. Let's try this again, as Justin says. Right, we got you back. Yeah. Hopefully you've got a better signal, because we were losing you for the most part there.
Yeah. Just the point I made very quickly, just a refresher, just before my Wi-Fi went out completely, was what questions are you referring to when we say we don't have an answer for them? Just one.
Yeah, I mean, questions like, why is there something rather than nothing? Or in some cases, what is the origin of the universe we see around us? Does it have an origin? Is it infinitely old, or was there a point where it didn't exist? In which case, what changed that from one to the other? There are always going to be things we don't know. How does specifically does the operation of a human brain result in the phenomenon of consciousness happening? There are things to which we can only honestly answer right now. We don't know. And for me, the sort of intellectually honest answer is we don't know. And for other people, they don't seem to tolerate we don't know, or they see that as a weak answer and prefer to sort of pretend to have the answer. And that's when a sort of higher being gets invoked. What do you think?
I mean, the universe one is my favorite one to talk about, just because I think there's and I'm sure you mean what I'm saying, but just to clarify, you mean we do have answers, but we don't know if our answers are correct, right? Because there are many theories on why the universe exists or how the universe came into existence, right? These are all answers to the question, which are all valid answers, right? Like, yeah, this does make sense, but there's no way to prove these answers, right?
It depends what you mean by valid. Because, like, if I say the entire universe was sneezed out of the nose of a magic dolphin, is that a valid answer? Just because I've made a semantically kind of correct sentence?
I would say it's an answer. The validity of that answer, I would question, but I wouldn't say that's a valid answer. Other things which are more likely, I would class as valid answers. I think there's when talking about it, I think commonly people agree on sort of 3 main or major points, and a lot of the others just sort of fall into these points, right? Like, for me at least, I'm not like a physicist. I'm not like claiming to be this intelligent guy, right? I'm like just someone debating on TikTok. But I look at it as this, right? The 3 ways I think the universe could exist, and every other way falls into one of these 3, is, well, there's like a secret 4th option as well, but that's not really important. The secret 4th option would be that the universe doesn't actually exist, which is idiotic. The second option would be the universe has always existed. We just exist in a complex of multiverses, which have just always been in existence. The second, one day the universe had nothing and then became something, and all these things in a chain event ended up creating the universe as we know it. And the third and final one would be a higher being is responsible for the creation of the universe, right?
Yeah, I mean, broadly speaking, I think that's right. So either there was a point at which the universe didn't exist and then it started to exist, or the universe has always existed. I don't see any reason to think that there was a point where the universe didn't exist. There's no evidence for that, and there's nobody who
clash with fundamental laws, right? Because as we know, energy cannot be created or destroyed. So that would be scientifically, as far as we're aware, impossible.
It seems that way. We need to be a little bit careful not to commit a fallacy of composition, where we say, well, in the universe we observe that energy is conserved and can't be created or destroyed, but that doesn't necessarily, we can't be totally sure that that principle would apply to the whole of the universe as a whole, if such a thing can be meaningfully described. I don't know, but I think that a sort of a position of careful epistemic humility is warranted here. And by that I mean, like, it's okay to just say we just don't know, right? And there are lots of interesting models. One model is that not that there's an infinite complex of multiverses, but that there is one universe, but it's never not existed, and it just goes through an infinitely long cycle of expansions, and then eventually gravity catching up and pulling it back together again, and collapses, and expansions and collapses, and that sequence there's never been a time when that wasn't happening. there's only one universe, but it just keeps on expanding and collapsing. But I start to feel like a complete fraud when I get into these conversations, because there are people who study this stuff, make it their life's work. They can describe the mathematical models. They can write down, all the formula for modeling n-dimensional space. All of this sort of stuff is so far above my pay grade that I never want to be the guy who pretends to know things he doesn't know. And the other thing that I'll say is, one thing we learned about fundamental physics in the 20th century is that it's really, really counterintuitive. So if you look at relativity and you look at quantum mechanics, the two theories in physics that shook the world of science in the 20th century and forever changed our understanding of it, they are both so counterintuitive that if you had described them to someone in a casual conversation like this before they were correctly formulated and then tested and verified, anyone would call you a lunatic, right? A lunatic for saying, that time is different in a moving frame of reference relative to a stationary one, and you can measure it. And that if you take two identical twins and you send one off on a journey into space for 20 years or 30 years, and when he comes back, his twin on Earth will have aged more than he does, because time will have flowed more slowly for him on his moving spacecraft relative to the stationary frame of reference on Earth. That just sounds like the stuff of nonsense, right? So anyone would have just said, no, that's obviously not true. And that same inability to recognize that the actual answers are likely to be really counterintuitive, I think can push us into traps of a failure of imagination, or of thinking that of overestimating the potential of our own instincts to gauge what the truth is likely to be. Do you see what I mean?
100% get the point you're making. I appreciate the honesty, right? A lot of people would just start shouting and being disingenuous, claiming to know A, B, C, D, right? I think that already shows that you're a very good person who is willing to, I guess, hear the other side of this argument. So I appreciate that.
Of course.
I guess in the least disingenuous way, the point I was kind of building up to, right, is as far as we're aware within the confines of our knowledge on the universe, two of the three options I proposed would be
Oopsie daisy. We lost you again. There's a lot of background noise. If there's any way you can reduce that would be super great. And we're teacupped at the moment. So hopefully we're going to get Relatable back. I want to hear what he has to say, and I want to give him a chance to... Boogie's asking, is he raking leaves? I don't think we're raking leaves, but there's definitely a lot going on in the background right now, and he's currently teacupped on TikTok, meaning that his phone is otherwise engaged. So perhaps the boss is calling, or perhaps something else is happening, but I hope we get him back in a moment. We will give him a few seconds to get back in. Joel says, you're just exposing a gape. I think we might be about to expose a gape. I think that might happen. Good to see you, Joel. Awesome, in fact. Had a wonderful discussion with Joel. If anyone is not following Joel Reads Bible, you're insane. You have to follow him. This is on TikTok and YouTube. If you don't follow him, I don't want to be your friend. So look up Joel Reads Bible and give him a follow. He's the best. Well, he's still teacupped and he's not there. So we'll give him a few more seconds and then we might have to move on. I'll read a couple of messages in the meantime while we're waiting for Relatable to come back and start relating. Let's see what we have. Martin says, one of the best conversations I've had was to do with free will. Are there any subjects you revel in? When Hitchens was asked if he believed in free will, he said, of course I do. I have no choice. I love that. That's such a Hitchens thing to say. I mean, my conversation is always going to be about belief and the nature of belief. And it isn't a free will conversation, because my position on belief is completely compatible with free will existing and completely compatible with free will not existing. So that's the one I always go back to. That's my lane. you guys who know me know what this is. I won't bore you with it too much. Sadly, Relatable has now stopped relating and dropped down. But yeah, so that basically meaning that free will is not free will. Sorry, belief is never a choice. You cannot choose what you believe. And this is not a matter of free will. It's just a matter of understanding human psychology, that you need to be persuaded of something before you're capable of believing it. And what believing it means is that you have been persuaded of it, not necessarily with certainty, but with enough to land on the position of saying, on balance, I think this is true. And if that hasn't happened to you, then belief is completely impossible until that changes. And if it does happen to you, then you're going to believe whether you want to or not. You can't stop it. And that's my lane. That's the one that I like talking about. And I never get bored of talking about it, writing about it, thinking about it. I even have dreams about it because I have no life at all. Okay, well, for the long timers here, you'll chuckle, but I'm going to bring in our friend Shaquille. And we will see how the conversation goes. Shaquille, welcome back. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you, John?
Yeah, I'm fine. Welcome back in. Of course, we've had quite a few conversations before, but welcome back again. Would you like to address the prompt, or would you like to pick up on one of our other topics that we've discussed before?
I just heard you just picked up on you talking about belief. So what's your position on belief today?
It's the same as it always has been, which is, I'm delighted that you want to speak about this, which is that a belief is not an action. It's a complete category area. It's like a cultural category area that we have created, where we talk about belief as being something you do, like mowing the lawn. It isn't. You can't decide to have a belief any more than you can decide to find something funny. If you don't find it funny, you don't find it funny. Like if I say to you that there was a, here's an interesting experiment skill, right? If I say a man slipped on a banana peel, you might find that funny and you might chuckle at it, right? It might make you laugh. It might not, but it might make you laugh. If I say to you, 3 million children a year die of starvation, that's not funny, is it?
No, absolutely not.
Right. Are you capable right now of just deciding to start finding that fact funny?
Which one?
That 3 million children die of starvation a year.
What's that got to do with belief?
I'll get there in a second. Bear with me. I'm making an argument here that you're going to think this is beautiful. I hope.
So okay. I need to find. If I can find myself to find it funny,
hang on. Yeah, I'm asking. Would it be possible for you to just make the decision to start finding that fact funny, like amusing? Would you be able to?
I'm not of that type of character, you see. But there's plenty of people that probably would.
No, I'm not asking about you. I'm just saying, is it something you're capable of doing? You've kind of answered it.
I'm compassionate. I have empathy. I'm not the type who laughs or finds other people's difficulties amusing.
Completely. And because you don't find it amusing, you can't just decide to start finding it funny, because that's not how finding something funny works. You don't decide to find something funny. You realize that you find it amusing, which is why we can laugh at someone slipping on a banana peel because it's kind of funny, even though it actually involves potentially a bit of suffering, right? That guy might get a bruised backside. We don't have a hard, fast rule that we never laugh at suffering. There's like a little bit of suffering in there, but not enough to stop it being slightly amusing that someone slipped on a banana peel, and that's why it's a trope, and that's why it's a thing, right? But we can't just decide to start finding it amusing that 3 million children a year die of starvation. Now, the argument I'm making is that this demonstrates that certain processes in the brain and in our mind are involuntary. They're things that happen to us. So finding something funny is a thing that happens to you. Here's another one. Finding something frightening is a thing that happens to you. Nobody decides to find something frightening. You just become aware of the fact that you're scared by being up a ladder, or a spider you see, or whatever it might be, right? Whatever the thing is that makes you frightened, the dark.
I'll have to interject there, sorry. I'll have to interject there, because there's plenty of people that have never walked through a graveyard in the middle of the night, and they've not experienced it, but they're scared of actually walking through a graveyard in the middle of the night. So that doesn't work on all metrics.
It would
But
still.
I get what you're trying to say. You carry on.
Let me address. I'll address your clarification because it doesn't make any difference, right? So somebody who hasn't walked through a graveyard in the middle of the night and then decides to do it, and either does or doesn't find it frightening, it's still going to be the case that they didn't decide to find it frightening and they didn't decide not to. Finding something frightening is a thing that happens to your mind. It's never a thing you decide to experience. You can decide to watch a scary movie or go on a roller coaster ride or do something that is frightening. That's where your decision lives. But the actual... I
think you've just changed the scenario to...
No, I haven't.
Cater for your own narrative.
No, I haven't.
Hold on.
I haven't checked it out.
Let me explain. And then you could... Because it seems like, once again, you misunderstood. I said, if someone's never walked through a cemetery before,
yeah,
but are fearful of walking through a cemetery in the middle of the night, yeah, they are fearful to walk through it. But what you did, you changed it a little bit and said, oh, they're scared, but they decided to do it anyway. Most people, once they have that fear within them, without the experience, just the fact that, look, I don't want to walk past a vicinity with dead people in there.
Yes.
Right? And they'll just refuse to do so without gaining an experience, but that...
Shaquille, we're missing the point.
However,
we're missing the point.
Fear
Shaquille,
would live with them.
I'm just going to stop you because I'm trying to walk you down an argument which is really super concise, and you've gone off piste massively. I don't care about any of that. I'm purely making the point that finding something funny or finding something frightening are involuntary events that happen to your mind rather than actions you take. And most psychologically normal people at this point would just go, yes, I see what you mean. I agree with you. This is the bit of the conversation which is non-controversial. You don't need to be arguing these bits. This is simple. Okay. So I'm literally just pointing out that we have a consensus that certain things happen to our minds that we don't choose. This is the uncontroversial part. Now, having agreed this, I'm simply making the claim that belief is another one of those processes. That belief is a thing that happens to you once you become persuaded of something. And if you're not persuaded of something, it's impossible to believe it. And if you are persuaded of it, it's impossible not to believe it. And that is uncontroversial also.
But you believe that your persuasion comes from tangible experiences, but sometimes people can believe without having any experience whatsoever.
Correct, I agree.
Belief comes in different stages. There's different factors
that
increase your belief. Yeah, and at the same time, I personally believe that belief itself is a higher level of being compared to someone who only believes what he sees possible, because the people that achieve the impossible are the ones that believe even though they can't see it.
Well, that's lovely, but I'm not talking yet about what the causes of belief are. I'm merely saying about, or rather what the different types of evidence that would make someone persuaded are. I'm just saying that whatever it is, whether it's experience, reading a book, sitting in a cave and thinking about it, meditating on it, an argument that someone gives you, an experience you have, whatever it might be, it's still the case that if you're not persuaded...
We can argue this right
hang
now.
on. Calm down.
I've got some wonderful questions for you right now.
That's lovely. I'm making a point. Just keep...
Because I'm trying to convince you. You're the one who needs help.
That's lovely. Just breathe.
Let me ask the questions.
Just breathe for a
consciousness.
Okay. Breathe for a moment, and soon I'll get to the end of what I'm saying, and then you can respond to it like a grown-up. So I'm just saying that whatever the causes of persuasion are, and I'm going to bring your favorite person in a moment because Sean is about to join us. Whatever the causes of persuasion are, if they don't instantiate persuasion, you ain't believing. It doesn't. I'm not being prescriptive about it and saying it has to be evidence or it has to be an experience or anything like that. It can be sitting down and just thinking about it, whatever it might be.
Can it come from a book?
It can come from anywhere.
Well, that's it. Then we're right. Yeah, obviously there has to be some sort of influence of belief, whether it's spiritual, whether it's physical, but you can't say it's always tangible to actually believe. Some things are spiritual. Some things are just, you have a gut feeling about it and it happens to be true. Belief is a large thing. It's not a minor kind of thing that you can describe in a couple of sentences. There's so many avenues that you can explore, and where your theory doesn't work, but mine does.
Well, I'm going to ask you to recapitulate what you think my theory is. What is it I'm claiming here, Shaquille?
Well, you're a big believer in science, aren't you?
I'm asking you not to respond with a question now. I'd like you to say hang on, Shaquille. I'd like you to now say, just so we can all know that you're tracking the conversation, I'd like you to just answer one sentence and say, your idea about belief is, and then say what it is. That way we know that you correctly understand what it is you're responding to. What am I saying about belief?
My idea of belief is something that comes internally. It comes from spiritual.
Shaquille, I'm not asking you what your idea is. I'm asking you to show us that you know what this discussion is about by telling us all what my idea is. Mine. John's idea.
Okay. So from my previous discussions about this, or even hearing your opinions of the past, I have come to the conclusion that you believe that belief is something that's influenced by you. And last time you said it's tangible things, through experiences and etc. But now you're trying to shift it a little bit and water your own opinion down, which is fine. This is where the confusion is. But so if you can clarify it again for yourself, maybe we can carry on with the discussion. But it seems like you want to dictate it your way and avoid, questions that actually relate to the topic, something that we can actually, untie, unknot, try to get to the bottom of. But rather what you do is trying to narrate it and say these, bland statements that don't really have any, that aren't very purposeful, and you're doing it again.
Have I given
Defining terms is always purposeful.
Yeah, I wanted to say.
So, go ahead, John.
Yeah, sorry, Sean. I'm delighted to see you here because I was expecting you not to be here. So wonderful to see you, Shaquille. Did I give you enough room there and enough time to speak freely to answer the question I had asked you about whether you correctly understand my position? Did I give you a fair amount of time to answer?
What's stopping you from reiterating your position again?
No. I'm just asking you whether I gave you a fair crack of the whip there, because I asked you a really simple question, and then you spoke for about a minute and a half to answer it, and I just want to know from you whether you feel I treated you fairly and gave you a fair opportunity to answer. And the answer to that would either be yes, you did, or no, you didn't.
I don't think you did, because what you do.
Would you like some more time?
Okay. No.
Would you like some more time? Because hang on. No, now I'm going to interrupt you.
No, hold on.
No. You're going to hold on now.
Now you do this. I know the patterns. Okay. I know where this lies.
Okay, Shaquille. The reason why we don't get on is because you don't know how to listen. I simply asked you if you could correctly track what my position is, because every time you speak, you are responding to a position I don't hold, and that's a colossal waste of time. I'm not interested in hearing you engage with a position that I don't hold, and no one else is interested in hearing you engage with a position that I don't hold. So I gave you an opportunity to show us that you understand my position so that we can all be clear that you're responding to something I actually believe or say, rather than something you've decided I believe or say that I don't believe or say. And when I asked you to do that, you rambled on for 1 minute and 18 seconds, and the answer you gave was such a catastrophically distant point from anything I've ever claimed or any position I've ever held that it's almost laughable. It's remarkable to me that you come in here all the time. You've heard me speak many, many times. You've come up here to disagree with me, but you can't actually clarify what it is you're disagreeing with. You just come up with some caricature of my position, and that shows that you don't really listen.
Look, you might be able to fool your people here that are watching, all 111 of them, and you might be able to gaslight, but the problem is with you, if you was a bit more consistent and not kept on moving the goalposts or evolved your way of debating or arguing every time someone come up with something intelligent, which you do, you go away, then you evolve, you water your opinions down, and it's been going on for too long, and eventually you're going to end up turning out to be religious because you're going to run out of ideas very soon. And
I can accurately articulate John's position.
Yeah.
I'm a co-host. I can accurately articulate John's position right now, and I'm coming in here. I'm coming in here on the very end of this conversation.
Do you think you
if I can do it without even hearing better than you can? Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you want to do it, Sean? Let's show everyone.
Sure.
This is what a correct version of this would be.
Why are you so afraid of answering questions then?
Sean, could you articulate my position on belief,
I don't get
please?
it. Why are you always asking the question?
Yeah, sure. Shaquille, I'm going to correctly articulate John's position. Please listen so that you will understand John's position so that you can adequately respond to John's actual position, not a straw man of it. So John's position is that belief is not a choice. And to beliefs, we need to define what that means to believe something. To believe something is to consider it to be true or honest. That's straight from Merriam-Webster. I know it aligns with what John means when he says believe and what I say when I mean what I say believe. So belief is a result of persuasion, and you cannot just decide, for example, if some information comes to you that you find persuasive of a position, belief is inevitable in that position. If it doesn't, then belief is impossible. That's John's position.
Bang on. And then Sean would be entitled to either agree with me or disagree with me, but at least we would know they were talking about the same thing. You came up and rambled on about the position you think I hold, which isn't a position I hold. So it would be a complete waste of time, us talking about that.
No, I said it exactly the way Sean's explained it. I was right.
Okay,
so I'm going to give you an example.
Everyone on YouTube and TikTok, put a 1 in the comments if you think that Shaquille correctly described my position on belief, and put a 0 in there if you think what came out of his mouth was nothing to do with any position I've ever expressed. Let's see what the audience think.
Okay.
I'm seeing a bunch of zeros. I haven't seen a single one yet. I mean, it's just a sea of zeros coming out. It's stretch put a 1 there. That's I'm going to take that as being an ironic one.
That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it?
that is a bit of a stretch. There's a sea of zeros happening here, Shaquille, and that just means, and that's not meant to be a slight on you. It's just you should take a pause here.
Your own intellect when you do this.
You should, Shaquille, you should take a pause here because there's an opportunity for you to take a moment to reflect and say maybe you should be more inquisitive and less combative.
Right, okay, right. So I'm going to disagree with your position, and the reason why I say that is because I have been raised as a child, and I'm also raising children now, right? And there was a lot of things that my parents said to me that were absolutely absurd. There was nothing in that I could take from them, say, you know what, I need to take this on board for my own benefit. However, as I got older, I realized that they were absolutely right. And maybe I should have implemented them sooner. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
This is a delightful story. Can you connect it to anything we've ever spoken about?
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that, sometimes, even though you believe that you have to choose, you can't either believe or you don't believe, I believe that if I chose to believe, whilst I found them, if I chose to believe, even though I found them things absurd at that time, I would have benefited from that far more than knowing them for myself later on. And this level of belief happens in different stages of your life. You can learn things that you find absolutely absurd, even in the 80s and 90s. Do you understand? So belief is absolutely essential sometimes. You have to choose the right beliefs and, add some sort of empathy, compassion, intelligence, etc. You can't just blindly believe, but belief, sometimes you can believe things that you find absurd. And that's my point there. Now, I need to attend to my child, and I'm going to catch you children later on, yeah? I'll babysit you guys later on. Bye-bye.
Are you leaving?
I think it sounds like he's off. Wow. Okay. Well, I think I've just been schooled by Shaquille.
Yeah.
In his mind.
Shaquille, I wanted to respond, but you already left, Shaquille, so you can come back if you want. But the fact that you were not persuaded by something at an earlier age and later became persuaded of something has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not belief is a choice.
Absolutely right. Yeah. I mean, zero to do with it. And what a shame, right? He came in and completely didn't actually engage with anything we've ever said He just came in and picked a position, like a sort of, I don't know, sort of randomly generated generic atheist position, and started trying to engage with that, which is completely pointless, but it was quite amusing. It was quite amusing. Sean,
even basic questions, yes or no questions. Did I give you enough time to articulate your, to respond?
Right.
No, because and he started saying things that had nothing to do with time. So if a minute and 18 seconds, now it would have been, like if he had said, no, you didn't give me enough time. You only gave me a minute and 18 seconds, which is a long time, by the way. I really needed 2 full minutes. That would have been at least coherent in answering the question.
And I would have said to him, take more time if you need it. Anyway, that's amazingly funny. Shaquille is always good for a laugh. I do think it's very amusing. Very, very funny indeed. Sean, good to see you, friend. I was not expecting to have you here, which is why I haven't set up the thing to show you the TikTok box with you in it on the YouTube feed and all of those things.
Oh, that's quite all right. That's quite all right. I requested on video.
I see that.
I was able to finish up what I needed to this morning a little faster than I was expecting. So
amazing. Oh, well, that's awesome. Well, great to see you. I'm really glad you're here. So let's move on and get Stretch in. I can't wait to hear whether Stretch replied ironically about Shaquille's input. I'm gonna guess that they probably did. Stretch, welcome in.
Yeah, thank you. I don't actually know what your position is, except for you make up false things and then you try to make an argument against it. Like earlier you said Christians are punished for their thoughts.
Yes.
I'd like to yeah. So how is that
well, do you
true statement?
Do you agree in Christianity that it's a requirement to believe in Jesus in order to have salvation?
Yes.
If you don't believe in Jesus, I mean, you've read the Bible, right? Are you a Christian?
Yes, I've read it numerous times.
Okay, so do you remember what John 3:18 says in the Bible?
I don't know particular scripture numbered and
sure.
have it memorized.
Okay, well, I can show it to you right here. So John 3:18, this comes just after the verse that everyone does know is John 3:16, where it's like, "For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son," that blah 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 blah, and all of that stuff, right? Just a little bit later, we get John 3:18, where this is it's not totally certain whether this is actually Jesus's words. This is probably John himself commenting, because there's a dialogue going on at this point between Jesus and Nicodemus. If you've read the book of John, you'll know this.
Yeah, just get a red letter Bible and you'll know if it's Jesus' words or not.
Yeah, but actually it's not clear. So some people think that this is where the actual...
Well, I can tell you that's not Jesus' words.
Yeah, because most people think it's not.
English.
Most people think that these English words translated from the Greek of the New Testament, that even in the Greek they were not claiming to actually reflect what Jesus said. But all of this is a side lesson. But all of this is a side issue.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Okay,
Thank you for the obvious.
Calm down. Okay, so the point is, all of that aside, the Bible tells us here, and in a few other places too, which I can show you, those who believe in Him are not condemned. Those who do not believe are condemned already. So what does it mean to be condemned?
So is this your belief? Is just to search out passages that
so what does it mean to be condemned?
Support your conclusion.
That was a question.
Instead of looking at the Bible.
Did you notice that I provided the context? Did you notice that I provided the context? Because
how many pages are in the Bible?
I had a feeling that you might start complaining about the context.
How many pages are in the Bible?
So I have no idea. So
Are you going to answer the question?
Yeah.
No, because
right.
that type of
take context into account and answer the question.
And
what does it mean to be condemned?
My belief versus all the passages.
Lovely.
And
so you're refusing to answer
of
questions.
The Christian religion is a way that is just
why are we able to answer any question immediately and directly, and you're not?
Yeah, this is remarkable. It's crashing out.
I can answer any question.
You hush when I talk, okay?
After 3 minutes.
Yeah, if you say so.
He's crashing out after 3 minutes.
Yeah, so John just asked you a simple question. He read the passage. He read the passage, and if you want to account for the context, you can. He asked you a question about the passage you just read. What does it mean to be condemned according to this verse? Okay, so answer the question, please.
If you're calm.
Okay.
I'll answer your question if you're calm and you
stretch.
Yeah,
Just take a breath.
Down.
Just take a breath.
Calm, Goose Farba. Come on. Let me
end the performance. Let's have a conversation. Answer the question.
Everyone here is super calm. We would just like you to answer the question.
Projecting.
We would just like you to answer the question.
Projecting.
Okay.
Let me.
He's projecting about projecting. This is hilarious.
Come on,
irony.
both of you, calm down. I know it takes two of you to try to win a debate.
I'm growing a beard waiting for you to answer the question. What does it mean to be condemned? Enough with the meta. What does it mean to be condemned according to this passage?
According to what passage? Just passage?
What he just read.
Okay. Those who... Yeah.
You want me to put it down? I'll put it back on for you if you want to say it again. Those who believe in him are not condemned. Those who do not believe are condemned. What does this mean?
I have no idea.
Okay. I'll show you another one. That's fair. So Mark 16:16. The one who believes and is baptized will be saved, but the one who does not believe will be condemned. What does that mean?
That means that you declared Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior, and you're baptized either through faith or water baptism, and that's salvation, and that's justification in Christianity, where Christ died for your sins. Therefore, when you say you're punished for your thoughts, it's actually you're not punished because Jesus has taken that sin, and you've gone through justification.
That's delightful.
Now let's look at atheism.
Before we get there,
who saves you from your thoughts and atheism?
Okay, before we get there, did you notice what you did there? You swapped out the word believes for the word declares. This verse here and the John 3:18 verse are not expressing a requirement for
it's
you
not written in English, so don't
declare.
Even try to even
If you read the Greek of these verses, they are not expressing a requirement for you to declare something. They're saying that the requirement is pistos.
Read the rest of the Bible.
Pistos.
Stop cherry picking.
The Greek is pistos.
Read the whole Bible.
I'm giving you the context.
Interrupting.
The Greek here in this context is
John, you hush.
Is pistos, right? Now, if you're not capable of conducting an adult conversation, I have two people waiting in the queue who are. So if you continue to act like a child, we'll just move on.
Hush your little
Okay. So it's really okay.
I'm your boyfriend.
I'm pretty happy either way, right? You misbehaving
put your boyfriend
doesn't make us look bad. It just makes you look incapable of having a conversation. Now I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you're going to be able to conduct yourself. And if you can't, I'm just going to move on, okay? So what I'm pointing out in these verses is that...
Move on, you can't contain...
Okay.
You can't contain him.
We'll just move on. He said it. Move on. What a dick. Okay, moving on. Let's get in James. I mean, basically, the requirements here are just to be able to comport yourself like an adult of some description. And if you can't, then go play with the rest of the children. That's fine. Welcome in, James.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Very well indeed. How are you?
Very well. I don't usually do this on TikTok. I am extremely wealthy. So I have only got 10 minutes to have this conversation with you gentlemen, if that's all right.
I mean, I'm seeing trolley flags already because your wealth is irrelevant to the conversation and the amount of time you wanted to contribute to it is reasonably irrelevant also. So nobody here cares whether you're wealthy or not. What have you got to say about the discussion?
Yeah, well, let's talk about why we need God.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe in God because it's obvious. You can't miss him. You know, it's in your face, and we see this in the world today. We see
which God? Which God?
Oh, I'm a Christian.
Okay.
Did you say you can't miss him? It's in your face.
Yeah.
I don't understand. So I can't miss him because I don't believe he exists. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm trying to follow that.
Yeah, for a person like myself, a wealthy person, we've been taught that God is everywhere, right?
When you say wealthy, do you mean metaphorically, or do you mean you literally have a lot of money, or do you mean like spiritually wealthy?
Yes, physical assets.
Okay, so okay,
Right.
irrelevant to the conversation and weird, but okay.
Yeah, and presumably you're identifying as a Christian, but you know that in Matthew 6, I think it's 24, Jesus said that you can't serve both God and money. So if you really are a Christian, you ought to be giving your wealth away right now.
How do you know I don't?
Well, you said you're extremely wealthy. So if you're extremely wealthy, it means you haven't given it away yet. What are you waiting for?
How would a galaxy sound?
What, a chocolate?
No,
I think he means a TikTok galaxy.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm unimpressed by wealth. I'm saying that if you are describing yourself as wealthy, then you're not living the life that Jesus prescribed, which is that you should not be wealthy. You should be giving your wealth away. You should have given it away already.
No. That's not how it is. I think God wants you to be successful in this life. He wants you to achieve your goals and dreams.
Do not store up for yourselves treasures
on
do not store up for yourself treasures on earth. That's Matthew 6:19.
Yeah, continue the verse.
I can't remember what it said after that, but you shouldn't be storing stuff up. You should be giving it away.
Okay, can you find that verse and continue reading?
I can.
I don't know why you're just picking that specific verse just
because I'm pulling out something that Jesus said that you're not living by.
I mean, you guys look wealthy. Are you guys not rich?
I don't follow Jesus. I don't claim to follow Jesus. So my wealth is completely irrelevant to anything here.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, so like as I was saying, like, God is everywhere. He's manifesting everywhere. We see this. We see the wars, and we see, evil. We see people doing all these exorcisms and stuff. You can't miss it.
You can.
Can we agree on that?
No, of course we can't.
Completely oblivious to
what
the world is going through right now.
There's zero evidence of any gods. Looking at the world and just saying it's obvious that looking at the world makes it obvious that there's a God is circular because it presumes that which you're trying to demonstrate. I look at the world and I see a complete absence of gods.
Well, the Bible has written that the world is going to get worse and there'll be wars and there'll be rumors of wars and there'll be earthquakes.
Yeah, that has to be the least impressive prophecy ever made. There has never been a time where there weren't wars or rumors of wars and occasional earthquakes. It's never been false.
I'm going to be more specific. I hear prophesies that within the next 100 years, California will experience an earthquake. And if it happens, that means I am a prophet and divine.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard that the most recent earthquake, it was the most powerful earthquake ever to be recorded in Japan?
And the point of that is?
It's only going to, like I said, it's only going to get worse and worse and worse, and it's going to lead to the end.
Is this really your argument for God?
I think you're trolling, aren't you?
Like mankind is, so first of all, natural disasters have always happened and will continue to happen. And as far back as recorded history goes, we've had wars and rumors of wars constantly. Like predicting that what has always happened will continue to happen isn't remarkable.
Yeah,
continue, but gets worse as well.
Eventually,
I mean, these
are the beginning of the birth pains.
The world is actually much better now than it was 50 or 100 or 150 years ago.
No, it wasn't.
Much better. By pretty much every measure of well-being, if you look globally, so average income per capita, average life expectancy, child mortality, literacy rates, access to water, access to education, are all much better now than they were 20 years ago, 50 years ago, 80 years ago, 100 years ago, 150 years ago.
1,000 years ago.
Yeah. The curve is going up, not down.
You guys have no idea what's going on.
Why do you say that?
Like, it's like you guys are blind. Listen, look.
Have you heard of Hans Rosling? Have you heard of Hans Rosling?
I have to go, but I would love to continue this discussion on my private jet if you guys are free.
Yeah, come back. He's a fantasist. He's off.
I've
just dumped him. I've just dumped him.
Oh, did you?
I'm not interested in nonsense like that.
No,
he's just a clown. Go and have fun with your private jet. I was
trolling.
It's just trolling. I was mentioning Hans Rosling. So Hans Rosling wrote a really, really interesting book that I highly recommend called Factfulness. Hans Rosling was a doctor. He did a lot of work for NGOs and government organizations around public health. He was involved with coordinating responses to Ebola outbreaks and stuff like that. And he wrote a really interesting book. Sadly, he died. He had cancer and died before he should have done. But Factfulness is an amazing book where he actually tracks the statistics around those kind of metrics I was measuring. And he shows that things are getting better. Yes, there's a lot of work to be done. Yes, there's still unacceptable levels of income inequality, starvation. There's huge problems in the world. This is not a way of being, too relaxed about things and resting on our laurels. There's a lot of work to be done, but things are improving, not getting worse. Objectively,
The one thing that's different today and modern history as well is that with modern communication, modern travel, etc., we have all eyes on all over the world. So if I'm here in the United States and relative to other places, it's much better. I still see the famine. I still see the atrocities taking place in Palestine. I still see all the world's problems, and you see them all at once, all in one place. So I could see how someone's perception might be, oh, things are so bad, they must be worse than they were in the past, but that's not necessarily true.
Yeah, that and look up, anyone interested, look up the availability heuristic. It's a tendency to perceive the world in terms of the availability of information about something, or the prevalence of information about a particular thing makes you think that it's happening more than it is, or that it's more significant. And that's definitely at play here. Okay, we're going to get in Logical Apostate from the YouTube side. Sean, if you want to switch over and have some good conversation. Logical Apostate, can you hear me okay? I'm hoping you can. You are in, but you're looking like you can't see me. I can see you on the camera.
Can you hear us?
Yep.
Yeah, we got you. You hear him, John?
Don't think I can.
Hello?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
we can hear you now.
Okay, we got you now. We're good.
Okay, so if we're ready, I'll just start. I wasn't able to see the show, so I certainly don't want to waste time. But
no, you're up now.
I'm not sure exactly where you guys are at in the process here. Sorry.
That's all good. So I'm going to try and add you in here and sort this out. Bear with me, everyone. I'm just getting the display of him, right? So we can see.
Were you ready for me to just go ahead and start? Or?
Yeah, go ahead. I wonder if he can not hear me. Can you hear me or only Sean? Maybe it's only Sean.
Are you able to hear John?
I cannot hear John. I'm sorry.
Interesting. So John can hear you, but you can't hear him.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing.
I'll do the translating.
Yeah, go for it, Sean. Go ahead. You can drive.
Okay. So interesting that several calls ago, talking about your life mission to help people to understand that the belief is not a choice, and this, like, to run the risk. I am going to run the risk that people are going to say, "Oh, well, you got hurt by the church," and they would be right. It's not why I left Christianity and deconverted and don't follow it anymore. But yeah, it hurt. But what I really want to talk about is like this moment when belief fell apart for me. Okay.
So for you, was there a key? It's different for each person.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for me, there was sort of a gradual progression, and that's very common. So for you, there was an actual specific moment where a light bulb went on. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, and I would also say that even like I didn't want that to be the case, and
Yeah.
so
Yep.
yeah, and so like I did this back and forth, and I did the the same thing most people do. You move from your whatever your religion is, and then you go to kind of this like deistic thing that's like the universe, and then you
Yep.
kind of go like, what the hell is that? Why am I doing this?
I did
Right?
the same thing. Yeah.
But this poignant moment. I went to a very Pentecostal kind of church. I really don't want to disparage anybody, but I can say, like no snakes, but, definitely dancing, praying in tongues, that kind of thing. And at this point in my life, I'm like seventh grade, and I have been told because I was raised by two of the most abused people you could really expect to find in like a 500-mile radius. It's just the cards that life dealt me. I'm okay. It's not a problem. But life was hard, and so I didn't know that that's when you live like that, the preacher often says things like God has something for you special. You've got a special place, and God's got a and so I heard that so much, right?
Yeah.
That I believed it. I mean, I believed it with everything that was in me. And so I'm in church, and there is what I would describe as a
moment of clarity.
Well, I'm a gal that was autistic. I would say profoundly. I'm sorry, it was the word I was looking for. Autistic, a young lady, and her mother. The church had just ended, and I asked her if I could pray for her daughter. Now, I want to let you know that I have the expectation when I am done, this girl will be whole, like the end, right? The whole church is watching, by the way. And so I pray and I rebuke the devil and all the stuff that you're supposed to do. And I've heard, like, I know how, and I opened my eyes and I had and I just, like, I started to weep because I was so embarrassed and I felt so taken. And I felt so betrayed because I knew one of those sons of bitches in there knew it was a bunch of shit. And I just want to point out that, that happened probably 30 years ago. Okay. And
Can you clarify real quick?
Yeah.
I just want to run it by you. So 30 years ago, how old were you at this point?
Now?
No, at that time.
Yeah, like seventh grade.
Okay, so this was seventh grade. So you prayed for this young autistic girl, and then when you opened your eyes, the result didn't happen, and you had this overwhelming sort of shame or embarrassment.
Well, because I knew that everything that I had believed to that point was complete bullshit.
Okay, so that like that point.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And so what I want to point out is that there was zero choice there too.
Mm-hmm.
And because John makes that point so often, and I think that maybe people don't hear that enough. Like, that isn't a choice either. And I'll tell you, I've lost my entire family, all of them. It's cost me. It's interesting. I was on a walk with my mom. My mother, who's taken me to church all my life, is telling me she's a witch. And I just tell her, listen, I don't believe in any of the gods, and that is the moment where.
When did you come out to her? Because this happened in seventh grade, and from that point on, you either stopped believing or you're struggling with your belief. When did you actually notify your family? Like, I don't believe in any of this anymore.
I was in my late 30s.
Okay, all right. So you had to kind of fake it for a long time.
Absolutely. Well, and I wanted to, because like I didn't believe in God,
right?
But I believed in it. I believed it was virtuous to believe, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, and
it doesn't, but it does, because that's what's hammered into you. Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, and like you know, the idea that I'm going to bullshit God never even crossed my mind that was ridiculous. Right. So yeah, no, I would really love to hear what John has to say, even if I've got to drop. That's fine. I don't need to hear me talk anymore. But it just really struck me when he brought the doctor in, and she was talking about, I think they were talking about perhaps people's genetic identity or whatever. And that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. But it was that conversation that he had right before that I thought, gosh, man, he talked about, mothers, and how that changes them. My mother, by the way, no one before she was years old. No one ever. Or excuse me, I'm sorry. I apologize for saying that. No one held her all her life. No one held me until I was 2 years old. And, like, for John to say, that changes people's brain, like I cannot tell you. I love my mother, and it's not her fault. Like she's got a victim too. Yeah, absolutely. And she taught me the best she could. But my mother simply does not have the capacity for emotion that even I do, or my kids do. My kids have more capacity than I. I give that credit to them, not me. But I just I guess unless you have any other questions for me, I'm going to shut up, and I'm over to YouTube, and because I really want to hear. I'd love to hear anything you have to say too, as well. But I want to hear his opinion. Yeah.
Sure. So I'll just tell you real quick, and then John.
Yeah. I'll drop now. Okay.
Yeah. Sure. All right. Great.
All right. Later. Bye.
Yeah. So I mean, the issue is, and this comes up time and time again, is that with belief-based salvation and punishment for non-belief, in order for God to remain good, us non-believers have to be bad. That just has to be the case. So it can, and it's almost always when I talk to, it is for myself, and when I talk to other former believers, that we wanted to continue believing, we tried to continue believing, we didn't rebel. It wasn't necessarily due to trauma in the church, although that is the case in some cases. We just want to sin. It can never just be honest disbelief where something happens where we reflect on things and we just cannot continue believing. But it is the case for this gentleman here, for myself and countless others. We wanted to continue believing, we just couldn't, because whatever our circumstances were, whatever we learned throughout the way our priors, we were no longer able to be convinced of it. And that's not a choice that we had. And John, if you want to,
I mean, all I would add to that is it is heartbreaking to hear about somebody who wasn't held and given physical touch until the age of 2, because it's such an important part of bonding between a baby and a mother, and it's good for both, and the developmental stuff that happens in a child's brain needs that touch to happen in those early years. Now, that doesn't mean that you're broken for the rest of your life. It just means that your brain gets calibrated differently in terms of how it responds to stress. So your brain has a point at which it produces hormones like cortisol, and lots of touch in the early weeks and months of life calibrate the brain to deal with stress in a particular way. And if you don't have that, it just can make it a bit harder later. But I wouldn't want you to think that because of that, it brands you as being, broken or deficient or anything like that in some way. And it just makes me feel very sad to think about what might have been going on for your mother during that period of time in order for that to be the case, and what experiences might be in her past that led her to obviously struggle to bond with you as a baby. And it's a really sad thing. But yeah, that's really as much as I think I would want to add to that. I think Sean nailed it in terms of the belief stuff. I would just end up saying the same thing again. So I hope you're doing all right with it, and sounds like you are.
Yeah.
So yeah, we all wish you well, of course. And with that, let's get our next guest in, who is going to be, looks like Demian on TikTok, Sean. And we'll see what Demian is saying. Demian, welcome in.
Oh, thank you. How are you today?
Fabulous, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us and patiently waiting. Do you agree with our prompt?
I do actually agree with it. I won't be long. I don't want to go on a long thing, but I just wanted to say the reason I say we don't need God, and this is really going to people who are either religious, spiritual, you name it. It could be for agnostics too, or atheists. I'm not even, yeah. Anyway, so I just wanted to say, and this is going to be heresy for conservatives and evangelical, or, orthodoxy, but when you are in your room alone and there's nobody looking anymore, and you're doing what you might do ritually, maybe a prayer or a meditation, you're coming into contact with something that you have experienced yourself. You can't talk anyone else into it, but you yourself know. I would say in that moment, you have to give up all naming of what it is. You have to give up the name God. You have to give up the name consciousness, universe, whatever you want to say, Brahman, if you want to have a direct contact. Otherwise, you put something between an association or a narrative between the experience and that which you are experiencing. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and this is very, I don't even want to go into the horrible image of God that we've had in the past, 1,000 years of this sky daddy who's about to crush you if you do wrong, and he's judging you with a scorn on his face, and that is just awful. We have to do away with that narrative completely. It has nothing to do with Jesus. And by the way, I heard you talking to somebody about the wealth of, when Jesus said a wealthy man can't go into the kingdom of heaven. I think what he was speaking about is exactly what I was just talking about. It's the kind of narratives and baggage we hold on to when we want to have a direct experience. That's the wealth. It's not literally give your money away, but that's just me. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. We need to really get rid of these old narratives that drag us down about anything spiritual, God, religion, you name it.
Yeah, I agree that we do, but it sounds like maybe you and I have a difference of opinion about why we think we do. Because to me, it's not. The issue for me isn't once you start naming it, you're missing the essence of it. It's there isn't an essence of it to miss. There isn't anything there to miss. Let's all grow up and start connecting with reality and not needing to kind of personify reality and give it. I agree with you. We shouldn't name it. It's all nonsense. To me, this is just adults having imaginary friends, and we ought to do better. That's my perspective.
Yeah, and I respect that 100%. There's no way, I've had my experience, and there's no way I could fill somebody with bread just by looking at them or talking to them. It's not saying that you're without bread. I don't want to imply that. You can't convince people of anything, just like you say on this show all the time. You can't make people believe. It's just impossible.
Let me clarify something. I don't say you can't convince people of things. I think you can. That's the point of doing this show, is to convince people of things, right? I'm not making the claim you can't be convinced. I'm saying that when you are convinced, when you change your beliefs, it's never just because you felt like it, never because you just wanted to or thought it was a good idea. It's precisely because somebody did convince you that beliefs change, or something. It doesn't have to be somebody, but something convinced you, and that's what precipitated the change of belief, and that's what it takes. So yeah, I wouldn't want you to come away from this thinking my position is we can't convince people of things. We absolutely can, and we have a moral duty to do so when we see stuff which is
absolutely.
bad.
I worded that wrong. I know your mission. You can't just roll out of bed one day and start believing in something that you're not really convinced of.
Exactly that. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Yeah. Well, thanks, Damien. I appreciate you coming up, man.
Great show, but keep going. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, friend. All the best. Take it easy.
Bye.
Okay, we're going to get in my very, very good friend, Christy is up next. Just bringing Christy in right now. Hey, Christy.
Hey.
Hello.
I was just reading your prompt, and I was thinking, if we don't need God, like, I agree, obviously, you know that, but I think sometimes people get kind of stuck because it's like, we don't need God, and then they're like, so what should we use instead? I don't think that we really talk about that a lot. Like, in the chat right now, we were just kind of talking about that, and I just got here, so
yeah,
I don't know if I've missed a lot. But like, I went to paganism first, and then I kind of slowed my roll on that, and then I ended up doing more like meditation and affirmations and things that are just connecting me with myself.
Yeah.
So like, for me, that route worked. It doesn't work for everybody, but I think maybe we should talk a little more now and then about what comes next. Like, we don't need God, but a lot of people do need something to go in that gap.
Yeah. I think that's a really, really important point. And I think the thing that most people lose when they lose belief and faith, and I know you experienced this, is community. And that's something really, really solid to point at. And it can be really hard to replace that, because one of the things religion does really, really super well is make communities and create community, create a thing that people all gather around. And then in the process of that gathering, you get all the secondary side effects of support and acceptance and commonality, common purpose, all of those great things that come with religion. And it's really hard when you lose faith and then you lose the community based on that to find a way of replacing it.
Sorry to interrupt, but I feel like it's contrived community. And that's the problem, is that it presents like it is giving all of these things, and then in my situation, when I really needed a community, that's exactly when it fell apart, because it's not real,
because it's conditional.
It's not based on you. It's
because it's conditional. And I think I would say that in those communities, many of the people participating and making the communities are kind of well-meaning maybe, but once you don't fit the mold anymore, once you don't believe the required things, then the provision of that community becomes conditional, and it can be withdrawn. And
it's not even just that. I still did believe, I just wasn't going. And I was still telling them why I wasn't going. I wasn't going because I was working active COVID outbreaks. So I was trying to keep the pandemic, to myself.
Right.
And which is what the government was saying and what the church was saying. And for that, I was considered not part of the community.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So like I still believed what they believed. I was still tithing. I was still attending. I was just attending online.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to bring my germs in, and they knew that. They knew, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, that's
so it's like even if you're standing on the side of the circle, you get pushed out. You have to be in the middle of the circle.
Yeah, that's crazy work. Really, really crazy. Yeah, and that's I suppose then there's a requirement to think the right things, because otherwise you're a heretic based on what your thoughts are, and for you to participate in the prescribed way. You have to turn up in the right way. You have to do all the things as well, and
they don't even tell you until you're not doing it. Then that's when they tell you.
This is how cults work. Cults have a list.
Yeah.
The cults have a list of the things you have to do to remain in good standing as a member of the cult, as a member of the flock, as a member of the group. And if you transgress that and you break the rules, and you're absolutely right to say it's about more than just belief. It's about turning up in the right way that they said you have to turn up, wear the right clothes if necessary, do the right things. If you break that, then the in-group, out-group dynamic comes in, and the tribalism comes in, and you're not a member of the flock anymore. And that's just devastating. I know you've been through that, and it's horrible, absolutely horrible. It's awful.
Yeah. So the Christians will often say, like, if you stop believing in God or Christianity or what have you, what are you going to replace it with? And there's sort of a quib that I've heard that I think in many cases it stands. If you remove cancer from your body, what do you replace it with? Now that's a little bit harsh. But I think it's true in many cases, but it really depends on the person. A lot of people are missing community. A lot of people are missing, like, one thing I miss is when shit's going bad, I could feel a little bit better by praying. Like, I feel like someone's listening to me and has a plan for me, and I take a little solace in that. It doesn't actually do shit or improve my situation. But it, at least as far as a feeling can give me that. So maybe that's something. I think on a case-by-case basis, each individual's life circumstances are different. Everyone's different. When we stop believing and we leave religion, for some people, it may be like, woohoo, and their life is much better and there's nothing to replace. For a lot of people, I think the most common is the sense of community, and certainly closeness with family members, things like that can get lost. So the question, I guess, for each person, what are you now missing? It's important to identify that, if anything, and then be proactive in filling that void. So, like, there's a lot of ideas, like, you can actively seek community in different places. This group that we're part of right now is a community in and of itself, that I'm really happy a lot of people have expressed that it's helped them. It might not be enough for everyone. Maybe you want to do something meaningful. Look for volunteer work, feeding the homeless on the weekends, things like that. That can be your new sense of community. And you're actually doing something that's helping people in that case. If you're a nerd, like I am, join a Dungeons and Dragons group. There's a sense of community. There's just so many countless examples of other places to find community, but nobody does it quite as, like, goes pro with it quite like religious institutions do.
Yeah.
But like John made up a good point, like, terms and conditions apply. You must believe the right things, do the right things, show up to church and wear the appropriate attire, and on. Like, that, it does come with conditions.
It's just a big lesson in masking.
Yeah, it's hard.
I was hugely masked for my whole life. I'm not now because I just can't anymore. I don't have it in me. But church was the biggest. I was the farthest thing from myself. I mean, I was getting grief all the time because I had, like, purple hair and tattoos and piercings.
Yeah.
Because, I'm sure that God cares, because that just shows my soul.
The all-knowing, the creator of the entire universe, trillions and trillions of galaxies, is really pissed off about your nose ring.
I know, right? I had an eyebrow ring and a tongue piercing. I didn't have a nose one, but he was pretty pissed about my eyebrow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the eyebrow especially. That's
he's very easily perturbed. Bless him. He's a bit fragile.
The tongue, though, they talk about the tongue in the Bible too, so that probably pissed him off too. But wouldn't he have known when he created me in my mother's womb that I was going to pierce my tongue?
Yeah, he would. He would have known everything about everything.
But Sadly. He wasn't strong enough to stop me. I guess I'm stronger than God. I'm really going to hell.
Quite possibly, but take heart. All the cool people will be there. We're all going to be there. I've booked us a chalet. It sleeps all of us. It's going to be great. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it'll be good.
I'll bring the coffee.
Excellent. But I think you do make a good point, and I think it's so easy in these spaces to talk about the liberation of deconstruction and how great it is to shed the skin of that old stuff and move on from the superstition. And we do need to give recognition to the fact that for many people, it's a really painful loss as well, and in lots of different ways, not just in one way. So I really appreciate you highlighting that and pointing it out, because people need to know we recognize that. We're not pretending it's not there.
Right. Yeah, I'm going on 4 years, and I'm still hitting new roadblocks that I didn't recognize that are because it was 4 decades of my life.
Yeah.
And it's been 4 years. That's 10%. So
Yeah.
It's a process. It takes time and patience. And I fall off my little I'm okay wagon all the time.
It's a process.
I'm a disaster like 50% of the time, but it used to be 70.
So progress.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming up, Christy. It's great to speak to you always.
You too.
Speak soon. Take it easy. Bye. Okie dokie. Yeah, Christy's awesome. Love having Christy around, and Tyler, her amazing husband as well. Great people. It's really awesome having people like that in the crew. Okay, let's read a few messages, and then we're going to do. Sean, you missed the live reaction video in the last episode, but we're going to have another one in a minute now.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure what that is, but I look forward to finding out.
I'll fill you in. Okay, just a few messages, and then we'll get on with that. So punctuated equilibrium. Good to see you, friend. Cheers, John. Look forward to the Discord. Yeah, go and check out the Discord. It's new and shiny, and a great show as always. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. And we're going to get Lord of Chaos in just a moment, but we'll just couple more messages first. Miko said, "Did God get a choice about being God? Is there anything about free will in that?" Interesting. I don't know. Did God choose to be God? Interesting.
If he exists, I would say no. If he existed eternally, there at no point could he have even had the opportunity to choose to be God, because he doesn't have a beginning.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Apparently, Sean, I'm just seeing that California just had a magnitude 5.0 quake reported. So you are a prophet, dude.
I'm a prophet. Was that after I made that prophecy?
I think it may have been. So that's
I hope everyone's okay before I laugh about it. 5.5 is not that big. I'm from California, but
yeah, we hope it's all okay.
Yeah.
Excuse the copter going over my head here if that's picking up. Okay, and then we have Upshot said, "Hey friends, great to see you. Thank you, my friend. Stretch is the cuckiest Christian I've ever heard. Confidence is quiet, insecurities are loud." Might mean cockiest. You are by far the most insecure boy I've ever heard. Yeah, Stretch was
I think
all over.
cuckiest is actually what he meant, by the way.
Right. Well, both work for me. That dude was a hot mess, and it was absolutely pathetic. I'm always happy to have a good conversation, and I don't mind having a bit of robust debate. I don't mind when it gets a little bit like rapier. I like that. It's great. It's fun. We all appreciate it. But to just come in and start shouting and abusing and making a complete, idiot of yourself, no one's interested in hearing that. So if that's the energy you bring, we'll just drop you and move on to someone who's capable of having an actual conversation. So let's bring in Lord of Chaos now to do that. We're going to get Lord of Chaos in, and then we have James, and then maybe we'll do the reaction vid, because it is quite funny.
YouTube side?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, YouTube side. Yeah.
Okay.
So hopefully it works, and hopefully Lord of Chaos can hear me. Lord, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Is that PVG?
Did you say can or cannot?
I think it's PVG.
Sorry, I just dropped in to say, oh, God. Who's this PVG?
Yeah, it's PVG again. Okay. What's up, PVG?
Jesus Christ, I was trying my hardest to do a Shaquille impersonation there, but it wasn't.
You're gonna have to work on your accents, dude. This is not working.
No, I have to, yeah, but I don't know. Shaquille has this peculiar accent, and so I just wanted to come and say, "Oh, everything is order, and that's proof of my God," and I'm not going to track the conversation at all.
It's an argument.
Yeah, that's Shaquille's thing, is failing to track an argument and then launching with maximum enthusiasm in the wrong direction. It's like he's sort of boxing and there's with a blindfold on and there's no one there, but furiously delivering, uppercuts and right hooks to the air. That's how Shaquille debates. But there we go.
Accent, I couldn't replicate that.
Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to talk about Charlotte, was it? Or Christy?
Oh, Christy, yeah.
Oh, okay. So she did say that we don't talk much about what comes after not discarding the belief in God. And I think you guys touched about the interpersonal motivation, which is community and other people and the sense of security there. But there's also epistemic motivation and existential motivation. And some people have a low threshold to sit with uncertainty when it comes to epistemic motivation and existential motivation. Because, well, epistemic motivation is something that people have as to how they want to map the world and how they want to obtain knowledge. And if something like, I think scientists or I think Dr. Digg even may concur, like for many scientists, having to sit with uncertainty can be uncomfortable, but that's epistemic humility that they have to kind of learn as they become experts. So that's one of the motivations that people will have: is there a God, or where did this all come from? And existential motivation would be something like meaning making in life, and kind of ties back to what Michael Shermer says, where we're all hardwired to observe patterns for survival. And I think both epistemic and existential motivations are conducive to survival in a way, just like interpersonal ones. But for those people who are coming out of faith, I think there is also this question of epistemic and existential motivations, even if they're introverts and they never sought community. It's all about because when I was in faith, I had this. I don't know much about this, but God was there as there to comfort my epistemic uncertainties and also existential uncertainties. Oh, I don't have any meaning in life, but that's fine. I'm alone and I'm lonely in life, but that's okay. I have God, and God is there for me. So I think it's not just losing community, because I never had I was more of I'm a quite extroverted person, but in terms of community, I've always been a black sheep, and I've always, because I've been in so many different places, so many different societies over my life. So I was never there. I was never there long enough to be part of a community in person on a regular basis. But then I always had this existential and epistemic gaps being filled by belief in God and the spirituality and all that. So I think we also lose that, and I don't think anything can fill that gap. But the good thing is that when you learn to sit with that uncertainty and build your tolerance a bit more, you're much better off not being swayed away by any false theories or false information. So even though when I know Dr. Dick said that I won't get a satisfactory answer, but that's fine with me, because it's so complex and we don't know, and we won't even know much in the future. But that acceptance is the first step to finding the pieces of puzzle that we need to get a better picture down the line. So I think that's what helped me. But I don't know what you guys would think about, when people lose that epistemic and existential placeholder in God. What can they replace it with?
People respond in different ways, and it's a bit like, some people say, well, kids at some point lose their belief in Santa, and what do they replace it with? And the answer is nothing. They just grow up and get on with their lives, and that I think to a certain extent is right. Yeah, I don't think we should operate on the assumption that things always need to be replaced by other things. I think Christie's point is really good in that it's the things that come with religious belief that leave a gap in your life when you lose them. But I think that the belief itself, sometimes it's a matter of just like modifying what it is you believe in. You haven't actually lost anything. You've just moved on. You've shifted the focus. So rather than believing in your imaginary friend, you're now believing in, good epistemology, or the promise of science, or educating yourself, or it's like taking the trash out and putting something better there in place. And I don't think we always have to frame it in terms of the beliefs themselves as a net loss. I think it can just be like it's a transformation. It's a change. You used to have this stuff in your head, and now you've got that stuff in your head. And that's it. It's okay.
I replaced my God belief with, for example, my belief that God created the universe, etc., with a lack of knowledge of what or if the universe had a beginning. Basically, there's now a placeholder for which I can steer my intellectual curiosity and my yearning to know, because I still ponder like the mysteries of the universe. Why is there something rather than nothing? It's wild to think that the universe may have always existed, just literally eternal into the past. It blows the mind, and it's so cool. Or even if the universe had a beginning, that's wild too. The idea that there was literally nothingness, that just doesn't make any sense to me. And it has to be one or the other. Either it had a beginning or it didn't have a beginning. And both, for me, cause incredulity. And I think that's really cool. When reality, something you accept as reality, causes sort of incredulity, that sense of like, that's wild. I really enjoy that. So I replaced my God belief with a desire to learn more, and an appreciation for life's mysteries.
That's it. That's it.
I think that's a good answer. Do you not? What would you have to say about those people who get more anxious, or when they have to discard the belief in God? It kind of makes them anxious, because at the end of the day, we're all hardwired. Most of us are hardwired to draw patterns from certain things for survival, right?
It's traumatic. PBD is traumatic. There's no getting away from it. Sometimes there's going to be an amount of anxiety in the process, and for some people, that anxiety actually switches off their ability to follow the intellectual path and stay, if you like, intellectually honest. And they, almost like an animal being scared back down the burrow it was coming out of, they retreat back in to the comfort of familiar waters, and that's enough to keep them stuck in the belief, because it's frightening. And for others, they feel the fear and they do it anyway, and they push on through, or just the cognitive dissonance is intolerable, and it gets to the point where the suffering of the cognitive dissonance outweighs the anxiety and the fear, and then the balance tips, and some intellectual honesty pertains, and they pick themselves up and they get on with it. And the fear doesn't necessarily go away. There are people, we have people here listening right now who will relate to the fact that you can lose your belief, but still wake up in the night worried about hell. That's a thing that can happen. And so there's a whole spectrum of ways that people manage the fear and just kind of get on with it. But dude, we're going to move it on because we have others waiting.
Yeah, thanks, John. That was a great answer.
Thanks for coming up. Cheers. Take care, friend.
Thanks. Nice to meet you, Tom.
Take care. Thanks. Okay, we are going to get Elizabeth B in, and then we'll see where we're at. I need to update you on the bingo as well. We've had massive amounts of bingo. When I don't update it, when I first started the bingo, I would stop the conversation mid-flow to go, someone's called the bingo, and I stopped doing that because it was just destroying the flow of any conversation. And so I thought, I'm going to just wait till the conversation ends and then review the bingo. And what sometimes happens is, well, it happens a lot now, I kind of forget to do it. And so a few conversations go by, and then I look at the bingo board and it's had 13 calls or something like that, which is what happened the other day. We filled pretty much the whole board in one go and had to reset it and go again. Something like that might happen today. So we will get to the bingo, but we're going to speak to Elizabeth first. How are you?
I'm making it. That's
You're
what
making
I will
it.
say.
Well, I hope you're making it okay. Is there any way we can help?
It has been an interesting time lately. I will first off say that I will attest to what you just said, that it took me probably a year and a half to stop believing that hell was going to crush me in the end. So hell was a hard one for me.
Yeah.
I was talking to my dad about it yesterday, that I finally felt okay about, hell not being a thing, and
Good
that it
for
felt
you.
good to be able to do that. So hell can be a really hard one. And don't think just because you walk away from the religion that people just immediately stop feeling that one, because that one took me a while, and was a fearful night for a really, really long time.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I have a very short chapter in the book. It's actually like a little kind of side thing called The Ghosts of Belief, specifically about this. So I really do understand what you mean. I think a lot of people can relate to it.
Yeah, I think right now the hardest thing that, and why I hit up when Christy was talking about wanting to replace something with something, I'm in a spot right now. I have 3 medical procedures, most of them surgical, coming up in the next 2 months, and it's going to be a very busy and physically traumatic 2 months for me. And there's nothing I can do about it. It has to happen. It has to take place. I just have to deal with it. It is causing lots of stress, lots of anxiety. It is, it's playing out on my face. My face is breaking out. I'm
Right.
stressed in a lot of ways. My body is reacting to this is happening and we don't like it. And I'm just having to go, this has to happen. You have to deal with it, and
Yeah.
I'm talking to therapists. I'm doing all those things. But it is, and I'm dealing with trying to get the time off work and all of that. But I'm also dealing with the fact that I live in the Bible Belt, and I am getting, we're going to be praying for you, and God's got this, and
Yeah.
Jesus is in there, and Jesus is going to be in the room with you. And every time I hear that, it brings up almost this fury inside of me of, God hasn't been in any of these medical things with me for my entire life. Like, I've had medical problems since I was born.
And
Like,
God could have avoided all of them in the first place, by the way, if he'd chosen to configure you differently.
Oh yeah.
That little detail.
When they give you that little box that says list your past surgeries, I laugh, because at 42 so far, I'm up to 12 surgeries that I've been through. And 6 of them are brain surgeries. Like, this is no joke, and it doesn't include the spinal taps. Like, this is just no joke, that my body's just been put through like a heck of a time. And like, they just keep telling me, it's just no big deal. He'll be there for you. He's got this. And I'm just like, he's not been there yet. It's not going to happen. Shut up. But I'm trying to keep peace and not yell and not scream and not, and how it's how to navigate myself in a world that's not made for an atheist.
Yeah. I mean, a really, really big part of that is it's so easy to say this and so hard to do, but so powerful when you do it, is to start giving less of a crap about what people say. Like, those are the words that they say. Those are the noises that come out of their face. They're just the things they do and the things they say. And it's not that important. Like, the words that other people say aren't that important. And I know it's easy to say, well, it's so easy to say that, right? But there really are just things that people say, right? You've got your own way of looking at the world, and you're now living the world on your own terms. You're not fighting to live in the world on somebody else's terms and feeling the rub of that every day and feeling the tension between what you're told is true and what you can plainly see is true. So you're now free of all of that. These other people are still in that space that you used to be in and aren't in anymore. So yeah, they're going to say stuff from time to time, which is complete nonsense, and it's going to rile you. It's going to rub against you in the wrong way, because that's just not how you look at reality anymore. So the best advice I can give about it is, try to ignore it. Try to see it as just people making silly noises, because those are the noises they make, and it's annoying. And it would be great if they made better noises, but unfortunately, they just quite often don't.
Elizabeth, do you have any people in your life who are close to you in your inner circle who are also non-believers?
I have my best friend is a Wiccan. That's the closest.
Okay, that's
she is a Wiccan.
Probably close enough. One thing I could suggest trying is have a conversation with her, like, hey, listen, I'm having to deal with this surgery again. It's kind of traumatic. All these Christians keep throwing Jesus in my face, and it's really not helping me deal with this emotionally. Do you mind if I kind of lean on you and talk to you for support, and just leave someone who can leave religion out of it, and just someone, a safe place for you to confide in? Because sometimes just talking about your problems, even if the person doesn't have solutions, they just listen. Sometimes that can help.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. And she is good at that, about leaving the religion out, because she knows how I feel, and she knows that I don't like the religion at all. And she does honor my belief.
Good. So yeah, try that. And like John said, at some point try to get to a place to where the religious stuff that's constantly thrown at you, I don't know if you remember the teacher on Charlie Brown, wah 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 wah. You know what I mean? Just kind of in one ear and out the other. Easier said than done, but if you can get to that place, it's it's a nice place to be.
And you're already getting lots of volunteers from our lovely friends in the chat of like people who would be happy to talk to you and hear you and stuff. That's what I love about this community. People just reach out to each other, want nothing in return, but just that's human kindness. That's what this stuff is all about. And I love the fact that it drives believers nuts to see non-believers just being every bit as compassionate and every bit as loving and every bit as kind and every bit as giving, and for no reason other than that's what they want to do, because that's what feels good to do when you're a human being. To help other people feels good. It's a good thing to do, not because of any reward, not because God said so, not because baby Jesus said you ought to do it, just because it's the right thing to do and it feels good. I love that. So
right,
yeah,
it baffles their mind as to why we would do it without a God.
Right. Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah, they can't understand sometimes how it can work that people can be non-believers and have productive, meaningful, loving, positive, joyous, happy, fulfilled lives without any of their myths. I watch people's minds get fried by it. They just refuse to believe that it can happen. I'm told someone must have hurt me. In fact, we're going to hear about that very shortly. Somebody must have hurt me really badly. Like, nope, nobody hurt me really badly. Like, I've got super loving parents. I've got amazing family and friends and a wonderful life. Nobody's hurt me. I've had my bumps, but everyone has their bumps in life. But yeah, you don't need Jesus to be happy. You don't need religion of any kind to be happy, to be fulfilled, to be intellectually fulfilled, emotionally fulfilled, to be loving, to be kind, to be altruistic, compassionate, empathic. All of these things are even better when you do them without a God. So yeah, we're here for you, Elizabeth. Whatever support you need in the way of talking or listening or anything like that, we're here. So feel free. You can always DM me if you need anything, and there's people in the chat already here, like reaching out to offer to talk to you if you need it.
Thank you, Dobbs. Really, I appreciate it.
All right. Take it easy. We'll speak soon.
Okay.
Take care. Bye. Okay. Let's get on to the next thing. So as promised, let's have a quick look at the bingo so we can get up to date with it. And you'll see there's quite a few calls. Let's have a little look and see what we've got. This is what I did the other day, and we ended up basically filling the board in one go. So Kif called Look at the Trees. Let's make sure that's not too loud. And PBG called Just Have Faith. I'm thinking about, by the way, I have to figure out how to do this, but I'm pretty sure I can do this. I think I'm going to try and re-engineer the bingo so that when I read them out, it also lists who was the active caller in that conversation, because quite often it relates to a conversation that might have been had maybe an hour or two ago, and it all feels a bit vague. So if I can say something like, PBG called Phil Bro Babble while we were speaking to Richard, then we know kind of what we're talking about. So PVG called Phil
That's a good idea.
I'm going to try and do that. It's a bit tricky, but I think I know how to do it. PVG called Philbro Babble. And newly minted mod Issa called Nothing Comes From Nothing. We definitely had that. PVG called that too, but it was a bit too late. Anonymous Pie called Crash Out. So here comes the Crash Out. I do like the Crash Out. And there it goes. And PVG called Crash Out as well, but just missed it. PVG called Read It in Context. And Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy. Did we have that? Have we had a Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy? I don't remember if we had.
We did have. It wasn't specifically Jesus, wasn't there? Because I brought up the prophecy about the earthquakes and.
True. Yeah, he did say, okay, we'll have that then. And no morality without God, of course. PVG's on fire today, and you can't prove God doesn't exist. Did we explicitly have that one? I can't remember.
I have not.
If we have.
I missed part of the show, so.
That was quite recently, but I'm not sure if anyone said that. I'm gonna hold fire on that, and on free will. Have we had free will? I think we might have done in the context of a discussion about belief, arguably with Shaquille. In fact, you could probably just fill in the whole bingo board and just put Shaquille's name next to all of it because he's that all over the map when he tries to focus on one thing.
That's right.
Let's just put we need a Shaquille square on the board. That would be funny. Okay. I think we will. I'm going to leave You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist off because I'm not sure we've legit had that one. So there we are. TikTok has again suspended gifting because it's ridiculous, but we don't mind about that. A couple more messages, and then we'll get onto the reaction video, and I'll explain to Sean what all of that is about. You're going to love it, Sean. It was quite good fun.
Okay.
Okay. So a couple more messages. Bethos says, John, give these people some slack. Jesus told them to have the mind of a child, and it shows. I get only following orders, I guess. Yeah, that's a fair point. And Fliverty Giblet says, I'm going to take you on my private jet and force you to binge all the David Tennant episodes, Clockwork Orange style, if necessary. Yeah, that private jet dude was weird, right? Who comes into a live stream to talk about religious belief and his opening line is, I'm very rich? You're either very full of it or you're like, you're way off piste in terms of like, read the room. Nobody cares if you're rich or not. That's completely irrelevant to anything we're talking about. Really weird. I think it was just trolling. Just a troll.
Yeah.
And Bethos said, logical apostate seems to be an honest guy who got fed a collective lie. I'm very sorry to hear that his family abandoned relationship. So am I. Yeah, it was hard to hear him talking about his family. And if you're still listening, Logical, we all hope you're doing all right. It was hard to hear some of that. And House 70 said, patient, I feel better. Doctor, I feel better. Doc, thank God. Doc thinking, what am I, chopped liver? I joke with you're welcome here and there. Flies over their heads right away. Yeah, I mean, I find it really distasteful when in the religious mindset, God inflicted someone with a disease or an illness, and then a bunch of human beings worked really, really, really hard, leveraging decades of expertise and training and skill to make that person better. And then everyone goes, thank God for that.
God.
Yeah, thank God for that. Not blame God for the illness. Just thank God for getting rid of the one he gave you that all the other people worked on to get rid of. I think it's pretty grim, actually. I find it quite offensive. And then just two more messages, and then we'll get on to the next bit. Bobby Ellis says, no one hurt me, and I've never been happier after leaving religion. Me too, except I haven't left. Please feel free to reach out, Elizabeth. That's amazing. Thank you, Bobby. That's really, really kind. I'm not sure how Elizabeth could reach out to you across the stream, but maybe if you both join the Discord, then that would be a way to create those connections. I'm feeling more and more positive about that as time goes on. And then finally, Anony said earthquake thing was an oopsie. Oh, okay, you're off the hook, Sean. Thought USGS was filtering. Nope, the quake was in Peru. There was one in Cali about half an hour before Sean prophesied. Ah, Sean, you're a fake prophet. You're prophesying the past.
I'm a failed prophet. I'm a failed prophet.
You're a failed
I didn't
prophet.
even know about the one that happened previous. That was just a coincidence. But
fair enough.
California gets lots of earthquakes. I mean, so
Yeah.
that goes to prove the point that I made.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and there is a standing prophecy. And one day there's going to be a big one, right? And of course they will. But to me, a prophecy that says there will be wars and rumors of wars. Show me a single.
Won't there be?
Show me a single hour in all of human history when that's not been true.
If they say there will be no more wars, that would be something.
That would
be
be
impressive.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire world, we have 100-year period with no wars anywhere, or something like that. That would be impressive.
It would be awesome. And Holden in the YouTube chat, you're giving it large in there, my friend. Just come up here and have a conversation with us. That would be completely fine. We're always polite. We're always respectful, and you'll have your say. You'll have an opportunity to say all the things you're saying in there. But if you prefer not to, that's also okay. But we would love to talk to you about your views. But in the meantime, before we do anything like that, so Sean, I had someone stitch a couple of my videos on TikTok, and I found myself laughing at the responses, and I found myself reaching for the keyboard to type a response back to these stitches, and I stopped myself and thought it might be fun if, rather than doing that, or rather than even filming a response video to these stitches, that I brought them in to the live and do a kind of real-time live reaction video. So I did this on the last one when you weren't here, and it was quite funny, and I had a really good time doing it. So I thought it might be fun to do it with his other video. So hopefully this is going to work now. Hopefully it's all going to be okay and work technically. Let's see if it will. I think it will. Here we go.
All the fathers
Here we go.
across all of human history.
So that's my video that he's about to react to.
The agony.
Oh, here we go again.
I don't hear any sound.
Can you guys all hear it? On the TikTok, can you hear the sound from the video? You should have heard a little clip of me and then a clip of the guy. T-Dub hears it, and YouTube guys, you can all hear it, can't you? Because it's being piped out through OBS, so you'll definitely be getting it. Just make sure, just wait for a reply to come back from YouTube. And Sean, you're listening on TikTok,
I'll try
right?
unmuting. I'm listening on TikTok, but I can try unmuting video.
Well, I've just muted you on video because this isn't going. This won't be going anywhere near video. So if you
I meant turning on the sound on video. That's what.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, hopefully this will work. I'll go back a little bit and then play it again. Here we go.
Suffered the agony.
That hasn't worked.
Oh, here we go again.
There we go.
Man,
no sound for me still.
All right. Hold fire.
Really do.
Right. I'm going to have to restart this because now that I restarted it like that, it's messed it up. So I've got to start and play it again. 2 seconds. Let's try this again. 2 seconds, everyone. It should work in just a moment. It's very unforgiving, OBS, if you start playing a video and then stop it and try and start it again in that way. Hopefully we'll get it now. Okay.
Of all the fathers
Here we go.
across all of human history who have suffered the agony.
Oh, here we go again. This dude.
Hang on a second. Now people are saying no sound at all. Can you guys not hear me? I'm not sure what's happening here. No sound here.
As a guest, I can hear you, but not the video. Now, what I can do as an option is drop down as a regular viewer and then come back up.
Yeah, just for a moment, do that, and then we'll bring you straight back in. It's obviously not routing it through to you as a guest. And can I just double check on YouTube? You hear it all on YouTube, but the video is low. Okay, I can push that up a little bit. Okay, so for the third time lucky, I just need to do the little trick to get it to reset itself, and then it will work hopefully, and we'll be up and running. Here it comes. There we go. Right, here we go.
Of all the fathers across all of human history who have suffered the agony.
Oh, here we go again. This dude. seriously, man, you really need prayer.
I need prayer, apparently. Badly.
You really do. And the scary thing is that you are literally talking evil.
I'm talking evil. Evil.
And yet you say you don't believe in God, and you believe that God is, well, actually you are acknowledging God, because you're saying that God is the cause of all harm and destruction and murder and all this lot and unaliving in society.
It's amazing to me how many people make this exact mistake, and then they think they've discovered like the ultimate flex. Oh, you say you don't believe in God, and then you're blaming him for all the evils in the world, as if it's never occurred to us or anyone else that you can kind of do an internal critique, right? You can say, obviously I don't believe in the God, but let's look at the moral character of the God that you guys claim to believe in. This is not a flex.
But then on the other hand, you're saying there isn't a God and there's no proof of a God.
Correct, because there isn't.
You're kind of contradicting yourself a little bit.
Not really.
A lot, actually.
Not really.
So, just looking at your smile really scares me.
My smile scares him. My mother told me I have a nice smile. My friends tell me I have a nice smile. I don't think I have a scary smile. I mean, maybe I do. Maybe I need to work on it to make it less frightening. How do I make my smile less frightening? I'm going to have to work on that. This is going to keep me up tonight. I'm going to be lying in bed, unable to sleep, trying to think, how do I make my smile less scary? And I'm going to stand in front of a mirror, practicing less frightening smiles.
It's almost like a smile that a demon would do.
It's a smile that a demon would do, or a demon, as he says. Okay.
A demon who is enjoying slanting God.
Slanting.
And Jesus.
And Jesus. I love slanting them.
Like you're mocking him.
That's definitely true.
The way you look down, you've got this...
Look at him right now. Do I look like that? I mean, if I do, that is, to be fair to him, that would be a problem. If that's the look. I don't think that's the look.
You're like that in most of your videos. I don't know who hurt you.
Really, as I've said to you before, no one hurt me. I've had a wonderful life. I'm so lucky. No one hurt me.
I really don't. But someone has.
No.
Someone's hurt you badly.
Actually, to be fair, when I was 17 years old, I had a girlfriend called Sarah, and we saw each other for about 3 months, and she left me for a taller, better-looking guy called Matthew, and that did hurt me, to be fair. That was quite bad. That really sucked.
I don't know who it is.
It was Sarah.
But what you're talking about is just not okay.
It's not okay.
It's not okay. Because
Not okay.
You're throwing out there that if there's no God, there's no heaven. If there's no heaven, there's no Jesus. No Jesus, there's no religion.
Now you're starting to get it. Maybe this is the penny dropping. Keep going, keep going.
And you can't define someone or not believe in someone who has literally created the earth that you live on.
Watch me. We're not endowed with a fast mind, apparently.
And that you believe in the Big Bang. I'm sorry, no. Like when people said that the earth was flat, like when people would say that monkeys became humans, like
Hands up if you're a person who says that monkeys became human. Oh, look. No hands. No one says that. No one says that. Amazing.
like people would say all these things are just not true.
Get to the point, dude.
So clearly you've read the Bible.
A little bit, yeah.
Because you seem to have all the facts.
Some of them.
But at least that's proof.
Proof of... Oh,
You're
sorry.
denying him.
Are we keeping you up?
You're reading the proof there and there.
I know. How amazing is it that anyone could read the Bible and not be gullible enough to believe every word? It's astonishing.
In that book.
In that book, yeah. It's shocking, isn't it?
God doesn't condone anything that goes on bad in this world.
I'm sorry? God doesn't condone anything bad that goes on in this world. He's just powerless to stop it, isn't he? We had this last time, didn't we? Completely powerless. He would love to intervene to sort things out. He would really love for a few less than 3 million children a year to die of starvation, but he just can't do it. He's just that ineffective. He just can't make a difference to anything. You know, he's awfully sorry. The management regrets to inform you that we're very, very sorry about the current state of affairs, but currently are unable to effect any solutions right now. We thank you for your understanding.
He doesn't.
Get to the
like
point,
I said
dude.
in my previous video with you in it.
Yes, we love that one.
I said to you that humans have free will, and free will means they can do how they like.
And as we explained last time, free will doesn't get you very far when trying to understand 6-month-old babies with leukemia. Free will doesn't have an enormous amount of explanatory power when it comes to that particular problem.
If they want to follow the right path or not.
Those bad babies.
But that's all I have to say for now, because I can't be bothered with it.
You can't be bothered with it.
You really are a danger to TikTok and religion.
I'm a danger to TikTok and religion. That has to be on a t-shirt, surely. A danger to TikTok and religion. That's my favourite line of the whole video. I actually forgot that he said that at the end. I had watched it a couple of times, but I forgot that he says that.
Itself, because I really am not liking what I'm seeing on your videos.
He's not liking them. And yet he continues to watch them and respond to them, which is always the way. It's amazingly amusing.
I'm just saying it how it is.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
I love you. I forgive you. I pray for you.
Oh, amazing.
But you scare the bejesus out of me. That's what I have to say.
There you go. I scared the bejesus out of him. He loves me. He forgives me. He prays for me. But I'm very, very frightening, apparently. I have the wrong type of smile, and I scare the bejesus out of him. I did message him before I did the other one to say that I was going to be responding to it on the live stream, but I suspect he may not. He possibly didn't see that. But maybe he'll see this at some point, and I hope he feels that I gave his critique the respect that it deserved. Let's bring Sean back in, and let's see. Do we have any other guests? That was wild, wasn't it, Sean?
Oh, it was. So I was writing down, doing my due diligence. Okay, so starting off, first of all, he made absolutely zero rebuttals against the video he was responding to, your argument in it, etc. Zero. Yeah. So we have, you need prayer. You're talking evil. You're acknowledging God by saying God is bad, which, you addressed all this. Smile that a demon would do, who is slanting God. I think the word you're looking for, a guy, is slandering God. the way you look, who hurt you. It just goes on and on. I gotta say, it's still a danger to TikTok and religion. I love that quote. It's my second favorite quote so far, right behind that gentleman who called Dr. Dig
Science Witch Woman.
evil. Yeah, the evil science witch woman or something like that. I love that.
That was the best.
We got to put that on a mug and like give her a complimentary mug or something.
Yeah, I am going to do that. I legit am. I know I mentioned it before. My merch store has ground to a halt. I just haven't been able to build it out yet, but I promise I will. And evil science witch woman is going in there when that happens. But yeah, a menace to TikTok, and was it menace to TikTok and religion? I would wear that proudly.
He said you're a danger to TikTok and religion.
A danger.
If you're a danger to religion, hey, hats off to you, John.
It's granting me quite a lot of power, isn't it? It definitely is. I think that's pretty wild. So all I can say is, look, I'm just desperately hoping he makes more, because I loved it.
Are there other response videos? Like it never even dawned on me that because I watch a lot of like stitched response videos for different people. It never dawned on me that some people might be doing response videos to you.
Yeah.
Has there been others?
Yeah, there have been a few. Yeah. Not that many, but there have been a few. There was
higher tier, like any better ones.
I mean, to be honest, they're all fairly poor. I mean, that's a very low bar. But there was a guy who was a pastor. He called himself a pastor, and he made one in response to me saying that evolution explains empathy, explains why we might have empathy. And then I responded to that, and we had a few back and forths. But no, mainly low tier, to be fair. We've got Godless Engineer in the queue. We've got to bring John in right now. Huge respect for Godless Engineer in the house. John, how are you, friend?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I requested up because I get the the bragging that you were just doing, but I feel like I have one up on you. And that's I almost made Ray Comfort vomit, and I feel like that should be some bar.
That I can't even come close to that. Tell us how that happened, and were there any bananas involved?
I guess kind of, sort of. So what happened was he put out this call for people to like email him to like come on to his show to be interviewed or whatnot. So I emailed him, and basically we talked in an interview and everything, and it went really well. Like, we had a good conversation, but then he put out this video, and I believe it's still on his Living Waters YouTube channel, and it's called The Amazing Atheist, right? And it pits me against this other atheist. And so the other atheist was the good atheist, right? He is like the nice atheist, the atheist that wants to get to know, like, faith and religious people and everything like that. And then I'm the evil atheist. I'm the bad guy in the movie, right? And so essentially, like, we had our conversation and everything like that. And then somebody on Ray Comfort's team went through my videos to see what responses I did of him. And do you know, John, I don't know if you've seen any of these, or Sean, I don't know if you've seen any of these, but those like those bullshit fake like $1,000 bills or whatnot that actually have some kind of like witnessing track or something on it.
Oh God, that sounds grim.
Yes. I saw something about I thought there were like $20 bills that were supposedly people were leaving them as tips, but the corner of it looks real. When you pull it out, it's like a biblical verse or something like that. I don't know if it's something similar to that in that vein.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. So he put out this Square video. There was like Square video stuff at the time, because this was years ago. But he put out this like this video where he's like hawking it, right, to people, like, go ahead, get this, and then you can witness to people by giving them a fake tip. And so I did a response to the video, except about halfway through the response to it, like I basically equated like praying and begging God for to fellatio, right? But I didn't just say it. I pantomimed it on video.
Oh my god!
Yeah, and
I actually love you. I actually
the,
do love you. I actually do love you, John.
and if you actually go and watch like the Ray Comfort video where I'm in it, it's called The Amazing Atheist on his channel. You go and you watch it. After like it has my part in it and everything like that, they do like a slow push in and twist on my face, and it's like, lo and behold, did I know that John would make such content that would almost make me vomit. And I think that it was pretty much just I pantomimed, giving fellatio, and I mean, like, apparently that was enough to make him vomit.
I thought he likes bananas, but
that is such a great story. What a claim to fame! I made Ray Comfort nearly puke. It's just untoppable.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I ought to retire now because I'm never going to top that.
Well, so what I got out of it, yeah, I'm sure you can. But what I got out of it was he sent me a fruit basket. It was like this Harry and David's fruit basket, and then he signed a copy of his Banana Man book, and he gave that to me. So I've got like a signed Banana Man thing where he like recounts like his big old troll on the whole community with his banana thing.
Wow, that's amazing that he's able to be that kind of, I don't know, kind of fourth wally about it. Like that's crazy that he would do that. So like, does he realize that that's all just BS then?
Well, he makes it out to be like he was like joking around about it. But I think that that's a retcon.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. No, I understand. Right.
I watched it in context, and he is absolutely lying. He had a lot of blowback on it, and he said he put it across like he was intending to be funny, but he wasn't. If you watch the video, watch the whole thing, watch the context, he just blundered and got made fun of for it, and he should have just owned it. But
yeah,
say lovey.
That's funny. Yeah, there was a point where I'm sure I heard some conversations between him and Matt D, and he didn't emerge well from them. He emerged pretty bruised, and he always tried to keep that friendly banter thing, but it was not good.
Yeah, I believe that on the Atheist Experience, I think that they blocked off an amount of time for him to call in and like have a phone debate with Matt one time, but
yeah, it was a long time ago. It was many years ago, but I remember seeing that, and he was sort of struggling to maintain the jovial, laughing, friendly thing. The cracks were showing a little bit, if I remember right.
What amazes me is that so many Christian apologists can gain notoriety, become well known, who just make such terrible arguments and even don't present them well. I mean, there are others like William Lane Craig, who we've always said makes the same bad arguments, but at least articulates them and delivers the arguments well. But there are so many like Ray Comfort and Darth Dawkins who practically become famous, and they're just awful. And I'm just like, how do these guys gain such high levels of notoriety? On the atheist side, it's maybe I'm a little bit biased. I'll admit that freely, but it seems the prominent names that come about make good arguments, present them well, and are quality content creators.
Yeah. Which I actually had a funny story. I don't know if you've got anybody in the queue, but
we good for a minute.
You got a funny story about Darth, huh?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so Darth, I got into this habit of making like apologist diss rap songs, and so I made one about Darth Dawkins, and it's actually on my TikTok channel here. And so I made one about Darth. And so when I started up my stream one time, I noticed that he immediately joined in and was listening. I made him listen to the entire diss rap, and then it was like, come on up. I want to hear, what do you think about it? And he came up there, and he immediately crashed out and left. And he's like, I'm blocking you. Bye.
Fantastic. Yeah, fantastic. He lasted all of about 2 minutes in here as well. Don't know if you ever saw the video when he came in here, but he had called me out on TikTok and described me as a
low information atheist. So I responded to his comment and I said, that's a testable hypothesis. Come on in. And so he had to come in, right? Because having had that happen, he would lose too much face by not coming. So in he came. But the moment he came in, he was looking for the exit. And so he started being massively disagreeable, demanding that I go on his channel and interrupting me all the time until I literally, he wouldn't let me finish a single sentence, like in my own live, right? So I had to mute him just to allow me to finish the sentence. And then he said, if you mute me again, you'll lose the opportunity to speak with me, which was absolutely hilarious. And then he interrupted me again and I muted him one more time and he left. And when I watched it back afterwards, it was really obvious. He was just looking for, he was looking for the excuse to leave from the moment he came in. And yeah, for those asking, he has called in, he has been in, and there is a video about it on YouTube, on my YouTube channel, and another video about the aftermath, because somebody kindly sent me the video of him going back into his own live immediately after that, and what he had to say about the encounter, and that's even funnier than the encounter. So yeah, if you're interested, just search my channel for Darth Dawkins. There's two videos of the man beclowning himself. It was hilarious. Yeah, but he's often to be spotted in here, lurking in the shadows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he loves to have his script and try to paint people in a corner, and when he can't do that, it's like he flounders and he just crashes out immediately.
Yeah. He's not equipped. Let's say he's not equipped to have the conversation properly. And Jay in the YouTube chat is saying, John Cohen says we don't need God, but isn't it funny that he never shuts up about God? Obsessive atheists. The thing is, Jay, I would not speak about God and I would not give it another second of thought if these ideas weren't so damaging and harmful and pervasive and caused so much suffering. That's the reason I don't make videos about there not being a Bigfoot or Loch Ness monster, because those ideas don't cause real harm in the world. But these ideas cause real harm, real trauma, real suffering. Yes, they help some people. Yes, belief and faith can be a benefit for people. Yes, it makes community. Yes, there's an upside. I grant all of that and always have. But the reason I'm motivated to do this is because there are people who are told that they are unworthy, that they deserve to be punished, that they deserve what's coming to them, and that it's okay to discriminate against them in the real world purely because they don't believe the same mumbo jumbo that you do. And that's why I do this. So sorry if that triggers you, but there you go. There you go. Well, John, thanks for coming up, mate. I think we've got a live together over on the other one, which is now escaping me. Skeptic Haven. Yeah, that's coming up, I think, in July, isn't it? Something like that.
I think so. Yeah,
something like that. Well, I'm really looking forward to doing that with you when the time comes. That'll be super fun. And in the meantime, it's always great to see you around. I love seeing your name pop in, so it's wonderful. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. No, I love listening in on your lives and everything like that. I just y'all were kind of bragging a little bit. I'm like, I've got something y'all can't top. So
well, you've definitely demonstrated that. I'm humbled. I am truly humbled. Yeah, made Ray Comfort puke. The best in the world ever. Thanks, friend.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, I'll let y'all go. I got to get back to work, and y'all have a nice day, okay?
And you, friend. Take it easy. Thanks. Take care. Bye. Amazing. John Gleason is an absolute legend, godless engineer. He's awesome. I've watched his stuff for a long time and long admired and respected him. So it's a super treat to have him in the crowd here.
Absolutely.
Okay. We've got Hassan, life coach. We'll bring Hassan in right now. And then we did have another... we had someone else in the TikTok queue who just dropped out. So yeah, if you're on TikTok and you want to come in, just hit request again and come back in. The queue, you won't need to queue too long. And similarly on the YouTube side, you know the link. It's posted abundantly in the chat now by my fine friends. So yeah, feel free, come in and say hi and tell me if you think we need God. I know that Hassan, life coach, thinks we don't need God. But it's good to see, friend. How are you?
I'm good. Are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. What's happening in your world?
I'm good. So far as this world is so beautiful, we don't have fight. We love each other and God. We are fine.
Good.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I believe in the topic. We don't need God. If you think you are raising a child and telling him or her, oh, you need to fear God, that is the way, you are doing it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You need to fear human beings to live long, not God. That is the reality.
Yeah.
And for you to say to a child, oh, you need God to do this, that's a big lie. It's a scam. Let the child understand that he or she has a purpose in life. And it will take discipline and common sense to achieve such a purpose. That is the only way.
Yeah. I mean, religious people would say that we do have a purpose and it's to serve God. But I don't see how that gets you a purpose. That's just like saying, you have a boss, or you've got homework to do, or you've got some, obligation that someone dumped on you. I don't think that's a purpose in life.
That is the scam we always talk about. Religion is a scam, and it is the worst and the biggest scam and the oldest scam in the world.
Yeah.
If African decided to love themselves more than Muhammad and Jesus, will that be a crime?
I mean, apparently so. Apparently so. I love it. Christie's just said, God creates purpose for those without imagination.
Yeah.
What a great line. I totally agree.
That's a great quote.
Superb.
Yes, if I ask the Muslims and the Christian, I'm an African, that's why I'm speaking from the African perspective.
Yeah.
So I am asking myself as an African, if we Africans decide to love ourselves more than God, more than Jesus and Muhammad, will that be a crime?
It's very. You need to you need to sit on the holy naughty step if you do that.
You know,
very bad.
In Africa, people are unaliving themselves to defend either Jesus or Muhammad, and that is not a crime to Christians or Muslims. So guess what? This is where the scam lies.
Yeah, yeah. The scam is liberally spread out. It lies in lots of places, but I definitely agree with you, Hassan, that teaching children about this stuff is completely unacceptable.
Put them on the track. Put them on the track, because for you to own a company, you must learn how to establish a company. And for you to get a capital to establish your own company, you have to work under somebody. That is the only way. That is life. It's a procedure from 1, 2, 3, 4. You can't jump from 1 to 10. So we have nothing to do with God. God has nothing to do with us. The moral standard, trust me, moral standard is how you view or see yourself and the world. If it happened that we don't have food today on this earth, it will become a norm to eat human flesh. Trust me.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we're on the same page here.
Exactly. So I just came here to support you. We want people to wake up. We need to love our world, ourselves, the animal, the plant, the earth more than an invisible God or prophet. That is the only way to guarantee the existence and the perpetuality of this earth.
I agree.
Anything than that is a scam.
You're saying words that we agree with. Thank you, Hassan. We appreciate. I always love the passion you bring, and I love that. So yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for coming in to talk to us, and it's always nice to see you around. So thank you, buddy. All the best. Take it easy. I love Hassan. One of the things he's spoken about in the past with just as much passion is these religions going into African nations and basically replacing the traditional cultures there with Islam or with Christianity, and children being given new names and abandoning their cultural heritage. And I totally understand why he would object to that kind of thing. Isa has just told me that we've added something like 30 members in the Discord since the stream began. That's absolutely fantastic. That is community building, people. That is what we love to see.
as I said before, like I'm quite new to Discord, and I'm learning my way slowly. I'm leaning on kind of figuring it out at my own pace, and Tracy and other friends who are in there are pushing this boulder up the hill for me, and I'm so grateful. But I think it's amazing that it's going to be a little place where we can hang out and be with each other and exchange views, thoughts, support, funny memes, silly things, recommendations, whatever it might be. I absolutely love that. So that fills me with joy. And the other thing that I'd like to start doing on there at some point is there are some incredibly talented people in this community. I'm thinking of people like Christy, absolutely incredible artist, poet, writer, and I'd like to start having some content on there from you guys as a place where you can express and share and enjoy each other's talents. I think that's absolutely amazing. So Move I Got This is saying, I watched the Darth video and you failed to mention that he wanted a deal. You come on my stream, I'll talk on your stream, and John was scared. So let me clarify what that's about in case anyone thinks I'm ignoring this message. So Darth's condition for talking was that I then go on his stream, and I actually refused to do it because there's a couple of reasons why. First of all, I don't need to give Darth Dawkins my audience. It's 10 times the size of his, and I don't need to do that. Secondly, he has developed a reputation over a decade for being incapable of carrying out a good faith conversation. He can't do it. His whole shtick, his entire brand, is trying to get you onto his kind of algorithmic conveyor belt, his sort of discussion tree that he's mapped out, where he can say, do you believe this or this? Giving you, for example, a fake dichotomy where there's a third option. But the moment you then refuse to go along with his shtick, he then accuses you of being obstructive and boots you and claims the win. This is how he works. Don't take my word for it. Just watch his stuff online. You'll see. That's all he can do. Now, the reason that's all he can do is because his arguments are shit. He doesn't have any. All he's got is pre-sup word games and nonsense. And he knows it. I'm convinced that he actually knows his arguments are rubbish. And that's why the only way he can prevail in these dialectics is by abusing basically the power of kicking and booting and all of that sort of stuff, and accusing his interlocutors of being obstructive because they don't buy into his framework that he's trying to impose, which is why the Shannon Q debate was such a catastrophe for him, because he didn't realize he'd walked into a situation where he wouldn't be able to do that, and the person who was moderating that debate didn't enable him to do that, and suddenly he was revealed like the Wizard of Oz, a silly little man with his pants down and his little wiener out, because that's how pathetic he looked. It was appallingly funny and pathetic. And so the reason why I had no interest in going on his live is I know that's what he'd do, and it wouldn't serve my interests in any way to be manipulated in that way. But you can watch my live. The people who watch my live will know, and who come to this channel will know, that people don't get muted because they're saying something I disagree with, or because they're failing to get on board with the algorithmic conveyor belt that I want to put them on. We have plenty of discussions on here where the mute button never gets used, ever, and people get room to speak. You saw me give it to Shaquille earlier. He wanted to say something, and I just sat back and I let him talk. And I even said to him afterwards, did I give you enough time to express what you were trying to say, or to answer the question I'd asked you? Did you need more time? I was ready to give him as much time as he needed. Darth Dawkins will never, ever do that, because he's terrified to do it, because in a proper dialectic, his arguments are shown up for what they are: vapid nonsense. So I hope I've responded to the claim of not telling the full story. Yes, he offered a deal. No, it wasn't a deal I had any interest whatsoever in taking. But me doing that gave him the pretext he needed to go bolting out of the door and running for the hills. Anytime he wants to come back here and debate his nonsense, I won't mute him. I'll let him have his say, but he won't do it because he knows his arguments won't hold up. So that's it. There we are. Right. Call queues are both empty right now. So if you're on TikTok and you want to come up, hit the request and you'll be in immediately, straight away, without delay. And on YouTube as well, you know the link. It's all over the chat. I'll put it in once more for you. There you go. Come on, little cat. Come and sit with me. This is my cat, everyone. She's very sweet. Did you guys remember the person who said a man with a cat is a red flag or something like that? It's like, okay. Men who like cats apparently are a problem for some section of the society. I don't get that because I think cats are awesome. And my cat sits on my knee most of the time, on my lap. When I'm streaming, pretty much all the time, I normally have her sitting on my lap. She went for a little walk now and she's come back again. So that's what she does. That's the secret of how I stay chill. People say to me, John, why are you so patient? How are you so patient? How do you not lose your crap with these people? I've got a cat. I've got a Burmese cat. Look, she's purring. Listen. Actual cat purrs. Who's not going to be chilled by that, right? So of course I'm going to keep my zen. That's how I do it. That's my super secret power. I'm going to be like, the moment I don't have a cat, I'm just going to transform into Matt D. You won't like it.
Do you have a preference, dogs versus cats? I like both, but I prefer dogs.
I love them both, and I used to have a dog, and I absolutely adored him, and sadly lost him a few years ago, and was absolutely heartbroken. I do love dogs, and I think that dogs give you a kind of love that cats don't. Like my cats are absolute floozies; they'll throw themselves at anyone. I think with a dog, you do get a kind of adoration from a dog, which is absolutely incredible. Someone asked, does the kitty like belly rubs? Yes, both my cats will let me turn them on their backs and tickle their bellies, and they love it. And that's a real sign of trust for a cat, because that's the most vulnerable position for a cat to be on their back with their belly exposed is super, super trusting. But yeah, they love it. My two cats are sisters, and they both love that. So yeah, that's after that amusing pet diversion, we seem to have a very good friend and long-time member, Amon-Ra, in the YouTube. I'm going to try and bring him in, and hopefully that's going to work okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Amon-Ra,
Okay,
great to speak to you, friend. How are you?
Yeah, we've spoken a few times in the past, and I wanted to help you out with some marketing, which we're still, I guess, working on.
We are indeed. Yeah.
For the audience, and just I watch a lot of shows, and I love John Gleason, who just came in, which is great. So fantastic that there's such a community there. The one thing I don't see on the videos, so I'm an atheist, of course, but do you think it's content creators like yourself, sort of like you can say you're a leader in some sense of a community? Is it if you were a leader of a religious community, especially Abrahamic religions, or at least Islam and Christianity, the big mantra is go out and make converts, and yet the atheist content creators don't as much encourage that. I wonder if we all should encourage each other to try to communicate better about our beliefs and challenge some of the religious beliefs that have been dominant in the legacy of our species.
Yeah, like a kind of atheistic 1 Peter 3:15, go forth and spread the word. I mean, the first thing is that I have to say, I never ever consider myself a leader in any way at all. I'm like a convener or a facilitator of just like, I come online and I start talking, and if people want to listen, they hang out, and that makes me really happy. And then a community forms of people, and I just watch it work, and I love it, and I feel amazingly privileged to sort of be a part of it. But I never have that sense of leadership in any way at all with this stuff, and I really mean that. That's not kind of false modesty, but I think I guess it depends on what the objective is. So like I never would take it on myself to go into, say, believer spaces and start being evangelical about this stuff, because for me that just feels a bit
off my mission, which is to legitimize honest non-belief and say, spread the word of legitimizing honest non-belief. And I do it in a slightly gentler way by just kind of setting up camp and then broadcasting and then hoping I'll be able to bring people in and they hear the message and it's helpful to them. And then they can go out into the world and speak to other people and say, well, belief isn't a choice. You can't, I love it when I hear people making these arguments now. Not that I'm suggesting I initiated them. There are people have been making them for a long time, but I'd like to think that the work we do here is playing some part in equipping people to go out and use this as one of the arguments. And I love that. But yeah, I would feel a bit weird kind of banging on the doors where we may not be wanted.
Yeah, understood. I wouldn't. It's not like converting for in religion. You're trying to convert someone because you think you're improving their life, obviously. And in our case, if everyone went out and just tried to communicate, I do try to communicate with people that I know that I have the ability to communicate with, in a nice manner. But just to expose the harm that's in these beliefs, the books mainly. I mean, the Bible and the Quran have, and most believers never read it, like you said, and just to show them, hey, look at this stuff is, your God that wrote this book is a monster. Just to have people understand that they're obvious. You can't deny that the things that are in these books are extremely harmful, and yet Christians and Muslims believe we need to form we need to be slaves to these books, exactly what they say, right? So that's the thing I think that needs to get out there more to kind of normalize not only atheism but also expose. This is the reason why we're atheists, obviously, in a lot of cases.
Totally agree with that. I was speaking to someone yesterday about like whether there's a difference. In fact, I was speaking to Joel about this, about whether there's a difference between like the approach of the new atheists when they started in 2004 or 5, whenever it was, and the kind of new crew that are coming up now, the Justins and the Ians and and
John Goins.
Well, I'd like to think so. I mean, I don't presume to count myself, among these amazing people, but it does feel good to be part of the community doing it. But whether there's like a significant difference, and whether there's been a shift in the approach, and I think there has. I think that there've been a couple of ways. It's like one shift is it's not just about rehashing the same old arguments over and over again. And let's have a discussion about why the cosmological argument fails, and let's have another discussion about why the teleological argument fails, and let's have another discussion about why this argument fails. That is great, and there's definitely a space for that in the discussion. But I think there's quite a lot of innovation now in this space. And you've got, Justin for me is the trailblazer of taking the Bible to them. There's no one who does it like him, and they don't know what to do with it because he knows their Bible way better than they do, way better. And like I get believers coming in here, we get believers coming in here, and I know some of the stuff better than they do, but not to the same extent that
Justin, he knows the Hebrew and everything else, so they don't.
Yeah.
They can't. Well, the original Hebrew, blah blah blah. So
they can't. They can't respond to him in any significant way. And then you've got people like Joel and Mezzo who are approaching it in a really really clever way, which is they're understanding the arguments, they're understanding the philosophy, they're understanding why the religious messages and religious logic fails. And then they're wrapping that up in a really irreverent, humorous, disarming response. So there's all the sort of puffed up, pious, self-righteous believers. And then you've got Joel just like talking about the God of the Gapes and just being like so irreverent and so silly with it. But there's a fierce, fierce intelligence underneath that, which I just think is absolutely superb. This is new. This is a new type of communication. This brings people in a way that maybe the old school new atheists, the kind of,
dare I say it, kind of the sort of the boring lot. As much as I loved them, I loved Harris and Dennett and all of that stuff. Amazing. But there's something fierce, I think, coming in out of this new movement. And I look at someone like Ian, absolutely ferocious debater. Like, you wouldn't want to be on the other side of a debate table from Ian. Like, no way. And so he brings a certain type of energy. And here where our whole shtick is the thing about belief and the involuntary nature of belief. So I think I'd like to think that we're kind of innovating and changing the comms a bit. And I think that's quite exciting.
Yeah, definitely your book is well worth the book you have, and the idea that belief is not a choice in some sense is innovative. That you're the one that's popularizing this, I think, more than I've seen others. So that's great. I just wanted to pop in. I'm at work, so I'm going to drop out, and I just wanted to say hi since the queues are empty anyways. And,
amazing.
Thanks a lot for the work you're doing. Thanks.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, friend. I have to say, Amon-Ra has been in touch with me. We've had a few discussions, and he has made the most incredible offer to help with financing the marketing of the book and the channel. And I'm humbled beyond words that he has made this approach. And he's really going to make a difference. Single-handedly, he's going to make a difference potentially to the reach of this when it comes out. So he is a complete hero. So big respect and thank you to Amon-Ra for that. That's absolutely incredible. Yes, right. Where were we? Do we need to check in on the bingo? Should we see what's going on with that? We might have had.
I wanted to add a couple more areas that I think are very important and becoming more prominent in these atheist spaces are the people credentialed in the sciences that are relevant to many of the theological arguments for God. So you have like Dr. Blitz. The constant, because it comes up quite a bit. The second law of thermodynamics proves a God, and they're bringing. We get a lot of non-scientists bringing science and throwing it at other non-scientists, and then we have these backs and forths where neither of us are experts, and you have the Forrest Valkais out there dealing with biology and everything else. And I think those are really important additions
for sure.
I'm an actual scientist. Here are the facts. And because the other side could throw a claim about science I'm not qualified to address. But I'm not going to, you're a plumber. I'm sorry, I'll listen to you about plumbing. I'm not going to listen to you about quantum mechanics.
Right.
I'm just not, so makes those discussions more fruitful.
But isn't it wild? Isn't it wild when you get a situation where, like, we've had Dr. Diggin here, holds a PhD in a relevant area. I mean, superb level of expertise and understanding of this stuff. And you'll get someone who knows less science than you could fit on the back of a cornflakes box, and I mean one of the little fun size ones.
Right.
And they'll still be lecturing her about how she's got it wrong. I find that absolutely wild. That kind of Dunning-Kruger hubris is completely craziness to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have Mokemeister. It looks like Mokemeister over on the YouTube side. So let's try and get Mokemeister in. I was going to update the bingo. We've only got one call on there, so it's not super urgent. I'm not running too far behind. Let's get Mokemeister in and see if this works. Mokemeister, can you hear me?
It does.
Yay!
I can hear you so well that I almost went deaf because my volume was all the way up with my headphones in my ears.
I'm sorry about that.
No, that's my fault. That's my fault. I'm very glad that it's coming in crystal clear. I just need to adjust the volume on my end, and I've already done so. Hello.
Hello.
I'm a bit. you just like the last guy. I'm at work, and I guess I can only pop in for a brief time. I would love to tune back into the show later down the road, maybe when I'm home alone on the weekend or something.
Sure.
And y'all are streaming on a Saturday. First of all, I'm the guy that asked if your cats like belly rubs.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're a friend. Yeah.
And yes, and and you moved on too quick to see my follow-up, which was, now you have to show us, John. I need evidence of your claim. I can't just choose you.
Next time, she's actually gone away, and when she comes back, I will demonstrate the belly rub in real time, as she won't mind at all. It's actually her sister. Her sister prefers the belly rubs than her, but she will do it. She'll totally let me. It's a really, really bad signal. We're getting lots of noise coming through, which I'm trying to cut out, but it's not working great.
Shoot, let me try and...
I think it might be a signal thing or something, but...
It could be. Let me also turn my Wi-Fi on.
Yeah, it's a combination of noise in the background, possibly, and maybe signal strength. But yeah, if you're indoors and
there was an airplane going overhead as well.
And that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Is this better? I'm now indoors.
Yeah, that does sound much better. Thank you.
I'm connected to the Wi-Fi, or at least I should be. Good. Cool. So yeah, I would love to tune in when I have more time to talk about all this stuff. I should. I've just realized I didn't actually say I believe yet. So, I have been an atheist for about a month now.
A month.
28.
Wow.
Believed my whole life up until recently, and these last couple of weeks I've been wondering how long I really didn't believe it. And it's wild having found your channel about a week after I either stopped believing or I accepted that I no longer believed, whichever one it actually was. Maybe I'll figure that out at some point down the road. Maybe I won't. But it's wild finding your channel and being able to listen to the same arguments from people who believe that I always heard. But even as a believer, I was always like, I don't know if that's a convincing argument for somebody like John. I did not know about your channel before I stopped believing. Let me be clear. I found you like a week after, but I knew why non-believers thought God was evil and stuff. It always just shocks me when someone's like, so you're saying God's evil. Now, why do you think that? I'm like, pretending. Surely you're just full of crap, right? Like, there's no way they've never heard anybody talk about this before. No way.
Dude, I have to say, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, and I desperately want to hear what you're saying, but the signal is still super bad. It's kind of roboting and kind of breaking up a bit. I don't know why. So if are you on a solid internet connection right now?
My Wi-Fi's on, but I just realized it didn't actually connect to the building's Wi-Fi. So let me try and fix that.
Sadly, it's making it really hard for us to hear what you're saying, and someone in the chat just said this guy's getting possessed by the devil. Said Tim. That's really funny. It did sound a little bit like that, and I really want to hear what you have to say, but it's unlistenable at the moment. I can try again. I can try my end.
It doesn't want to do.
Okay.
It doesn't want to the building's Wi-Fi. What's going on? Why did not connect?
Yeah, it's evil and bad. For some reason, I mean, maybe you could try dropping down and rejoining. Maybe if it's like resets the connection, it might improve it. But it's really, really bad. Do you want to try that? Try and hang up and come back in and see if it's any better.
My headphones just died.
Also, you need. I've been muted for a while now. I just realized it on the video side.
I just unmuted you because we were getting an echo before. So I'm muted now. Thanks, Sean. So he's just dropped out, but hopefully he comes back in because, I mean, 1 or 2 weeks in, that's super new. So I'd like to hear what he has to say. Okay, we're back in again. Let's see if it works better this time. How's that? Any better? And now we're not hearing it at all. So I don't know.
Robotic.
I'm not hearing it at all actually. So
I can hear it somewhat.
There we go. That's a bit
Sean
better.
can hear me.
There we go. Try again.
Oh, okay. It's still robotic, so yeah.
Let's try this once more. And last time I've just tried a different setting. Try this.
Well, now you're much quieter.
Say again.
It's
hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that sounded good. Test again.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, that's good now.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, cool. I guess I'm off speakerphone basically because now I have to hold the phone up to my ear to hear you.
Okay, but it's good. It sounds okay.
Well, that's fine with me. That's fine with me though, as long as I sound good. Yeah, like I guess the power of God was stopping my speech from getting through to y'all. But fortunately, the power of God is not all powerful. So
we defeated the Holy Spirit between us.
We have once again, human ingenuity has filled the God of the gaps.
That's the one.
Say.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's one. So was it a particular thing that made you start on that process of questioning, or was it just a gradual background?
Well, actually, it was back in 2016 when I was going to college that I suddenly, like, I had watched a number of, like, you know, he's not really, I mean, he'll tell you this too, but he's not really that relevant anymore. But T.J. Kirk, the Amazing Atheist, like the original, like, sort of, like, internet atheist. You know, I watched a lot of his videos, and, like, I responded, you know, maybe not by sending him death threats like a lot of people do, but as I watched him, you know, my eyes would always kind of glaze over, and then occasionally I would just go, no, to the screen, like, no, you're not right. But I didn't really have an answer for any of it. And then suddenly one day I was just like, what if he's right? And that scared me to death. And like I had a nervous breakdown.
Wow.
And I bet you'll never guess why it was so scary. It's, you know, you may have heard of this little theological doctrine where God is going to toss you into a lake full of lava forever and ever and ever if you don't believe in him when you die.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I mean, like, it wasn't just that. It was like, oh, someone's coming into the room. Hang on.
Yeah, say the Lord's Prayer quick.
I'd rather not.
No.
But yeah, like I was scared shitless of that, and I'd had panic attacks constantly. You know, and like this is something that, like, I think I'd want to discuss when I have more time, but like something like did happen that, like, I now recognize that it was just a coincidence. Like, I promise you that I'm not like, oh, hello. Sorry, hang on. Okay. I promise you that I am not pretending to not believe so I can, like, sneak in this, like, divine providence idea in the back door by you, right? But, like, something, like, happened which was, like, a mind-blowing coincidence, and I was like, well, the only explanation is that God like, that's a sign from God, right? So I believed for the next 5 years. Then it happened again as I was leaving college, and it was just as bad. There was, like, no happiness or joy left in the world for me. I was terrified, having panic attacks. And then, like, I became aware of Gary Habermas's minimal facts argument, which I now also know is bunk. Like, he's just kind of making up statistics or misrepresenting them. And then so, like, the first time I panicked about it was because of science. And funnily enough, I still don't really regard that as, like, a major roadblock to, like, believing things like this. If somebody can resolve that in their own mind, that's fine. The second time, though, was something much more substantial. It was the morality of, like, right-wingers who say, we're all Christians, you know, we're the party of God, and then they do all these horrible things, and they advocate for all these horrible things. And then this most recent time, it was just everything all at once. I was like, I kept having to say, that person's not really a Christian. That person's not really a Christian. Trump, you know, he's got his own cult. These people that worship him, they're not real Christians. And then at one point, I just had to say to myself, Ben, at what point does this become completely impossible to defend?
Yeah.
At what point are you going to be forced to say that you are the only real Christian on the entire planet? And then I realized every Christian already thinks that. This isn't something that like would be completely unique for someone to do. Everyone already has their own God. Everybody disagrees with every other Christian on something.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know, like, I had decided a long time ago that people keep coming in and out of this room. It's not like my private office or anything. Oh, hey, Mike. What's up? Sorry, I'm on the phone. Hey.
Everyone say hi to Mike.
Funnily enough, is somebody else coming? Funnily enough, it was a guy named Mike that got me to believe in the first place, but I digress. But yeah, like, I was like, I told myself 5 years ago, if I ever say it out loud to myself, then it's for real, and I know I don't believe. And then the day before Good Friday, I said it. I finally said it, and I was in denial for the rest of the evening, and then I accepted it the next day. I had a little talk with myself in the mirror. I said, none of this is true. And oh, dude, like, now that I'm finally not presupposing that this shit is true, it ain't true. Like, you just read it, read it, and you're like, wow, this is what it is.
Yeah.
This is what it is. And it's astonishing. And it's like like you reread some of the stuff that you like had to do mental gymnastics to justify before, and you're like, I don't remember this, even though I read it before. Like I accepted that this was okay for me. And it's like, wow, I barely remember that. Like my brain forcibly forgot it. I deleted it from my mind.
Yeah.
It sounds like you finally allowed yourself to be open-minded and contemplate, what if I'm actually wrong? And that's a really important step and a hard one for many people to cross. I find oftentimes in a theological discussion with a Christian or somebody of another faith is, if it turns out you are wrong about your religious beliefs, and let's just say there actually is no God in reality, just hypothetically, would you want to know it, or would you rather, even in that case, to continue believing? And you would be, sometimes you'll get a quick like, oh yeah, I would want to know. If there's no God, I want to know. Sometimes you'll get that, but very often they'll refuse to answer. I've had sometimes where they'll admit they wouldn't want to know, or they'll just avoid the question altogether, which is really interesting. If you take any of my beliefs, things I believe to be true, and ask me, if it turns out that's not true, would you want to know it? Immediately, yes, I would want to know it. But watch how often,
But the standard is different for the Bible.
Yeah, if you start asking that question
It's amazing.
to religious believers, watch how often you'll get an avoidance of answering the question. And that kind of tells you where their mind is at right there. They have the blocks on. They don't want to give genuine consideration to whether their religious beliefs are actually false.
Yeah, like, and you want to know something else that's interesting? I forgot to say it. The whole time that I've been planning on coming on a live stream eventually, I've wanted to say this, and I almost forgot to say it. So thank you, Sean, for reminding me. Like, I had to accept as well that someone else is coming into the room. Dang it. I'm sorry, I'm on the phone. Hi. This isn't the kind of conversation that your coworkers should overhear, right?
Of course.
But like, I had to accept at some point that, like, what I was scared of was not that it wasn't true. I was scared that it was true, and that I just wouldn't believe it when I died, and therefore would be punished eternally. I was like, real, then it's like the say. It's like, oh well. And I'm sorry, I meant to say atheist. Then I said ethist. But I was like, yeah, that's right. Like, if it's not true, then oh well. If it is true, we're fucked. And it is true. This was my mentality at the time. I was like, who cares if it makes no sense? It is true, and I have to believe it. I simply cannot take that risk. And I was like, I'm not. And yeah, I had to admit that. I was like, yeah, I'm not scared that it's not true. I'm scared that it is true, and that's a problem. That's really telling right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have to do
for the mind.
exactly, and we do this kind of negotiations with ourselves about what we feel ready to confront, and what are the implications of being honest with ourselves, and what are the implications of not being. And it's hard, but I mean, you definitely took the red pill. By the sounds of it, you red pilled hard, because like, isn't it interesting when you have that realization of, oh, hang on a minute, this is all bollocks, and then the same stuff. I had
that realization so many times over the years, and just didn't let myself think about it.
Yeah,
it's just don't, because I kept thinking like, no, it's different for this specifically. Like it feels different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's like, yeah, like it's like every single thing. Like sometimes I would think about how like in Star Wars, right? Like someone disses Vader to his face. They're like, "Don't try to frighten us with your sorcerer's ways, Lord Vader. Your sad devotion to that ancient religion has done nothing to conjure up the stolen debt." And then he just lifts up his hand and the guy starts choking. Instantly, everyone in that room is a believer.
That was pretty good, but that was pretty good, by the way. We all enjoyed that.
Yeah. Enough of this. Vader, release him. As you wish.
Very good. Very good.
I can do voice impressions. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, like instantaneously, everyone in that room is a believer. They all believe in the Force now because he just did that shit right in front of them. We can't do anything like that. No one's ever done anything like that, despite what the Bible claims.
Yeah.
Like no one's ever been able to demonstrate anything like that. And like, yeah, it's like you do eventually have to be like, okay, maybe the fact that like literally nothing in the Bible adds up. Maybe the fact that you've never seen God and no one has. Maybe the fact that prayer conflicts with the idea of a divine plan that can't be subverted. Maybe all the pain and the suffering and the scientific inaccuracies that are found in these texts. Maybe that's telling you something.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I love the zeal of the newly
That's it.
deconverted. I love this. And just like enjoy the fact that you're mentally free now. You don't, you as Sean says, you don't have the fear shackles.
Yeah.
And there's no like prescribed
Yeah, so
timeline for
there's
where
like-
you need to be about what. You just explore the world now with genuine intellectual freedom and feel the wonder at the things that make you feel wonder, but don't feel that there's nothing you're obligated to accept or believe or keep or reject or anything. It's brilliant. That is real freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah, it feels pretty nice. It really does. And I haven't actually been scared of hell. And it's funny, the last few days leading up to it, I wasn't scared of hell. I was more thinking about like, this is not a change I want to make on myself. Like, I don't want to lose this part of my own self, which I also read is a common feeling amongst people who are about to stop believing. They're like, no, but I am this. I don't want to not be this.
Yeah.
And you think about your family, like, how are they going to react? And my parents know, by the way, and so does my wife. They're all cool. That they're like, yeah, we love you, and they haven't done anything to me that would make me think otherwise. Not yet.
Good for you. That's great. That's great to hear.
Right, and that's a relief. My brothers don't know. I'll tell them when I think there's a good opportunity or a good reason to tell them. I don't really see any reason to tell them yet.
Your beliefs are your business. You don't owe other people an audit of all the things about reality that you think are true. So yeah, for sure. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for coming up. I'm really, really glad you did, and I'm really glad that if this channel or others like it are helpful to you as you settle into your kind of new way of being, then that's awesome. Come here and get the community and the vibes and the celebration of genuine like intellectual freedom. That is something to celebrate.
Yeah, for
so
real.
I'm really happy for you. That's awesome stuff.
Yeah, and when I'm by myself and I have more time, I would like to come back on the stream. We talked for a lot longer than I thought I was going to get to, but but like I would love to come back on the stream and actually like discuss further stuff that like and explore the psychology of like a guy who used to believe. I mean, I'm sure you get a lot of them. I haven't ever watched a full live stream of yours because like they're just so long, but the fact, I mean, you and Sean, man, y'all are troopers slugging it out for so many hours on live streams
Thank
like
you.
this.
We enjoy it.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, like there's like a lot of Bible verses I'd like to go over with y'all and be like,
Anytime.
when I believed, you would not believe how I rationalized this shit.
That might be quite fun to do. Yeah. So come back another time
would
and
be
we'll
fun,
we'll
yeah.
pick some stuff and do that. That could be fun to do.
For sure. Yeah. Thank y'all for
All
having
right,
me
buddy.
on.
All right, friend. All the best.
God bless you. Just kidding.
Just kidding. Excellent. Take it easy. Have fun. Take care. Take
All
care.
right. Yeah. No, for real. I wish y'all the best. All right.
Thanks.
Take care and rub your cat's belly.
Always. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye.
Of course. Bye.
Okay. Yeah. Well, big win for him. Big win for him. I love that. I love that energy and good for him. And that was the best Star Wars impression I've heard in quite some time. That was disarmingly good. Okay. We're going to get... We'll get Fro in a minute, returning to speak to us again. But I just have to catch up with some of the messages because otherwise I'm neglecting the fact that people have taken the time to send these in. So let's get through these so they don't back up too much. So Tim said, to me, Baker, as in Tom Baker, is the Doctor. Tennant, best regeneration. Like Keaton, best Batman. Kilmer, best Bruce. Bale, best both. Bale, best both. Okay, yeah, I can get that. Yeah, I really liked Tom Baker. Definitely dates me, but I definitely like Tom Baker and his big crazy googly eyes and his wild hat and scarf and stuff. Yeah, he is the Doctor for me. I quite like Tim Davidson as well. And Mike, good to see Mike. Mike Bowen says, a priest, a pastor, and a rabbit walk into a bar. I know this one and I love it. The priest orders a beer, the pastor orders a water, and the rabbit says, I think I'm a typo. Think about it. I love that one. And PBG, John in my head, Sean looks like Maven, the former wrestler, and you remind me of Ryan Reynolds. Well, I guess thank you. And I can't comment about Maven for Sean, but Sean is a fine-looking fellow, so hopefully that's a good thing. And Tim says, a juggler is watched by an American, French, Spanish, and a German. The juggler asked, can even one see? They say, yes, we see. Yeah. Oh, yes, we see. Oh my God. Who designed that? That's both beautiful and horrific all at once. Thank you, Tim. They never end. Just a quick sound check. Sean, are you here with us on the TikTok side?
Yes, I got you.
Just wanted to
I'm
make
just
sure
muted so I don't make a bunch of background noise here.
Awesome. Yeah, just wanted to make sure you were still there. And Ocean Willow says, hey, John, I want to hear more about the chair you're designing with spaghetti strands for legs. That sounds awesome. I'd buy one. Now, I used this as an example in another discussion, didn't I, about, I can't quite remember what the context was, and someone might have to remind me, but I remember chuckling to myself afterwards at the imagery of it. Was I trying to use it as an example of something that, as something you could do? That
I think it was silly, like having.
It was silly. That's what it was. Thank you. Yeah. It was something that would just be an obvious example of silliness.
It's amazing how often any adjective. Well, what is your objective standard for silly? Like they take the moral argument and like just apply it to any adjective, and that in itself is silly.
That is in itself is silly because we all know what it means. Really, stop being silly. Okay, just a few more, and then we'll get Fro in. Godwin, no, not Godwin. Sorry, Bethos said John does have a nice smile, and F Sarah. Oh, thank you. That I really appreciate that, Bethos. Thank you. I bear no ill will to Sarah at all, and in fact, we reconnected later and became friends, and I forgave her for jilting me and breaking my heart so viciously. There we are. And Mike said, "Reason is chasing this TikToker, but he is faster." Yeah, I think that applies to a few, doesn't it? Who seem to run away from reason with fast shoes. And helping Maga deconstruct, great to see you in. Thank you so much. Dang, Puff is sorry for her hurting you, John. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. You guys are getting the feels for like teenage broken-hearted me. I felt very sorry for myself. I was very, very sad. And then just a couple more, and then we'll move on. Tim said, we see ya. Yeah, explaining it just in case we didn't see it. And Mike Ellison said, honoring the gentleman paving the way to be dangerous to religion. Oh, well, I really appreciate that, Mike. Thank you for the honor. Thank you for the donation, and thank you for that. I guess being dangerous to religion is not a bad thing, right? I definitely need to do that T-shirt. What was the phrasing again, Sean? Because you wrote it down, and I've forgotten it now. It was like dangerous to TikTok or something.
Oh, I have it written down. A danger to TikTok and religion.
I love that.
I love that quote. It's my second favorite of all time.
Yeah, it is absolutely rocking. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest of the messages for a little bit later on, so we don't keep people waiting too long. We are going to get, as promised, Fro in, and then we've got Christy is back up, and we've got Colt
cult of logic as well. So we'll deal with everyone in turn. So for now, over to the YouTube side, and we're bringing in Flo, who we spoke to a few days ago. Hey Flo, how you doing?
Fro.
Oh, Fro. Yes, I did say Fro. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mispronounce that and write it in. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't really care. It's I will do what Jesus can't forgive you.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get that wrong. I actually wrote it down wrong. There we go. Fro, and of course you are Fro. Welcome back. How are you?
Yes, I'm doing better than last time we spoke.
Can I clarify this for everyone who may not have heard? So there's a couple of things to hit here, just to make sure we cover the bases here properly. So Fro came in, and you did kind of describe yourself kind of as a believer, and then sort of in the course of the conversation, you indicated that you were kind of leaning towards trying to convert away from belief, and we had what I think was a good and productive conversation. I certainly enjoyed it very much, and there has been a bit of concern, Fro, about your engagement with Dr. Blitz, possibly subsequent to that.
I heard that, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to misunderstand that. So, do you want to give us
speaking about that at all?
What's your perspective on that? Because
I disagreed with his prompt that flat Earth is dead, and that was why I wanted to talk to him.
Okay, and is that because you think that flat Earth is a viable thing, or you just you agree it's bullshit? You just don't think it's dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. If that's the extent of the disagreement.
I went up there to talk to him about the prompt he had on screen. He had no interest in it, so we didn't really talk.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying it.
I think it's a silly prompt, because if you say that, it's a little like I would say that. I'm trying to think of something silly. My bathtub is empty. And I don't clarify what I mean with my bathtub is empty. I think the prompt saying that flat Earth is dead is silly, because it's clearly not dead if people are discussing it.
I'll tell you something though, Fro. Sorry, Sean. Do you want to come in? Because I was going to make a very quick point.
When people communicate ideas, it's important to understand what they mean by words. I would presume when he says flat Earth is dead, he doesn't mean nobody believes in flat Earth anymore. There's always going to be some people who believe in flat Earth, just that the evidence is so overwhelming that as a concept, it's epistemologically dead, meaning it's just, if you apply sound reasoning, it is therefore dead. But it's not to say that flat earthism isn't still a thing.
And the other thing I would add to the conversation is, it's a real challenge trying to make sure that you can get a balance between being authentic with what you're trying to say online and framing your kind of shop window in a way that's going to generate engagement. So like some of my topics sometimes are a little clickbaity. I might say, God is evil, or I mean, that's true. We all know that. But God is silly, or stuff like that. But the point is, I'm trying to put something out there that's going to make people come in, so we can have conversations, either in agreement or disagreement.
But that's why I wanted to talk to him, but he wasn't interested in that conversation, so we didn't really talk. Yeah,
fair enough. Okay.
I wanted to talk to him about the title. He wasn't interested in it, and that's why I joined.
Okay,
so,
good. Okay, well, we can move on from that then. How are you doing with your views on
deconversion?
Yeah, with your deconversion, with your journey towards the light.
I'm seeing the light.
Yeah.
No. It's getting better. I think one of the things I've stopped doing lately is I stopped feeling shame of things that feels good.
Yeah.
And that has been a very big.
That's awesome.
Big step for me. It's something I talk to my psychiatrist a lot about. The guilt I felt for masturbation or watching porn or whatever. It was very high on my list on things I talked a lot about to God about, and I felt very dirty. I don't know. Did you hear when you grew up that you would have hair in your hands if you masturbated too much? Was that something your parents told you?
I was very lucky. My parents were very cool and never kind of tried to put any silly beliefs like that, on me. I was given an environment of like unconditional loving acceptance from my parents, which is why I always chuckle when people say, "Oh, something must have hurt you so badly for you to." It's like, no, actually, I had and continue to have incredibly loving parents, and I couldn't have asked for anything better than them. So I was really lucky in that way, and that they never took it on themselves to, threaten me with any nonsense about anything. So no, I haven't lived anything like that.
Yeah.
But,
I heard that it was largely a joke as a kid.
Yeah.
Hey, did you know if you, I don't know if you could say the M word on TikTok, but if you do this, you'll end up with hair on your palms. And then when the person looks at their palm, you say, got you. That was sort of a running joke. But I actually went through a similar thing. I was raised by a great grandmother and great aunt, and they had talked about those sorts of things, the lustful thoughts, the things you do about the lustful thoughts. And I actually had a fear, without sharing too much explicitly. There was a short period where I was worried about going to hell because I would keep doing it, and later realized that that's just all silly, etc. But for a kid at my age, about to go through puberty and everything, it was actually somewhat traumatic. But fortunately, it didn't last long, and that went away. But I would have been better off with secular parents that had more adult notions of human sexuality and the implications of them to have mentored me about like my growing process into puberty than religious zealots. I would have certainly have benefited from that.
Right. I'm going to tell a story I have never ever told anybody. So this is pretty big for me. I went to gay conversion therapy.
Oh man, I'm so sorry.
I'm pansexual myself.
Okay.
But I had for a period of 3-4 years, I was romantically interested in a man, and I went to gay conversion therapy because of that.
That's
it's
heartbreaking.
It's nothing I really like to talk about because it was one of the worst moments of my life.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I don't know if anybody has heard of what they do, but for example, like one of the worst terrible experiments they did was they put on gay porn, then they put a spoon into your mouth, make sure that you gag, and make you watch the gay porn while you gag on the spoon.
I mean,
So
people should go to prison for that, as far as I'm concerned.
That is one of the reason that is one of the they tried to make it revolting for you to have those things, and it is.
I'm so sorry, Fro. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's absolutely appalling. Really,
that is unequivocally abuse by any sensible definition of the word.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry you went through that. That's just awful. I mean, I knew it was harmful. I never really read up on the details as to how they quote unquote convert people.
No, that's one of the things they did.
Yeah.
PVG saying, "How is that legal? It shouldn't be legal." I mean, it's insane. It's insane that that's a thing.
Especially, were you a minor at the time?
I was 16. Yeah.
So they were actually showing minors graphic materials.
That
and
is-
then,
Now I will say this, that the sexual age in Norway is 16. So
okay, yeah,
I
got
wasn't a minor. Yeah.
Okay,
But
so
legally speaking.
legally, you might they
Legally
might have
speaking.
they might have been on the right side of the legal line by a
Yes.
millimeter.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but ethically, that is absolutely unforgivable, and I still think it's abuse.
They did worse things than that, but that's one of the only things I have the courage to tell you about. But that was abysmal. It was really, really hard.
I'm really sorry you went through that, man. I really
A lot of laying of hands and praying and things like that. But yeah, after those 2 weeks I was in gay conversion therapy, I never been so depressed in my entire life.
Yeah.
Yeah, just incredibly hard. And it was done by the Mormon Church as well. Because they were one of the very, 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 very few that was allowed to do that back then.
It's absolutely
It's illegal in
appalling.
Norway now, by the way.
Yeah, I mean that. Okay, so that's a type of progress, right? But it just makes me so sad that what it tells someone is you're not good enough how you are. That's it. And what that is like almost the most cruel thing that you could say to a human being. Like it's hard to imagine of a worse message you could give to anyone, worse than you're not good enough how you are. It's unspeakably cruel. Whether it's wrapped in religious messaging or any other kind of bigotry, happens for lots of different reasons, right? Whether it's religious or otherwise, it just oh man, I'm so sorry, Fro, that you went through that.
No, this was many years ago. I'm 46 years now, so this is over 30 years ago. So I know that people are shocked that this happened in Scandinavia, but yeah, no, it did.
Yeah, bigots gonna bigot everywhere, I guess.
Bigots are going to bigot everywhere.
Yeah.
It surprised me. I just automatically assumed this must have been the USA.
Yeah.
Certainly Christian zealousy can end up becoming a culture anywhere.
The gay conversion therapy was not in itself in Norway, but it was paid by the bishop in Norway, so I don't know what that says.
Well, remember the Bible tells us it's an abomination, right? So God knows best, I guess.
I guess
you're lucky you weren't stoned. Yeah. I just need to read you a message that's just come through now. Liberty Giblets has just said, Fro, you're an amazing and strong as steel person. You have my ultimate admiration. So that's the sentiment that most people are sending your way right now. I think you know that.
I appreciate that. But it's a thing I used a lot of my grown life up with. I had a extremely abusive dad that beat the shit of me a lot as well. So I think I was so used to the abuse that it didn't even flinch when I got abused inside the church. Now later I look at it as abuse, but I think I was primed to it, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I really do. I really do.
Yeah.
Well, look, all I can say is, you're a walking example of how someone can go through the worst of this and end up kind of on the road to something better. And I think that's really inspiring.
I thought about it after you and me spoke last time. I listened back to what I said, and I could hear. It's weird to talk about myself in the third person, but I could hear the desperation in my voice. I hear it now as well, because I really want to convert out of this. And I think I said something to you last time we spoke that one of the things that keeps me away is the praying part and feeling guilty part. And
Yeah.
of course, my extreme fear of hell.
Yeah. And I remember what I said to you, Fro, is that that's so normal. It's super normal that that's one of the last things to go. But you are on the right track. The fact that we're even having these conversations, the fact that you've come back to continue this, and that you're thinking about it, and that you're post-processing it afterwards and listening back to the conversations and reflecting, all of those things are all data points about like you and your approach to this. And I know that you're going to be all right. I know that you're on the right track, and you're heading in the right direction.
It feels like I'm in the right direction.
Yeah,
I have days that I have bad days as well. But one of the things I wanted to ask you about is I have heard a lot of people like recommend books and things. What would you recommend a new atheist to read?
There's a few books that I always go to. I really like Dan Barker's books. I don't know if you've heard of Dan, but he was a fundamentalist evangelical for 20 years. He was an ordained minister, a couple of degrees in biblical theology, and he set out to try and better defend the faith by becoming better educated. So he started to read more broadly, and in the process of that, he moved along the spectrum from like very, very fundamentalist, biblical literalist, young earth, all of that stuff. He kind of moved along the spectrum, became a little bit more liberal in his interpretation, a little bit more. And this process took him 5 years. And at the end of 5 years, the way he puts it is he threw out the bathwater and realized there was no baby. And he he puts it beautifully, doesn't he? And he said he basically realized one day that he didn't believe a word of it. He didn't believe a word of it. And he wrote a letter to his congregation, his friends, his family, and he just said, "Look, I can't do this anymore. I have to be honest. This is the journey I've been on. This is where I am." And he lost most of his social group. He lost his social standing. All of that stuff. Wind the clock forward. He's a really, really well-respected writer and atheist. He's the co-president of the Freedom from Religion Foundation in America that do a lot of litigation around church-state issues. And his 2 books, the one that really sort of kind of tells the story of his deconversion, is called Losing Faith in Faith. It's a very, very good book. Losing Faith in Faith, and then his second book that he wrote later is more like a collection of essays where he's talking about the whole subject. Is called Godless. I standard. I recommend those books to anyone because they're brilliantly written. They're easy to read. He has a very, very informal conversational style. It's not dense and thick and heavy and hard to get through. It's not like reading a theology textbook or anything like that. It's really, you feel like he's just sitting with you having a discussion about his thinking and his experience. And he's a brilliant writer and communicator.
Have you by any chance read Frank Turk's I Don't Have Faith Enough to Be an Atheist?
Yeah, I think I might have like skim read it. All of those books. I read the Lee Strobels and I just find them pathetic. The apologetics are just rubbish. These are supposedly the big hitters, and they're just naff. I read C.S. Lewis, Mere Christianity, and everyone was like,
I love Mere Christianity.
Read this, it's amazing. I didn't think it was great. I thought it was like poorly argued. Yeah, the whole liar, lunatic, Lord thing was to me completely nonsense. A fantastic writer, obviously, but I don't think his arguments are sound or good. Rather. I have. I subjected myself to A Purpose-Driven Life, which was grim. A few of those books. I just think they're rubbish.
I actually appreciate Frank Turek unwittingly acknowledging that faith is a bad reason to believe something.
Yeah,
that's my takeaway. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
Yeah, I
Now,
like
I
that.
don't agree that it takes faith, but I do agree with you, or I should say him, that faith is a bad reason to believe something. Thank you for saying that out loud, Frank Turret.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think all of those guys, you know, Cliff Connect, I can never say his name, Connectly, whatever his name is. I just think it's extraordinary that these guys have supposedly risen to the top of the pile. You know, I have some grudging admiration for the guy you were speaking about earlier, Sean, who always does the kalam.
William Craig?
Yes, for Craig, thank you. Just because he's a really good communicator. He's a really polished orator, communicator. Apparently he's a very nice guy. You know, like, fine, I still think his arguments are poor. I still think his arguments rest on the same fallacies, faulty assumptions, unproven points, word games that everybody else is with. I just think he's really good at doing it. But to me, like the big hitters, remarkable to me that they are.
I was talking about that earlier with I forget his real name, but Godless Engineer.
Yeah, with John.
But about how some of these people have risen to prominence, it's just astounding to me.
Oh, the low bar bill thing is funny.
When I was younger, I remember reading a book called Good Morning, Holy Spirit by Benny Hinn.
Oh, God, Benny Hinn. It doesn't get much worse than that.
Yeah, no.
With his glowing white outfits. What a freak.
Yeah.
Horrible. Just horrible. I mean, Fro, just keep on doing what you're doing, friend. This is the way to do it. Is to just practice having a free mind, and before you know it, you'll realize you actually do have one.
Yeah. What about you, Sean? Do you have any books you want to recommend before I go?
It's brought up so I'll be honest with you, I have not read very many actual hard books. I'm more like the instant gratification. I'm curious about this thing regarding biology, and so I just do Google Scholar or whatever, and then I just kind of get my immediate what I'd like to learn about on the spot. I should start reading, like I'm probably missing out by not reading complete books written by great thinkers to get like more comprehensive perspectives from people. I could probably benefit from that.
Yeah. And of course, Fro, you have to read my book because it's really good.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to read John's book. That's for sure. And I've read some books, like the last book that wasn't fiction that I read is actually years ago. Al Franken's Lies and the Lying Liars Who Tell Them.
I love that book.
Oh, it was brilliant and quite true in my opinion in his analysis. He has a section in there, Supply Side Jesus, which actually pertains to our discussions. But Supply Side Jesus, have you read that book, John?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so Supply Side Jesus is basically they portray Jesus as the right-wing Christian conservative in America, not caring about the poor. Aren't you going to heal the lepers, Jesus? What about personal responsibility?
Oh, brilliant.
Brilliant. And it was this whole like cartoon section where they made it into like a comic sectioned off about, it's a really good book, but it's very, very dated, as opposed to modern politics or what have you.
Well,
Tell me more about your book, John.
Oh, well, my book is called Unconvinced, How Belief is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything. And it's really just making the argument that we always talk about here, that belief is not a thing you do, it's a thing that happens to you. You can't choose what to believe. And this is something that you should be thinking about on your journey now. You can't decide to believe something. You're either convinced of it or you're not. And so if you stop finding something convincing, that's it. You can't just decide to find something convincing that you don't find convincing. And so religious systems like Christianity and Islam that essentially criminalize not believing the correct things are morally incoherent because they're treating belief as if it's an action that you take, a volitional action, and it isn't. It's an experience you have. Belief is an experience you have, like being frightened or finding something funny. So
okay, I'm going to ask you a weird question. Do you believe in something strange? Like, do you believe in a conspiracy theory or anything like out of the ordinary?
I mean, I think the thing with like conspiracy theories is every now and again one of them is true. So you should always hold a space in your mind for the possibility that a given conspiracy theory might be true. But most of the time, they turn out not to be true. Most of the time, there's a simpler explanation. Most of the time, human beings are not great
at
at keeping.
British, so you have to believe that Diana was killed, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't believe that, and you know, there's no shortage in the world of conspiracy theories, and there's a thing that fuels the spread of conspiracy theories, which is that people get to feel special for knowing something that no one else knows, right? They get to feel like the secret inside people who know the real truth about something. We never really went to the moon, or this is, you know, the explanation for JFK, or Diana was, you know, whatever. And the fact is, most of the time, they're not true. Occasionally, they actually are true. Occasionally, they are true. And sometimes you never know. So, you know, one shouldn't be dogmatic about ruling them out and saying no conspiracy theories are true, but one should apply extra skepticism and be extra demanding for, you know, credible evidence, because it's so easy to put conspiracy theories out, and it's you know, it's so easy to fall for them because somebody makes a claim and they say, oh, well, this doesn't add up, therefore that. Most of the time, it's just not true. Yeah.
I remember a period of my life when I didn't believe in the moon landing.
Right.
And what it took for me was that I got a girlfriend that was extremely into science.
I'm sure that went well.
Yeah, super. And she said to me, do you really think that 2,000 people plus could keep a secret when one can't?
Exactly that. Exactly that. And I'll just give you, before we end it, because I want to get Christy back in, because Christy was requesting up again. So I want to bring Christy in, and then we're going to get Cult of Logic in, because they've been waiting ages. But the last thing I'll tell you is that the veneration of faith within religious traditions preconditions minds to be vulnerable to conspiracy theories and conspiratorial thinking, because it teaches people that belief in the absence of evidence is not just acceptable, that it's an obligation, that it's something to aspire to.
I think that's why MAGA is still alive, to be
100%.
Yeah.
MAGA, QAnon, anti-vax nonsense, all of that stuff stems from this idea that it is a virtue to accept things either without evidence or even in the face of evidence to the contrary. It isn't. It's bad epistemology. It's bad. It's fallacious reasoning, and so there's a connection between, you know, minds that have been primed for faith, where they say, look, I know it all doesn't make sense, but believe it anyway. You know, believe like a child. Just accept it, and treating that as like something to really reach for, and then leaving people vulnerable to, oh yeah, of course, we never really went to the moon, and this and that and all of that stuff. So
I was a huge Stanley Kubrick fan, so that's why I wasn't believing it.
Well, I like Stanley Kubrick too. Yeah.
There's a fake documentary out on YouTube called The Dark Side of the Moon, where the theory is that he filmed the moon
it was
landing.
About, wasn't it about
Pink Floyd? No.
Oh no, not Pink Floyd. I was thinking, wasn't there was an amazing documentary about Hearts of Darkness?
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking of. But no, I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I'm thinking of that.
Yes.
But Fro, we're gonna move it on. But come back and let us know how you're getting on. We're all rooting for you. We really are.
Yeah.
I'm glad we cleared up the issue with with Blitz. I think, you know, don't worry about that. If you're worried about someone using the wrong title in their live stream, don't worry about it. But keep on going on the road you're on.
I just want to talk to him about it because I didn't really understand why he said it was dead, and then he explained it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay.
But good for
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Keep going
Okay.
and come back if you
Bye.
need us. We got you on this. All right. Take
Okay,
it easy.
take care. Bye.
Thanks, Fro. Okay. Back to the plan. We are going to get in Christy right now, and then Cult of Logic, and then we'll see where we're at. Come on, TikTok. You can do it. There we go. Christy.
Oh.
Hello, welcome
Is it
back.
just me, or did your entire format just change?
I don't know, but you're up and you're in, and we can all see
On
and
my
hear
screen, I got nine little squares for videos.
you. I think
Well,
that's
whatever.
weird. Yeah, I think that
Not
might
on
be
mine.
might be your end.
Okay, so it's just me. Well,
Just
that's
you.
good. I just turned on my camera.
I see that.
Maybe I shouldn't have. Hi.
All good. So I haven't because I didn't think we were going to have Sean in today. I didn't route over the TikTok square onto the YouTube feed.
really my
So
fault.
only the TikTok people can see you, but everyone can hear you. So welcome
That's
back.
okay. Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say, especially with people like Fro calling and Elizabeth as well, I actually left to send her a message. This is what I do, is the soft counseling side. I'm trying to, yes, Penny's here, Ash. I'm trying to start lives that, oh, here's Penny. I just like sat on her, so she freaked. But I'm trying to start lives that are based on like support, just being there, just your stories, and like, where do I go from here? Like expressing. I don't want to take up a lot of time because I already came up, but like I went through so many different kinds of things that a lot of people are talking about. With Elizabeth, like I went through mental or health stuff that was freaking awful with no support. And that was voluntary because I didn't trust people. It was too close to the church thing. So I didn't trust anyone. So I almost died. And I went through it by myself with just my family and a couple of very close friends. I didn't tell anyone else. And it's brutal. It's brutal. It was so much harder for me. So like I went through that. I went through the, being abandoned by people that I had known for 4 decades who were supposed to support me at the worst time of my life. Like I went through all of that. So, and
Yeah.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
And I'm still smiling and I'm still strong. And that's what I do.
You
So
definitely
I
have
want
have
people
something
like
to
Elizabeth.
offer there. Yeah, you definitely have something to
Yes,
to
and
offer there.
Fro, and I don't know if Fro's on TikTok. I sent you a message too, John. I'm pointing at you. I keep forgetting people can't see my screen. But yeah, like those are the people that I want. Like come. Open
Yeah.
invitation. I'm here.
Yeah.
That's my thing. It's also my schooling. I've always been a natural counselor and my degree is in counseling. It's religious education and counseling. But I can put the religion aside because the religion taught me absolutely nothing. But I did learn a lot from the counseling side. So
Yeah.
So I wanted to say that, but also Tyler and I were talking yesterday about how when you're in religion, it feels like the vast majority, Sean, you can probably relate to this, are Christian. And I found that I was really, really surprised when one of my coworkers said, I never dated Christian girls because they're so judgy. And I was like, what? I just assumed he was Christian. Because, part of it, I guess, is internalized racism, which I have to work on. He's Filipino, and a lot of Filipinos are, culturally Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
So I just assumed. But you are taught that good people are Christian. You're taught that atheists are evil and horrible and nasty and to be avoided at all costs. And then it's sort of the natural progression of things to assume that every person that you meet who is a nice person or who cares about people or who does altruistic things is motivated by God and is godly, and it's just brainwashing.
Yeah, Psalm 14 says it.
Having that and one of the callers just triggered that conversation. So I can't even remember what it was about, but
yeah, you'll hear mom saying, you need to find yourself a good Christian boy, and not realizing
I did, and I corrupted him.
Yeah, nice. No, but from my perspective, there are great people and there are awful people who are Christian or atheist or what have you. You tell me someone's theological position, you've told me nothing about that person's morality or what type of person they are. But that is not returned to us, because there is this automatic assumption that somebody who is strong in the faith is like almost certainly a really good and caring human being. And that's just not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're necessarily bad. Of course, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you've told me nothing about whether that person is a good person. You just told me what their theological position is, and that's it.
Yeah.
And honestly, the fruits of the Spirit are things that I would say, especially looking at my work, I work with severely disabled people who need support. That's what I am. So they can't function the way that you and I can. They can't understand religion the way that the theists do, but they're still really good people and they still do really good things. And I look at them and I'm like, even my kid, my son is autistic. You never know by talking to him, but lately he just opened a bank account, and the very first couple of things that he has done is bought me presents. He bought me a necklace and he bought me a pack of gum. He's always thinking about other people naturally. It has nothing to do with fruits of the Spirit. It has nothing to do with God. He is just a good person. The people that I work with technically don't understand what God even means.
Right.
They're good people. This is not a God thing. This is a human thing, and that is not bad. And it drives me crazy to hear people saying, I'm getting on a soapbox here. I said I wasn't going to be long. But it drives me crazy to hear people saying that. Like, if you need a book to be a good person, you're a bad person.
For sure.
Full stop.
For sure.
And I don't know. I never, ever, ever pushed that on people when I was Christian. I never did. I always thought people are people, period. God doesn't change that. Bad people with God are bad people.
As Sean says, exactly.
That's my thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
but
thanks.
My main point was come check out my channel because this is what I want to do. I also have my Life After Religion, and it's a little more anonymous, although I'm telling everybody that it's me, so I don't have my face on it. But Life After Religion is just, I kind of just throw out quotes and I think about like, what was I going through when I deconstructed? What did I need that I didn't have? And I write about it and I post it. And I hope that will help people like Fro, because I was there and I still sometimes am there. I still sometimes think, fuck, what if I'm wrong? I've screwed my kids. I've damned my kids to hell. I think about that a lot.
Yeah.
I don't believe it anymore, but it pops into my mind and it's like torture. It's terrible. So I want to take that away. Oh, thank you, Lacadian. I want to take that away from as many people as I can in whatever way I can. And for me, that's just sort of expressing and talking, and I talk a lot, as you can see. So my channels are good for healing.
So TikTok people, you know what to do.
Me, but just watch out for it.
Give Chaos
and
Christie
watch out for my lives and come and talk.
A follow, and yeah, she's good. I can vouch for Christie. She's an excellent listener, excellent person. So I say that.
And I volunteered with Recovering from Religion, and I'm going to hear back from them in a couple of days. So I might have an official position soon.
Awesome.
But even if I don't, I've done I'm a huge nerd and I've done so much research and I've got lots of
good. Well,
I've got lots of resources. And
I know that you'll be super effective at helping people. So that's awesome.
So thanks for coming up
That's all I got.
to mention that. Thanks, Christy. Appreciate that very much. All right. Take it easy. Take care. Bye.
Bye, Christy.
Okay.
I don't think YouTube has the they don't really have the structure to form a community in the same way that TikTok does it? Like, you can't DM people, you can't form like groups and group chats and things like that.
It's
at least
not,
as far as I can tell.
Yeah, it's not set up so well for that on YouTube.
Right.
I mean, the communities form largely in the actual lives, but that's why we now have the Discord. So the Discord is going to be the place where we get to hang out and form communities and chat and build something. So that's why I'm really, really excited about it and really grateful to Tracy for single-handedly making it happen, because I would have dragged my heels about it for a while. I was like setting up a website and just like designing it and this and that. Should I build in a forum and all of this? I think it was the wrong move. So the Discord now is going to be a place where people can hang out and exchange stuff and talk and stuff. So without further delay, so go ahead, Sean.
Have you pinned that on? Have you pinned that on YouTube somehow?
Yeah, it's
the Discord link and all that.
It's being liberally disseminated by wonderful people. Yeah. So let's get Cult of Logic still on TikTok, who has been waiting for absolutely ages, super patiently, and I'm very grateful for that. Cult of Logic, you are up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for waiting so long. I really appreciate that. You've been super, super patient.
Oh, thanks. Real pleasure to speak to you, John. I've been thinking about getting in touch with you to talk to you about, because I really like your ideas, and I think you've got really good show going. I've really enjoyed today's show. A couple of people that have been talking about their deconstruction and some of the horrors that they've gone through. You know, it's really crazy. I myself am a non-believer, but I was brought up in a Christian household. My parents were both ministers of the church, so obviously I was indoctrinated from a young age, but it never ever seemed to add up, particularly when you read the Old Testament. You know, when you read some of the stories, the laws, you just wonder, that's what God did this?
It's crazy.
You know, it's just difficult. And then the other thing that really got me thinking was time. And I was like, God can't stop time. And this was when I was very young. Like, if God can't stop time, then he's not all powerful. And then bit by bit, I started deconstruct from that point onwards. And when I got my teens, I challenged some of my friends at school to say, can you prove the Bible without the Bible? They couldn't do it. And so I've just kind of like stayed out of the faith, but I've never really thought about it seriously in terms of like kind of the harm it does, particularly to like the LGBTQ community and things like that. And, you know, like as I've grown up and got older and seen what some people have gone through, that's got me thinking a lot about what religion really does to us as a society, and also the progress it stops in terms of scientific development and other areas of development where people are dogmatic and just cannot get that out of their thinking, and it stops progress in so many areas where we could have, as humanity, really gone forward, you know, by leaps and bounds. But anyway, what I wanted to talk to you about, just two things, and I don't want to take up too much of your time because I know you probably prefer to have one position on. I wanted to just run this by you and just see what you think. You know,
Sure.
You say that belief is not a choice, and I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
And it always baffles me when you explain to people who haven't thought about it.
Yeah.
And it's so obvious, right? When you think about it, obviously it's not an action. It's something that, you know, happens to you.
Yeah.
But is it analogous, though, to think of it in terms of like sight? Would you say you don't choose what you see, but you can choose where you look?
Yeah.
And that's analogous to belief?
Yeah.
That's actually a good analogy, I think.
Yeah, it's a really good analogy. Yeah, because we've just deal with TikTok freaking out. No TikTok, we are human beings. I think that is a good analogy, and Sean and I will sometimes say that belief is more akin to a perception, right? So we've come close to framing it the way you have, but actually the way you framed it is actually really, really good. I would go with you on that.
Yeah.
You can choose where you look, but you can't choose what your mind experiences when you open your eyes and look at something. Your senses get the data they get the light they get, the light falls on your eyes
create nerve impulses that feed your brain, and you have no choice about that. And
No
then
choice about it.
And then your brain has an experience of sight, which is involuntary. You can't open your eyes and look at something and choose not to see it. And in exactly the same way, you can't encounter a belief encounter a thought and then choose to find it convincing if your mind doesn't. So I think
I'm actually going to steal that analogy. I'm going to start Colt. I'm going to start using that.
Yeah, it's a good analogy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And then just before I go, there's another thing I wanted to quickly run by you, just in terms of like points against theism. Because I think the one about belief is really like, it's just ironclad. There's no way out of that. Once you understand that, you just understand the religion is just, well, at least the religions that say you have to believe are fake. The other thing I've been thinking about is something I picked up from Sarah Leaving Faith. I don't know if you know her. She sometimes does stuff with Justin.
I know her well. We've done a joint stream together also.
Oh, have you? I haven't seen that one. I really like to see that.
It was a long time ago. It was before I started dual streaming, and we weren't taking guests. We just had a kind of conversation. It was wonderful. I absolutely adore Sarah. She's fabulous.
Yeah. So many people on the Discord I can see at the moment are so brilliant. It's so nice. Like with so much variety to listen to. I just binge watch so many YouTube and TikTok things throughout the day.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is about. I know you don't like talking too much about free will, but there's this idea about an all-powerful God who's all-knowing, who can make beings that have got free will, and I don't think that adds up, because for God to make you, he has to decide some of your traits, and some of those traits influence your decision making.
Yeah.
Therefore, the traits that you have when you're born or whatever aren't your choice.
Yeah.
And one way or the other, they're going to impact how you choose anything that you choose in your life.
That's
so
right.
It can't be free will. At the most, it's partial through free will, because all those things that have been decided for you about who you are, your characteristics, your traits, are not your choice. In theistic worldview, it's been decided by God. So he's made that initial decision for you. So he's therefore deprived you of free will. And therefore, it's impossible for him to be all-knowing what you're going to do, because he would know that if he makes you tall or short or quick to anger or whatever, this is how
you're born with psychopathy. If you're born with psychopathy, that's going to dramatically affect how you're likely to behave. Or the big thing, just use normative Christian theology, deciding that every descendant of Adam and Eve, which is literally everybody, would be born with a sinful nature. So it's not even that, like, I'm just going to, ignore traits or what have you. I'm just going to have people born with free will. No, there's a layer on top, a forcing mechanism. You're going to be born with a sinful nature, and therefore you cannot not sin ever, because every person is born with that nature. Therefore, everyone's a sinner. Therefore, everyone needs to be saved from the punishment I'm going to enact on you because I chose to make you that way. It's ludicrous.
And there's another argument where it gets even worse, right? Which is, if God is all-knowing and all-powerful, then he has an infinite number of configurations of reality that he knows how they're going to play out, that he could have instantiated, right? So he could have made the reality where you had a happy life and became a believer and then went to heaven. But he chose to make the reality where you had a terrible life and became a non-believer and went to hell, right? That was his choice. He had the option of doing the other one. You have free will in both of them, theoretically, right? From the believer's perspective, right? I mean, you obviously don't, right? But from the believer's perspective, they would say you had free will in both of them. But he chose the version of reality which configured you in a certain way, and your life played out in a certain way, and your ending played out in a certain way. So it's pretty crazy, really. The whole thing is just obviously nonsense.
I think so. And furthermore, I mean, if it is true that he created everybody, one thing I'm not clear on, especially I tend to like listen to more of the Christian arguments because I understand that more because I come from that background. But if God created you and decided when you were going to be born, does he also decide when you're going to die? So does he actually decide everybody's birth and death? That's very unclear. And if he does, that's super cruel because people don't get a similar amount of time. And how does he decide who lives longer, who lives shorter? So he's not really, as Ian normally says, justice is treating like cases alike. Well, if people are getting different amounts of times on Earth, and that can determine whether you end up being convinced or not because you had enough more or less time.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't add up. And the problem is, the moment you postulate an all-powerful God, you take on board the fact that the buck stops with that God and that any instantiation of reality is going to be at the will of that God. So everything that happens must be according to the will of that God, because if the God wanted it to be different, it would be. So it's a hell of a rod they make for their own backs. Once you say that your God is all powerful, you take on board all sorts of unmanageable nonsense.
And here's something to mull around. If he's all knowing and all powerful, he, as John said, he could have created an infinite number of possibilities and possible outcomes. He specifically chose this one, the world we live in right now, with all the tsunamis and all the things happening to the Palestinians and every bone can. This is of infinite possibilities. This was the most perfect outcome according to that God.
Yeah.
And Sean, I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely hate it when Christians always disagree with that or try and sort of like brush it under the carpet when you like bring it up, because it's such an important point and they never really get it, or they get it and they realize that they do like sort of like agree with you, like it like obliterates their worldview. Yeah, it's such a brilliant point that you make there.
Well, Colt, thank you for coming in and for waiting so patiently to do so. I really, really appreciate it. You were waiting for ages. So normally when someone waits that long, they end up giving up and dropping off. So thank you for not doing that and for coming in. I really appreciate it. And
thank you, John. Thank you, Sean.
Around.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Keep them pressing. I'll keep listening.
Good stuff. Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
We will keep them pretzeling, no doubt about it. Okay, got a few messages to read. Then we're going to get Ash up in here, and anyone else. I mean, if you're a believer, we're still going for a bit, but we want to hear from you too. So we love speaking to our friends. Absolutely love that. We love supporting deconstructing people. That's really what this place is about. But we also like the odd debate. So if you want to come and defend God, now is your moment. He's watching you and wondering why you're not doing anything. So, don't be a bad believer, because God might punish you. You might be losing your place in heaven if you do that. So a few little messages to read. Adam Toner said he found the very speed on his Space Echo. I think that was possibly, that might be in one of the crazy audio things earlier that we had. And Bobby Ellis said, no one hurt me, and I've never been happier after leaving religion. Please feel free to reach out, Elizabeth. That's lovely, Bobby. Did I read that earlier as well? Forgive me if I read that.
I thought you did.
Yeah, I thought I did. Yeah. I'm sorry. John is a danger to religion. People who are a danger to children. Absolutely right. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a serious point. I am going to be speaking a bit more about children and religion. Probably not today, but I've been preparing some notes and some stuff to say. It was actually Pastor Ferry who said to me, you need to be speaking more about indoctrination and childhood. And it's such a core kind of element of what goes on here. And so many of the people we speak to are struggling with what they're struggling with or have the demons they have because of childhood indoctrination. So I think we need to speak about it more. And I have been preparing some stuff to talk about to do with that, but probably won't do that today. And Babs again says, thank you, Babs, says, faith that rejects facts is just fanaticism. I would completely agree with that. And so much of faith does reject facts because that's kind of a feature, not a bug. It's like a flex. Show how good your faith is by remaining completely impervious to reality and, non-responsive to evidence to the contrary. I don't think that's a great look myself. And Matthews says, never go on Darth Dawkins' stream, please. I promise you I won't, because there's really just no point. And, he and his acolytes and his clowns would like to frame that as a failure on my part. It's not. It's sound judgment on my part. Why would I do that? How would it benefit me to go into his live stream and allow him to control the conversation and make it look that way. It just doesn't make sense.
Here's the reality of it, and there's hours and hours of tape out there for both sides of this. If Darth Dawkins comes back and goes on your stream, he is guaranteed to have a say. You have all kinds of proof. Your lives are saved on YouTube, everything. There's all kinds of proof on that. If you go on his stream, you are guaranteed to get shouted down and talked over and kicked off. That's a guarantee. So better to have it in a space where both sides get an equal say.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. That's a really good way of framing it. And that's nothing to do with like me being wonderful or anything like that. It's more just like we have different styles of engagement. I welcome people with different views to come up here. I let them have their say, and then we engage about it. And the only time the mute button or kick button is ever reached for is if someone is incapable of having a normal conversation. And then it's our responsibility to manage the conversation because exactly. Because we might have 700 people listening and they're not interested in just hearing a shouting match. So it's like, okay, well then you have to just corral the conversation a bit. But if someone's respectful, they don't get that. And as you say, Gary is not capable of doing that. So yeah, I won't go on, don't worry. And yeah, again, as a follow-up, Matthew said he is totally unhinged. He is unhinged and psychologically not normal. And Tim Davidson says, to all precepts, poking holes in my worldview in no way proves yours. And I think that's such a wise thing to say because so many, it's not just precepts, right? It's the anti-evolution creationist bunch too, the ideas, all of these guys. All you can ever get to with these kind of arguments is that there might be something we don't know, or we might still have a gap in our knowledge, or even we might be making a claim that we're not entitled to make. None of those things serve as evidence for your special magic friend. And Tim says, I'd worship the god of the thigh gaps. I'd fall to my knees and praise, hell, I'll be her priest. The god of the thigh gaps. Yeah, fair enough. I couldn't comment. And Godwin says, a priest, a rabbi, and a mullah all walk into a bar. The bartender walks up and says, is this a joke? I like that. That's good.
I like it.
I like that. And then finally, we have Optimus Rhymes. Nice to see you. Says, go watch Darth v Snake. He gets laughed off the show. Oh, I haven't seen this. I don't think I know.
I don't even know who Snake is.
I was about to say the same. We might need a bit more information. Optimus, perhaps you could just post in the chat what that is. So we can know and we can all go and see it, because laughing at Darth getting laughed off is a fun hobby that we should all partake in regularly if possible. So I would love to know that. Calacia is saying, I think Joel is starting up soon, which will be great. We'll be very, very happy to send raids to Joel, of course. Let's see what's going on. Do we have any callers? We've got Ash about to come in, and we've got our friend Brandon behind that. Brandon will be able to model what a good conversation looks like, even where there's a difference of opinion. The kind of conversation that Mr. Dawkins, the fake one, won't be able to do. So let's get Ash in first, and then we'll speak to Brandon. Ash, what's up?
Hi, John. Hi, Sean.
How are you?
Hey, Ash. How you doing?
Always a pleasure. How are you guys doing?
We're excellent, thank you.
Doing well, thank you.
Oh, good. You've had some great callers on here, man. I've been very impressed. Even that, it's true, that quote of, you can look where you see, but you can't control what you... Oh, no.
You can look, you can choose.
Look.
Yeah.
You control what you look, but you can't control what you see.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's been a really good one, man. I just thought I'd come say hey. And also, I would say I could probably challenge a bit when it comes to the title of We Don't Need a God, but it's kind of framing it in a different way. So essentially, I would say we don't need religion. I think that form of control and bias and forcing people to follow a certain dogma, never usually ends well, But if there was ever the open question of was there a God, but there isn't anyone anymore? Or if there was a God, maybe it wasn't as powerful as we all thought he would.
Mhm.
And if there is still something out there that we will never know, you know, again, it helps deal with the question of like, do we just live and die? You know, because I think that's probably the hardest thing a lot of us have to deal with is life after death. And, you know, obviously I'm atheist. I'm okay with it. I think most people would fear dying, but death itself, it's just sad, you know, in the sense of like, that's the end of it. But every story has its ending. But some people would really struggle with that, you know?
Yeah.
And I think this is the thing when it comes to like a beautiful lie, in the sense of, you know, sometimes, you know, lying is necessary in certain ways of where, like you say the analogy with Anne Frank, you know, you would lie to the Germans if she was in the ceiling, right? You know, or the attic. And there's certain things that, you know, having a lie that ends up like ignorance is bliss or ways of living your life comfortably, rather that some people could just feel like, you know, if there's no someone watching or some kind of afterlife or something protecting it, some people could literally just end their life then and there because of whatever stress they could be in. But again, I understand where you're coming from of you don't need it in that sense. There is good things about life and pushing through like the bad narratives of a dogma of religion. But there are people that can live comfortably with some form of spiritual power out there. They just hope it's true, or doing Pascal's wager, or, you know. But I would say it in just that perspective. But again, I wouldn't, you know, push it as, you know, I would say religion, not God.
Yeah, maybe it's a semantic issue, but I
get it. Like, and you know me, man. Shit, like nothing's convinced me that there is a God or not. But I think everyone should be open-minded and never turn down conversations. And this is always a platform to have it out and discuss it and see if there's different ways of thinking. So. No, love it, and keep doing what you're doing. I've got a question for you then.
Sure.
Is the book finished?
Yeah.
Is there any times when, like, through these conversations, you're thinking, "Ooh, I should really add this to it," or does it become a different book?
It's a good question.
Yeah, there have been maybe a couple of.
Or wanting to rewrite parts of it, perhaps. You never know.
If the book does well, I'll do a second edition where I'll update certain things as my thinking has developed and changed, and ideas have come up and things have been discussed. And there are maybe a couple of moments where I think maybe if I had written the book now, I might have approached certain parts of it slightly differently, not radically differently, but just slightly differently. Because I feel like I've benefited now from where are we? August, November, something like I've had something like 9 months of like field testing these ideas and talking about them all the time, and I love that. I really love that. Like, you know, bringing the ideas into contact with people and having people push back on them and learning how to think about them differently. And but I don't think there's nothing like drastically different, and there's nothing that I now think is a glaring omission from the book that I desperately wish was in there.
Like a refinement, a way to, you know, convey a certain idea. Like you must have had different ideas of like, oh, I could have said it like this. And,
exactly.
I guess that kind of approach, you could easily be picking at it for ages. So it's just like, you know what, it's fine.
You always can, and you can keep on iterating it, indefinitely and forever. You know, in my head, and I always approached my music work with this, is that there's like a quality control bar, and if you're below that bar, then what you're delivering is not good enough, not acceptable. Once you get above that bar, then there's 5,000 different ways of doing it. Yeah, above that threshold, you could make it a bit brighter, or a bit slower, or a bit this, or a bit that, or a bit louder, or a bit more compressed, or a bit whatever. There's many different ways.
It really goes hand in hand with that. I guess,
and they're all just different approaches. They're all good enough, but they're just different ways of doing it. So, you know, it's the same with the book. But, you know, if I'm lucky enough that the book does well, then I imagine when the paperback comes out, I might use that as an opportunity to do a little bit of fiddling in the margins and maybe add a little bit here or there. But
I look forward to the book, man. Thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure, man. I'll see you guys soon.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks, friend. Thanks.
See you soon.
Cheers. Okay, let's get Brandon in. Been a little while since we spoke to Brandon, but Brandon is a very fine fellow. Let's see. There we go. Brandon.
Hello, John. How's it going, sir? You too,
Very
Sean.
well. Very well,
Hey,
Fred.
Brandon, how you doing?
How are you?
All good, thank you. No complaints. No complaints.
Great.
How long until your book comes out now? When is it again?
It's November, actually. It's November. So it's still it's 6 months, almost to the day. It's like 6 months-ish, almost to the day.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. So it's going to be wrapped up for a lot of people's Christmas presents, I'm sure.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah. Well, we don't need God is an interesting prompt, John.
Yeah.
Obviously, it begs the question, for what? And I guess I might propose that we do need God to overcome the is-ought problem of morality. What do you mean?
I don't think it does. I don't think it does solve the is-ought problem, because you still don't have an objective ought, like we ought to listen to God's laws. That's still a personal preference. So like if God, you seem like a decent guy. So let's say the character of God, the nature of God is such that he is a cruel, sadistic monster, then you would probably say we ought not follow whatever that God's laws are, right?
Well, we've touched on this a little bit in a conversation we had quite a while ago now, months ago. In a paradigm where God is the measure by which morality is defined, then what we mean by horrible, if we're talking about a different universe where God is that, like the words just mean different things at that point. It's essentially semantics if we're working in a paradigm where God does exist.
Right, but we could also work in a paradigm where good and bad with respect to behaviors is defined as evaluating how they affect the well-being of others. And if you're going to define, basically, if you redefine it to match what your preference is, then the is-ought gap no longer exists, because you just have a different definition for the word.
Yeah, we could drill into what we mean by ought in those two different paradigms, I guess, and they might be something different. Yeah, that might be fair.
Yeah. So like if you define the word good, and you're not going to find it in like the normative definitions that you'll find in the dictionary. If you define good as whatever is God's nature, then God's nature doesn't matter. If he's a cruel, sadistic monster, then it's good by definition. Now, conversely, if we take someone who's a divine command theorist and then change the definition to match their morality and make it objective, you can do the same thing with humanism and say, if we change the definition of the word good with respect to behaviors to be behaviors that help the well-being of others and bad as behaviors that harm the well-being of others, morality becomes objective in that case too. And in both cases, all you're doing is redefining the word to match your personal subjective preference for the sake of making it objective.
So I hear you, but I think the difference between the two examples is, I think, stark. So in the example, in the world where there is a God who created it and morality is derived from that God, there's a sense in which like the universe exists with an intention, and morality might be defined by, you could describe it as conforming to the intention of the creator who intended it to be created. And so there's a sense in which it's objective to the creator in that way. Whereas in the paradigm where there is no God, we're just kind of assuming the well-being and the continuation of life. And I don't think, if I was to reject God right now, which obviously I'm not, but if I was just to try and adopt the idea that God doesn't exist, and then I asked you to convince me that I should like hold that assumption about well-being and morality, I don't know that you could present like a syllogism or a philosophical argument that would ground and justify it.
That we should follow God's intentions is still a subjective preference. So if the God is a cruel, sadistic monster, I would say
we should not follow that God's intentions. There's no objective ought in that case. So it still is going to come down to what you personally value. And I personally value how actions affect the well-being of others. I don't value whatever God's intention, even if he exists, whatever God's intentions are, what his rules are. That's all arbitrary to me. You can't skirt around having to start with a personal preference with that. It's almost like, would that work for other subjective adjectives? Like, what if God's intentions were like God has some standard of beauty, and his intentions were things would look like his personal idea of beauty. And then if you don't personally find them beautiful, you're just objectively wrong. It's just nonsensical. If a matter is subjective without God, it doesn't make sense that adding God into the mix magically makes it objective. There's no paradigm where that happens.
Yeah, so in some sense, if God exists, morality is subjective from God's perspective, in a sense.
Subjective, period.
Yeah, but I guess just subjective. But it becomes objective in so much as we are measuring it to God's.
I think I see you. I think I see
in the same way that your morality becomes objective when you measure it against well-being.
I think I see where you're going with this, and tell me if I'm wrong. So let's say God exists and God has rules, and God says wearing a yellow shirt is a sin and is bad and is immoral. We can then say it is objectively a violation of God's rules if you wear a yellow shirt. Okay, like that's objectively so. So what you have is a situation where you have personal preferences as a moral compass, and then objective measures to assess whether behaviors fit your goals. So, for example, let's just take the Christian route. It's a sin to lie. If you lie, you are objectively violating God's rules. You have objective measures, but the subjective part is, should we follow God's rules? But we have the same thing with secular humanism. You can objectively assess, like if John drinks battery acid, objectively that's going to be bad for his health and potentially unalive him. So that would be objectively harmful to his well-being. So it would objectively harm his well-being if I threatened John in some way and made him drink battery acid, right? But it's my subjective preference, my chosen moral compass based on my values to care about John's well-being.
Yeah, totally. I'm with you. I hear you. So if we accept that there is like a kind of parallel between the two, you're assuming the well-being and continuation of life as a measure by which you will call things objective.
I'm not assuming
by
it.
That standard.
It's just my subjective value, and I suspect yours as well. So I'm not assuming it's good to care about well-being. I'm just saying I value the well-being of others, just like Christians will value following God's rules, and I don't. And there's no objective ought that I should. Just like there's no objective ought that you should care about the well-being of others. Now, it just so happens that human beings, because we have the capacity to feel empathy for others, and we have to live in shared cooperative societies, and we all benefit. The vast majority of people are going to be humanists, even if they are Christian. Their humanism might even, and often does, affect their theological perspectives. But there is no, strictly speaking, objective ought that people should care about the well-being of others. But the same is true for valuing obedience to God.
Well, in some sense, you could nest your values into the values present within a universe where God exists, because the long-term consequences of choices have a measurably, almost infinite, greater effect if there is such thing as an afterlife in relationship with an all-powerful being. Then would it not be true that the best way to maximize your well-being would be to get on the right side of them?
Yes, and that same would be true if I lived in North Korea. I should like venerate Kim Jong-un if I lived in North Korea, but that doesn't bode well for the morality of Kim Jong-un, or in this case, God. So So if I lived in North Korea, and I saw a little boy doing something that Kim Jong-un doesn't like taking a picture of the feet of his statue or what have you, I would stop that little boy from sinning against Kim Jong-un for the well-being of that child. But that doesn't make Kim Jong-un the arbiter of good and bad. It just means I care about well-being. Kim Jong-un's a monster, and I'm going to try to protect people from Kim Jong-un. The same would be said if God is this overseer and is going to burn people in hell or whatever the punishment ends up being. Yes, it would be, as a humanist, I would try to protect people against that monster that's in the sky.
So in the example you gave there, obviously Kim Jong-un is a moral monster. We would agree on that.
Right.
Is it in principle possible for an all-powerful being, or even in the human sense, a governing body, to be benevolently overseeing such a state of affairs?
Oh, sure. So if God first and foremost prioritized happiness and well-being of thinking creatures, then I would, not because he's God, but because he cares about well-being, consider that God to be a good person. But I just think the world would look very different than it does right now.
And that's the problem, because that's a data point, right, Brandon? Because if we look at the world we have right now, if there is an omnipotent God in charge of everything, that doesn't speak well to his character, because we come yet again back to the good old, problem of evil with the JC twist, right? Which is even every theodicy proposed to explain what the side benefits of these evils are and why God's plan necessitates babies to have 6-month lifespans and all the rest of the horror, right? Children to be born with their organs on the outside of their bodies, not the inside, all these horrific things. They all take the form, there's some later good that's going to come as a result of these occurrences, but they can't account for the fact that an all-powerful God could bring about that later good without these occurrences. They're not a logical necessity. They must be a logistical necessity. And so I don't know if you haven't been in for a while, but have you come across my seesaw of shit analogy?
I have not.
So the seesaw,
that sounds fun.
The seesaw of shit analogy is that if you imagine a seesaw and there's God's goodness on one side and his power on the other, is every argument you make to prop up the goodness by explaining the pain and suffering and death and agony of the world in terms of needing to be necessary ingredients of God's plan. Every time that goes up, his power goes down, because he's then clearly not powerful enough to achieve his plan without those things happening. Whereas if I had a God, my God would be powerful enough to achieve his plan even without those things. He would find a way, he would be clever enough to do it, he would be powerful enough to do it, and he'd get the job done, and no babies would have to get leukemia. And so I think, looking at the world now, it's very hard to say, if we're going to define goodness in terms of God's will or God's essence or God's preferences, it doesn't speak well to God, because look at it and then look at Scripture, and then you get into the really awful part of, like, if we take the hypothesis, let's test the hypothesis that God is the seat of moral value. Well, what are the moral values that are communicated by looking at his word in the Old Testament, right? What the laws that he apparently gave, the suggestions he made for how society should be structured, don't comport with any version of goodness that you or I would agree to. He's pro-slavery, he's pro stoning people for all sorts of minor transgressions. He invents silly virginity tests, which would have had innocent women stoned to death. The whole thing is brutal and horrible. So I think it's really tricky. And what I would offer as the last thing I want to say right now is, if you want a really, really good way to bridge the Isort, read Sam Harris's Moral Landscape, because he basically does that. He just says...
I'm familiar. I have read it.
Okay, so you've read it. So for anyone who doesn't, what Sam Harris does, he says, imagine a world of the greatest possible suffering. Everyone is just in agony all the time, perpetually being sick and having pain and agony all the time. And then imagine a different world where no one's in pain and everyone is happy and thriving and feeling fulfilled and loved and great. Well, you can look at any given action as being either a step towards one world or the other. Even if those worlds don't exist, right? They can just be notional. They can just be like a sort of a direction to aim for rather than a real place that you're thinking exists. And any action, you can say, well, objectively, this action is likely to move you further towards the greatest suffering of the greatest number, or move you towards less suffering and more well-being of the greatest number. Sometimes you won't know. Sometimes the moral kind of value of an object of an action remains opaque, and you're not entirely sure. But generally speaking, that information is there to be had, and that's a great way of being really, really objective about. That's how you can derive an ought from an is, because the is doing this will move you towards the greatest suffering of the greatest many. So the ought is, okay, well, if you agree that that's not a desirable state, then you get your don't do it. And if the response to that is, well, how are we supposed to agree that that's the undesirable state and the well-being is the desirable one? And I think at that point, if someone is prepared to entertain the inverse, prepared to say, well, actually, I think it might be the case that the world we want is the one where the biggest number of people are suffering the most unimaginable agony, and the one I really don't want is the one where they're not. That to me basically removes anyone, disallows anyone from any sensible conversation about ethics.
I hear you, but I think there might be an alternative. It's not just a aim for the top of the moral landscape or aim for the bottom. I think one can reasonably question whether desire is justified at all. Can just, there are competing urges in every person, in me, and drives, and there are desires there. But one can ask the question, not just which ones should I follow, but should I bother following any of them?
Depends what you want. It depends what you want to be true.
But the wants are exactly the things that I'm asking whether I should entertain at all, or if there's a reason that I should. Well, it's meta morality at that point. What system should I adopt and why?
You're adopting the is-Oz gap, and it's going to come down to whatever your personal values are. So so here's a question. I should probably ask more theists this. If God said X, let's say God said X, and X is objectively just harmful to well-being with no good outcomes. So would you agree? Let me back up. Would you agree that you genuinely, whether God exists or not, you genuinely care deeply about the well-being of others? Would you agree to that, even if God doesn't exist?
Well, if God doesn't exist,
right?
I find myself in the philosophical position where I think the only intellectually honest thing for me to do is to will myself out of being by not taking action.
Well, what I'm saying, my question is like I'm assuming if you see a child being harmed, it makes you feel terrible and you feel compelled to stop it.
I absolutely experienced that. Yes.
Oh, right. Okay. Now let's just say in a hypothetical world, you find out for a fact God doesn't exist. Would you still have that reaction of feeling compelled to want to stop that harm?
No doubt. Evolution's done its job. Absolutely.
All right. Cool. So let's say right now you have competing ideas. God wants to cause unnecessary harm to a child, and that's part of God's rules. The quote unquote objective source of morality in this paradigm. God wants this suffering. You like, okay, I'm supposed to follow God, but I also don't like the suffering of a child. Which do you value more?
And you are putting in a dichotomy: following God or the suffering of a child.
God is wanting the suffering of a child that is, and it's unnecessary. And you do not want, because you acknowledge that you feel compelled to stop the suffering of the child. So you have competing ideas right now. Your morality, your sense of like not wanting the child to be harmed, and God ordering the harming of the child. Which do you go with? Which do you value more? Obedience to God or preventing the harm of the child's well-being?
So I think that the hypothetical world that you're presenting,
it's hypothetical.
Of course it is. Of course it is. The hypothetical world that you're presenting is like there's a rhetorical power in what you're saying, because obviously everyone in the world watching and listening is begging me to just say without qualification, of course, the suffering of the child is more important to me. It certainly is what I would feel a greater visceral biological response to preserve, to get rid of the suffering for the child.
Right.
But I think there is a legitimate philosophical question to say, what are we saying if we are saying that an all-powerful God, and we're not giving him any other attributes, apparently this all-powerful God is also vindictive?
Yes.
This is an important what to do.
Yes, this is the important thing, is that just because a theoretical God is all-powerful and all-knowing and created the universe, that God can be a hellacious dick. And you can evaluate that God and say that God's a monster. Now, if you're
by standards that he's given us in this paradigm, or not by standards he's given us, where are the other standards come from?
Yeah. So he's a sadistic monster, and his standards are being a sadistic, being cruel and sadistic is good. So God has declared that. Would you consider it
want
good?
us to think of him as sadistic and bad?
Yeah. So basically, here's the point. You have one of two things. Either you're just going to say, good is whatever God's nature is, or whatever God's rules are, however you want to frame it. But good is whatever God is. And in that case, his attributes don't matter. If he's a cruel sadist, then guess what? Being a cruel sadist is good. However, if you can step back and evaluate, this guy's kind and empathetic, yeah, this is a good God. This guy's an absolute monster. That's bad God. You now have standards independent of God for what's good and what's bad. But you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Where have they come from? Like evolution, presumably kicked off by this vindictive God.
It doesn't matter. You have the values you have. You value well-being. You have the values you have. But this is the Euthyphro dilemma that you're dealing with here.
Yeah.
If it's good because God says so, then God can have any nature, make any law, no matter how horrible it is to well-being. It's good by definition. However, if God being a cruel sadist and ordering such things is bad, it's bad independent of God, in which case you're just a humanist who happens to be a Christian.
And I think
I reject the dilemma. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, this is easier to see with clarity if you apply it to a different word than good. Let's imagine that we had a quality, like a different adjective. Let's say we came up with the adjective of, let's say, affectionate. If we called someone affectionate, well, we know kind of what affectionate looks like, and we know what not being affectionate looks like, right? But if we said, okay, we're going to define God as affectionate, but he doesn't do any affectionate things, then at that point, what does it mean to define him as affectionate? All we've done is essentially redefined the word, attached it to the God by fiat, and then said, right, now God is necessarily defined as affectionate. And you say, well, but he never shows anyone affection. He doesn't do any affectionate things. I know, but we're defining him as affectionate, and affectionate has now been redefined as God's behavior towards other people. But you're looking for the actual affection, right? We know what affection looks like between humans. The word is there to define a particular concept, and so we're looking to identify that concept in God's behavior, and he ain't doing it. At that point, what have we done to the word? We've emptied it of its value. We've emptied it of its meaning. We can say, okay, we've redefined affectionate as being God is very affectionate. It's God's nature to be affectionate. We all agree that we're looking for affection and not seeing any there, but we're still calling him affectionate because we're defining it as a characteristic of his, and we're saying God is needed to ground affection. But we've killed the word. We've scraped out its inside, and there's nothing left but a shell on the outside. This is what happens when we define God as good, and we define goodness in terms of God. It basically just takes the moral value out of the word good and leaves you with none. It just leaves you with good is defined as being what God does. God is good, therefore just means God is whatever God does. And you've basically just killed the word good, right? You've broken it. It doesn't tell you anything about his morality anymore. It doesn't tell you anything about whether his actions are actually good or bad in the way that anyone having a normal conversation would understand it. And then you end up in a horrific situation of looking at him doing terrible things throughout the Bible and being forced to say that's good. It's good that he defended, that he promoted slavery. It's good that he demanded that gay people should be stoned to death. It's good that he, all the barbarism, right? All the horrific Old Testament stuff that we talk about. You're obligated to call those things good, even though they're not. If a human did them, you wouldn't hesitate to say they're not good. So it's injurious to the meaning of the word, and I don't think it works.
So the Euthyphro dilemma that leads to the problem that you just put forward, where we're trying to use this word to mean something, but you're saying that it kind of fails to grasp anything when we're defining it in terms of the concept of God.
You break the word. You break the word and you reduce it to meaninglessness.
Yeah. You've as you said, you've scooped the contents out from any street human talking to human level of use of the word. Yeah. There's a sense in which, in a paradigm where God exists, God is the only non-contingent or arbitrary thing, right? Like, if God created everything, then by definition, there was a point, not even in time technically, if we take that view, where there is only God, and God is non-arbitrary and non-contingent. And if that's the case, then the only way to not have a non-arbitrary view of what ought to be is to define it by what God is, or at least what God intends. Does that even logically make sense to you? And obviously it's not an argument that it is the case, but do you think that follows?
I'm not
sure. The
sure.
problem is what's arbitrary is subjective. Like you've defined because something can be arbitrary to me, but not arbitrary to John. So you've designed a premise in there that we've already concluded that God's rules are not arbitrary.
But I'm not saying God's rules. I'm saying God, in this paradigm that I'm putting forward, in theory, God could still just make up random rubbish and make that his rule and enforce it by tyrannical power. But in the state where there is only God, God is not arbitrary. And I'm defining arbitrary, I think this is pretty textbook definition, as just arbitrary means it could have been otherwise. God is non-arbitrary. God is the only thing.
That's not how I define it. I can look up whatever the dictionary definition is.
Sure.
So
yeah,
God,
we can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but if you're saying if God could not have been otherwise, is that what you're saying by non-arbitrary?
Yeah.
Okay. So frame your argument again with by just instead of arbitrary, say like could not have been otherwise, please, so I can better understand it.
When there is only God, there could not be otherwise than God. Like, we can't pick another point. There can't be an alternative. There is only God.
Well, you're saying if God's all that exists?
Well, as most people understand the concept of God, he is the source of all things, the one eternal, non-contingent thing.
Yeah, so he's the creator of that. Basically, that's just circling back to him being, let's say God exists as a necessary being and he's a creator of all the universe, but if under that I've been addressing that, well, we both have been addressing that paradigm, that someone could be those things and be cruel and sadistic, and neither John nor I could consider that God to be good because it goes against our values.
Well, in the paradigm I'm just presenting, I'm just talking about them as a point to measure anything else by. That God is the only thing that isn't arbitrary to measure it by.
But even that sort of exercise in trying to change what we mean by measuring things by also breaks just the simple ability to look at an action and say, you know, do we like this or not? I mean, it's essentially, I think morality, there's a confusion, right, between the difference between intrinsic morality and objective morality. I don't think that anything is intrinsically good or bad. That doesn't mean that I don't think that we can make meaningful statements about labeling actions good or bad. I just think that when we do that, what we're essentially saying is we're expressing whether we like them or not. We're expressing whether we think people ought to behave that way or not, right? You could use Kant's categorical imperative there and say, would you want to make laws based on this principle? Would you want to live in a society that embodied the act that you're considering now, right? It's a kind of broad way to broaden it out. And I think once you realize that there's no intrinsic morality and that asking for there to be some is sort of asking for something that we don't have a right to ask for. It's sort of it's a bit sort of
asking for intrinsic beauty,
like intrinsic beauty.
Just it's a nonsensical concept.
Yeah.
I was going to say, or is it something more like asking for like a circle with three sides? Is that similar to how you'd imagine it? Not
necessarily quite that. More that it's, I mean, maybe it's like a category error, right? So it's Sean's example is perfect. Asking for, show me what intrinsic beauty looks like. Well, you can't. It's subjective. And the fact that beauty is subjective and that one person may find a painting beautiful and another person may not find that painting beautiful doesn't render it meaningless that the first person thinks it's beautiful. It doesn't mean, well, you're not saying anything. You're still saying something of value. You're still saying that you like it, right? You find it aesthetically pleasing. And you can also embody certain principles that many people will agree make for aesthetically pleasing, right? There's a reason that most people think a beautiful sunset over the sea with a sky full of flaming colors is a more attractive thing to look at than a rubbish bin, full of rotting rubbish, right? Not everyone, but most people would agree that the beauty in one generally meets with the kind of conventions that we recognize as being aesthetically desirable. And say it's the same with morality, right? So I don't think that it's even meaningful to talk about something having intrinsic goodness, but we can talk about it having goodness in that it aligns with our values, it aligns with what we want, and it aligns with what we see to be beneficial. And I think once you start getting much more meta than that, all you're doing is just scraping the meaning out of words, and it's then used as a way to basically legitimize the completely immoral, horrible nonsense that the God of the Bible gets up to. And that's the only way you can do it. Because I mean, I can ask you now, Brendan. You know, I know you. You're a lovely guy. I really like you. But what would you say about God's rules on, you know, the rules in Deuteronomy? Was God right to make those rules? In your paradigm, presumably you have to say yes, they were good rules.
So I would say that the rules that God gave in the Old Testament were ultimately do have good principles at rock bottom and are making an application of those principles in far from ideal circumstances. Yeah.
Really? So like stoning gay people to death has got good principles at the bottom? Come on, you don't really think that. I don't believe you really think that, because I know you and you don't think that. I think you're having to say that because your only other option is to agree with me that they're shit rules and that they reflect a broken morality. That's your only other option. So I understand why you can't go there. But that's the trap. That's the trap that religion puts you in.
That's not how I see it at all. It's really not. Like, if we want to talk about values around sexuality, we can do that. And like, I think that there's a reasonable stance to take that is biblical, that even if I were to start presenting it to you right now, your first reaction wouldn't be, oh, you're a bigoted, evil person. And I don't even need to appeal to scripture for it. But obviously, we're going down a rabbit hole that isn't.
And I know the one you're appealing to, but it would be a waste of our conversation because we would then start talking too specifically about your thing about people not having children or the opportunity to have kids and stuff like that.
Yeah,
we don't need to go there.
And also, we're talking about unaliving people for having gay relationships. And like another time, I'm happy to have. I don't want to derail to go off, the debate regarding homosexuality, but certainly you think that it's monstrous to stone gay people to death, gay men to death for having relations with each other, right? That's appalling.
It is not something I would appeal to happen now and would actively go about stopping. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about then?
But it was always wrong, wasn't it? I mean, was there ever a point where it was ethical?
There's a point where almost anything can be ethical depending on the context. Like on a boat where you're both starving to death, you might befriend a Nazi,
What's the context that it's okay to stone a man to death for making out and having relations with another man?
The biblical one.
What is the context that makes it in the Bible that makes that okay?
What the preservation of the culture and the values and the procreative act of the Israelite people to bring about the ultimate revelation.
But God would know, Brandon, that there's never been a possibility at any point in human history where whatever the percentage of any given population are that are same-sex attracted, that percentage of people was going to be so devastating to the procreative potential of that people group that it was going to wipe them out, right? That's never existed. There's never been a point where that's been the case, right? And God would know that. So God might say, I've done an audit of these people. It seems that approximately 10% of these men might be gay. Well, okay, so then those 10% of men might not go on to have children, but he would have known that the other 90% of males probably would, and he would have been able to model the population, trajectory and know that it wouldn't have been a problem. So there's never been a point. That argument just fails in terms of defending the existence of the people, and from the point of view of an all-powerful God who could simply click his fingers, or magic up another bunch of people, or make all the women doubly fertile, or whatever it might need to do to massage the population numbers to be okay, all perfectly within scope for an all-powerful God. So, and again, I think it would be a mistake to get too tied up on this one example, because this is one example of maybe 100, right? We could pull out the virginity test. We could pull out the war brides. We could pull out the killing the children in 1 Samuel. We could, we could pull out the horrible poison water test in Numbers 5. Right? There are so many instances in this book where you have to pretzel so hard to create anything that even remotely looks like a moral justification for this, that any decent person cannot do it. I know you can't do it because I know you're a decent person, and so it's a problem. And this is a problem you have if you're going to make a moral argument for God. Then you're stuck with God's morality, and that's the one that you have to kind of account for. And it isn't one that I would want to account for because it's horrific.
I'm happy to have my feet held to the flame if you want to push it. I genuinely do think that it can be comported with an understanding of goodness. I really do. It's not a short conversation, but I think it can be done, and it's worth it.
I mean, I feel like there's an embarrassment of riches in front of us to choose from. But do you really think that a man just feeling jealous of his wife, that it should be okay that he gets to put her through a painful and humiliating process in the temple of having to drink dirt water and having her uterus fall out and all of this kind of stuff just because he felt a bit jealous, and that the law specifically then says if he was wrong and she hasn't been unfaithful, then he doesn't even owe her an apology? Is that really something you think you could defend?
So obviously it could be abused, and that would be bad. And I think the God of the Bible would condemn the abuse of such an appeal also. Would you agree that the God of the Bible appears to be presented such that honesty would be important to them?
No, I think this particular test, whether it's being abused or not, its version, when it's not being abused, it's still morally horrific.
When use is abuse.
Yeah, exactly right. The fact that she's essentially given the punishment as the test, right? The test for her guilt is the punishment. That's so contrary to any semblance of justice that you or I would accept in any way, right? That she has to be put through. We're not talking about people abusing the system here. We're talking about a husband who feels a spirit of jealousy fall upon him or come upon him, is able to drag his wife along without her consent to the temple and put her through this absolutely horrific ordeal. I mean, I almost don't want to have to read it because I've done it a few times on different videos and different lives, and it's just, I'm going to presume you know what I'm talking about. It's absolutely horrendous.
I do, absolutely.
She has to drink this horrible water. It's cursed water with dirt from the floor and ink, and it's absolutely horrific. And in the very, very best possible scenario where this has been implemented absolutely according to the rules with no abuse of it, it's still a moral abomination. And there's no inverse where she can do the same to him if she's feeling jealous about him. That doesn't happen, right? So there's this horrific situation where she's just cast as a piece of meat that he owns. And if he feels a little bit jealous, she gets put through this brutal ceremony. And if it turns out that, I mean, the whole idea that this ceremony would be revelatory of whether she's been unfaithful or not is completely ludicrous anyway. But, either way, if it turns out that she never did anything wrong and it was absolutely fine, there's no compensation paid to her. She doesn't even get an apology. She's been hurt, injured, potentially had her fertility destroyed by this process just because he felt a little bit jealous. You can't defend that.
So what do you think is the intended... what do you think is even trying to be what good is trying to be preserved at all in that process? Is there any good that maybe you think is being failed to, but is even being tried to be preserved?
I don't think so. I think the only thing I can see that's being preserved is validating the idea that a woman is a piece of meat owned by a man. I can see no good in it at all. There's nothing in there about there's any kind of process of trying to determine, let's imagine the good that was trying to be preserved was trying to incentivize people not to stray from their marriages. Let's imagine that that was the good that they were aiming for. Is the creator of the universe...
I would say that that's certainly a part of it. That there's no doubt that that is a part of it.
Right.
Yeah.
But this would be a catastrophic failure of the creator of the universe to come up with, the way you do this is by coming up with a test that is injurious to absolutely everyone who undergoes the test, regardless of whether they have actually been unfaithful or not. That surely is like the definition of injustice, is dishing out a punishment to all the innocent people as well. That cannot be right. And if that's the best that the God can come up with, then he's not just immoral, he's incompetent, stupid, idiotic, brutal. I mean, horrendous. I can't think of words that convey how little I would think of someone whose best effort to come up with a way of incentivizing fidelity in marriage was to torture all the innocent wives in exactly the same way as the unfaithful wives get tortured. That's idiotic. And you know it. Come on.
So one of the things that I think is being attempted to be preserved in here is whether a man knows that a child is theirs or not. Do you think that might be a part of what's going on?
If that's a sort of secondary objective at some point down the road, it would be like saying, identify some outcome you want that might be worth protecting, and then implement the most barbaric process you can possibly imagine that would definitionally and be guaranteed to damage, hurt, and cause the suffering of innocent people, just because you might achieve some movement towards the objective that you like. It would be like saying, let's say I want to... this is what it's like, Brandon. Let's say I want to introduce a scheme in my local neighborhood to dissuade household burglaries. So I go out and I kill the youngest child in every house in my neighborhood, because I figure that could possibly traumatize some of the victims, some of the people who... Sorry, not victims. Some of the people who might be planning to be burglars be so traumatized by all the kids being killed, they move to another area. Hooray! I've worked towards my outcome now, but it's idiotic and it's horrible, and it doesn't care about the suffering of those children or their families or whatever. It's an extravaganza of ruthless incompetence, and that's what this numbers 5 thing is. Like, let's say we grant you that there's some benefit to a man knowing whether the baby his wife is carrying is his. And remember, this test is carried out without any certainty that the wife is carrying a baby at all. There's no test. There's no have a look and see if she appears to be pregnant, and then here's a way of testing to see if it's yours. And even if that were the case, the test doesn't achieve that end.
By the way, if the baby isn't hers, it's a forced abortion. So there is that one little factoid
isn't
there
his.
too.
And
I'm pro-choice, but I'm consistent on that, to where certainly don't think women should be forced to have abortions. And
this is an interesting bit, because obviously you don't believe that there's a supernatural element to the judgment that's going on in this. So presumably each time that this happened, the woman wouldn't end up miscarrying as a result of the process. Right?
I interpret it. It explicitly says that if they're I don't remember the exact verbiage, but their womb will fall out if they are pregnant with another man's child. That pregnancy is
her belly will
aborted.
swell and the womb will miscarry. Yeah,
and that's a preposterous claim anyway. The idea that that her body would know, or the poison in her body would react differently to somebody else's child than the child of the man that she married, is preposterous. And even if it were true and we granted it, it's still the case that the reason why this legislation is so pernicious is because it explicitly says, even when she's not strayed, even when she's not done anything wrong, it includes that as one of the conditions under which this test can be enforced on her without her consent, She's dragged along to the temple. She's humiliated by having her hair disheveled, right? She's made to look like she's lost her dignity in front of her peers. Remember, she's done nothing wrong, Brandon. She's done nothing wrong. This is all done on the basis of a man's insecurity. So even if we ignore all the magic thing, right? All the magic stuff there, if we ignore that, this is putting a woman through a socially humiliating, horrible ritual purely on the basis of a man's insecure, hurt he feels. Can't condone that.
So any judicial system, because of the uncertainty of those who are accused of anything, certainly it causes difficulties for those who are accused, whether they are guilty or not. If you were accused of something horrible right now, you simply out of precaution might end up being interviewed by police, and then you might have to take time off work and go to a hearing of some kind, and you might need to talk to your friends about it. And there's something humiliating about that, but it is in service of a judicial system that is attempting to be fair and value all members of society in a reasonable and fair manner.
But this doesn't work, Brandon. It doesn't work because there are processes in place and limitations in place that the police have to have a bloody good reason for pulling me in to be interviewed. And if they don't, they get the pants sued off them, and I can sue them for wrongful arrest. I can do, there are mechanisms in place that, built into the same laws that give them the power to interview me, are the requirements that they better have and be able to demonstrate cause for doing so, a basis for doing so, right? None of that is here.
In the U.S., in the U.S., I can decline to be interviewed. That's my Fifth Amendment. I know the U.S., obviously the U.K. doesn't have the U.S. Constitution, but I imagine they have something similar or perhaps even better. But in the U.S., I can decline to be interviewed by police, and I will not be formally accused of a crime until there is probable cause. There's a standard of evidence that meets the element of meets probable cause to arrest me for that crime, and then the district attorney is not going to take the case unless that district attorney feels the evidence is strong enough to likely receive a conviction. None of that is present in this case.
But there are situations where there is a difference.
But I just admit to add this, and everyone in that process is given the presumption of innocence, and every reasonable attempt to protect their dignity and their well-being during this process, right? The police don't make them drink poison or dirty floor water or anything like that. They're looked after. It's understood that even dangerous criminals in police custody are owed a duty of care by the police, who have a legal obligation to look after the well-being of those people, right? None of this is there in this disgusting legislation. None of it. The woman could not possibly be treated with more contempt than she is in this law. So
that's hyperbole. Of course she could be. I'm not saying that it's comfortable, but that's hyperbole.
I mean, you'd have to dig pretty deep, mate. She's made to lose her dignity in front of her community. She's disheveled. What does it help to dishevel her hair? What good purpose does that serve? Right? None. It's just it's punitive. It's sadistic.
Contrast that with under U.S. law. So people can be held in jail during their trial process, but when they show up to court, they have to put them in a suit and make them look dignified, because if they have them in jail garb, it makes them look guilty. And makes contrast that with this ritual here, where you're disheveling her hair and trying to make her look undignified. So there's an actual opposite comparison, and this is just laws of mortals, stuff that we came up with.
Yeah. So there are a number of women who would like to speak to you, Brandon. So I've got Dr. Dig, and I'm bringing in Christy as well, because I think it might be useful in a conversation like this to not only have men speaking about all of this stuff, which is really to do with the treatment of women. So I think women's voices in this discussion are probably warranted. So I'm going to sit back for a moment. We have Dr. Dig and Christy are here to give a female perspective on this, and I'm going to be quiet for a moment.
Brendan, this is about misogyny. It's about humiliating women on the whim of a man because you follow a religion that says that men can own women, equates them to property and animals, and allows them, their husbands, the men in their life, to have any edict whatsoever over their bodies, their lives, their choices. It's misogyny. It's not justice. It's not the law. It's not what God thinks is moral or right. It is an excuse and explicit instructions for misogyny. That is what you are refusing to admit. And that's why you have pissed off a huge number of the women that are listening to you right now. Because guess what? We get it. When women read the Bible, it's very obvious to us what your religion is about. You are a man, and you are privileged, and you still exist and benefit from that privilege today. That's what it is. There is no justice, there is no moral right in humiliating and harming a woman because a man feels like doing it. It's disgusting.
I would agree that there's no good in letting a man baselessly humiliate and harm a woman.
Baselessly? What basis is it okay in?
Well, like if a woman has broken the law, then she should, face trial just like anybody else.
Okay, so bro, if you break the law, should we set some gay guy behind you?
Should we poison you? Rip off your testicles? We should make you drink a disgusting concoction in front of your community? So we can do that to you. I, in my heart, have just been informed that you beat your wife. So now I get to rip your testicles off in front of your whole community?
I think the point is that these things are done before it's been established that she has broken the law. I think they would be barbaric even if she had, but it's 1,000 times worse if they're done. These actions are the process to determine whether she's broken the law or not. And if it turns out she hasn't, well, it's too late. She's already suffered the penalty, which was the process of trying to establish whether she'd broken the law. That can't be justice in your mind, Brandon, surely.
I don't think we're thinking or understanding what the process of this ceremony is.
Brandon,
I don't think.
Have you ever spoken to an actual victim of rape before?
I have.
Okay, well, you are right now. So how are you going to tell me that that's okay according to your God?
Sorry, tell you that what's okay?
How is it okay? How is God still good? How do you defend it?
Christy, here we go. I have the biblical answer, actually. If that person, that man that raped you, if he paid your father
he didn't.
so that he became his property, that would be okay. So
no, he didn't.
Silly me. That's why it wasn't okay. He didn't pay your father to buy you after he raped you. My rapist didn't pay my father to buy me either after he raped me. So, but that's what your God says, Brandon. That's how your God says to deal with it.
And the thing is that you can't just ignore people who are current victims of this kind of stuff and say, well, it was all context and back in the day and blah, 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 because we are current victims of this shit that's still happening. And yeah, we kind of look at your God like he's kind of a dick because he just sat back. And then a lot of Christians tell me it's free will. Whose free will? Certainly wasn't my free will. So, you know, like while you're sitting here and trying to defend all of this stuff, think about people like me. Because I am a person, and according to your book, I'm supposed to matter. So where's
Absolutely.
the love? Where's the protection? I was Christian when this happened to me. I was praying. He wasn't. God couldn't even protect me against one of Satan's dudes. So why the fuck should I trust him? Sorry, John. I'm not... I should censor my language a little more. Why the crap should I trust him?
I was a child the first time it happened to me, Brandon.
We're sort of like schooling this guy. He calls me up as an expert.
Wherever the
Chrissy,
music
you
is,
not near there.
we might have a little problem, which is there's music in the background, which is going to cause a problem for the video. So I'm not sure where the music is in the background, but I can't really have it. That's better. Thanks. Yeah, I mean it's heavy stuff, right? It's heavy stuff, and I don't mean you to feel ganged up on, Brandon, but it's terrible to see these things being defended, rather than the only acceptable response to this stuff, as far as I can see, is to just say, yes, this thing is really, really wrong, unambiguously wrong, and it's a source of considerable tension to try and resolve how this God that I am thinking about as being right could have been involved with this. You know, that's the only... I can't see another acceptable answer here. You know, trying to carve out exceptions or circumstances or, you know, justifications of why it might have been okay in terms of some an objective thing that God was trying to bring about for the Israelites or anything like that. It's not okay. It's not okay to put women through painful, humiliating things just because a man feels insecure. That can't be okay.
Just because a man feels insecure is not a good justification, but I don't think that that's the intention of what's being written in this passage.
It's
Then
right.
what's the intention?
It's right there,
Why
though.
don't you explain that to me?
But it does say, to be fair, it does legitimately just say that that's the required. That's it. That's a sufficient. That's a sufficient condition to activate this piece of legislation. I'll show it to you. So it says. It says concerning an unfaithful wife, right? But it also says if she's not unfaithful. So these are all the conditions for when this happens. It's if she's been unfaithful, if a man had intercourse with her, but it's hidden from her husband. These are some of the conditions. And then it's also if a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he is jealous of his wife, though she has not defiled herself. So this legislation applies equally to women who have done absolutely nothing wrong, and the only thing that's happened is dude feels a bit jealous. And we know how easily people can feel jealous, because jealousy is a human emotion. It can affect the best of us. It's easy to understand. We've all felt jealousy before. But I would certainly never ever want my own jealous feelings to be used as a basis on which anyone could be put through anything like this.
Brandon, do you know what we would call it if this happened today?
What would we call it?
Domestic violence.
I mean, it would be even worse, right? Because it's being done by someone else. It's being done by authorities. It would be institutional abuse and domestic violence. Hard.
I think that there are modern equivalents that could be characterized that way, that have detrimental results for people who are innocent, but in the wider measure might still be worth it. I think of things like child protection services, where innocent people can end up having a horrific time out of caution, and that there may be something analogous in a comparison like that.
Yeah, even those instances.
Itself, an investigation itself can be intrusive, but the point is to always avoid people who are presumed innocent, who until they're proven guilty should be presumed innocent, you mitigate as much as possible any harm or do anything punitive to them as a matter of principle. And you have standards like probable cause. You have to have a certain level of evidence to warrant going further into disrupting someone's life or what have you.
We also
in this case, in this case, like, what is the purpose of disheveling her hair? Like, please answer that.
I don't know.
Yeah, so
Brandon,
I mean that's a problem. Go ahead.
We also have systems of recompense when a person that is not guilty, innocent, is treated unfairly by an institutional system. They can sue that person. They can get it out to the public and have that person be fired. What did your God provide any instructions for what the woman could do if she was innocent? Because from my reading, she's still married to him.
Yep.
And this has been done to her.
I can answer this, by the way.
There's nowhere for her to go.
At the end of this legislation, it says the man shall be free from iniquity. In other words, if he's falsely accused her, all's good in the hood, but the woman shall bear her iniquity. So there's absolutely, this is so set up to be completely against her and completely in favor of him no matter what. So whether, if it turns out she's been unfaithful, then a whole world of shit awaits her. And if it turns out she doesn't, well, sorry about that, soz, and he's completely fine. Nothing at all, no problem at all. Where's the incentive for, under this scheme, for men to be careful about making these kind of accusations? There's none. God could have made this 1% less horrible by just adding a clause to say if it turns out that he's falsely accused her, he has to take her out for dinner, or say sorry, or compensate her in some way, or something, right? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because she isn't an actual person. She's just a piece of meat that belongs to the man. And that's reflective of the culture of the time, right? But if we are to accept that these laws and ordinances were from God, as the Bible says, then we don't get to blame the culture of the time. We get to blame the originator and the author, which in this case is Yahweh.
I don't think that is a fair representation of the whole situation in the time and the culture that this is being presented in. I don't think that the Bible is presenting women as if they are just property and meat, as you just said.
It says it in the Ten Commandments. It says it in the Ten Commandments. Do not covet your neighbor's property. And in the list of what is property, his wife is listed. You don't get to sit here and obfuscate it because you like some parts of the Bible and it makes you feel good and it props up whatever belief you have about yourself in the world when it harms half of the population. You don't get to do that.
Yeah, and there's so many other verses, Brandon, that do paint women as basically chattel property. Men can sell their daughters into slavery, but not their sons. The Israelites can take war brides. You conquer some other people, and you see a woman that you like the look of amongst the prisoners, the captives. You can just take her back to your house. She becomes your bride, who you can have sex with, whether she wants to or not. That everything about this points to women as horrifically objectified, as nothing more than the property of men. Find me a verse in the Old Testament that paints a different picture, that elevates women to equal status of men. You won't. There isn't one.
Your book is so rooted in misogyny that it had to make up an entirely different way to make humans, because they had to make sure that the man had dominion over women. We don't make people out of men's ribs. Women get pregnant and rip their bodies apart, bringing children into the world. And every person on this planet is either a woman or her child. And your Bible is so against that they had to make up how we get new people.
Brandon, you've taken a lot of fire here. I just want to say, I legit, from all the times we've spoken to you, I actually believe you are better than your Bible. You're just stuck in a very awkward position right now, and I could feel the tension on you. It's not easy taking fire from women who have had trauma, etc., and having to confront these biblical passages. I just, for your sake, I genuinely think you're a decent human being. You're just doing these gymnastics in your mind because you cannot bring yourself to say, well, the God of the Old Testament's kind of a dick. And it's an unenviable position to be in. So I hope someday you deconstruct and you look back and you're like, wow, I really had to do these gymnastics, and you don't have to do it anymore, because I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe it's true. I do believe you are better than your Bible. But you're stuck having to defend things that's like really uncomfortable for you.
Yeah,
and I don't want that for you.
I second that. I second that because you know I know Brandon. We've had quite a few conversations, and even away from the subject of all of this. And you're better than this, Brandon. You deserve better than having to tie yourself in knots to make this stuff make sense. You don't deserve this.
I just ran outside because I wanted to get away from the music and say, yes, Brandon, I have listened to you before, and I think you're a nice person, but I really think that you need to actually think about people like me and Dr. Dig, who are real people, because the book doesn't do that. You need to look at the real people, and I'm not saying you should lose your faith. I personally believe that if for me, it's a pretty distant if, but if there is a God, he's nothing like this book, because I feel like I mattered a lot more than the kind of treatment that I got in this situation and many, many others that God allowed. So the biblical God, it's the book that's the problem. And just remember people like us. That's my big thing. I'm going to drop out though, but thank you for having me.
Thanks, Christy. Thanks.
For sure. I take that on board, and I'm certainly not trying to brush aside anyone's experiences or diminish or belittle anyone or anything in the way that I am thinking about and approaching this. And I hope that I haven't done that in anything that I've said or I'm presenting here. I'm not convinced by what you guys have said that, you know, I haven't got a legitimate understanding of how this can be comported with goodness. And I am open to more conversation on that matter.
Yeah, you've certainly had your fair share of incoming today. So maybe it's something we need to pick up at a later point.
Yeah, I'm up for that. Absolutely. I am. If I'm wrong, I want to know. Like, I actually do. I mean that. I obviously I don't think I am, but if I am, I want to leave enough of a chink in whatever armor my biases are putting around me, such that the truth can get through.
Then if that's really true, and I'm taking you at face value there because I know you and I trust you, and then I think that as you do think about this, and as this conversation settles on you afterwards, and you replay aspects of it, or even listen back to it on the live, I don't think you're going to be able to listen to this and come away with maintaining the position that this thing is okay. I really don't think you can. I think that you can. I believe that you can talk yourself into thinking that you can, if that makes sense. But I don't think you really can. And so I think you have two choices now. One is to really do take it on board, like not just lip service, but really do and think about it and realize that everything you said is just trying to justify the unjustifiable.
And then you have to deal with what the ramifications of that might be for how you think about this stuff. And the other one is to just retreat into like imagining somehow that these points have been sufficiently addressed to the point where you feel they have, and you can move on, you know, as you were. But I think only the former of those two approaches is truly intellectually honest with yourself.
I hear you. I could propose the alternative to you, but it's the longer conversation that maybe we'll pick up another time. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, well, thanks for calling in, Brandon. Appreciate it.
All the best, absolutely.
All right, man. Take care. Okie dokie. There we go. Thank you, ladies, for coming up, for volunteering up. I know that was hard for Brandon, and I felt a little bit like he was ambushed, but I do think it was important in all of these discussions. I sometimes feel a little bit uncomfortable. These are all men talking about issues that are actually about women, and I think it's more than appropriate that when these things come up, I think it shines a light on them that Sean and I could not possibly shine, to have a woman's perspective on this. Women who are still living with misogyny today, women who have suffered this kind of thing in their lives, albeit in a different form. So appreciate that, Dr. Dig. Thank you. And Christy as well. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll drop down now.
All right. Thanks. That was a tough one. That was a tough one. And you know, I go back quite a way with Brandon. He's a really nice guy, and he's in a really tricky situation there, because it's a nasty choice, right? You either admit that the God you worship is at least done one thing which is morally unacceptable, and if there's one, there could be more, and there's a slippery slope there, or you have to double down and you have to defend this stuff there obviously copes, because there is no defending this. There's no system of justice where you dish out a punishment to someone before you've established any guilt. That there isn't, that you can do whatever you want with the word justice, but there isn't a version of justice that includes that. And I think that's the problem we have. But you know, maybe we'll pick this up, and you know, I hope Brandon's doing all right. I hope anyone who's affected by a conversation like this is doing all right. I know these kind of conversations can stir up a lot of really tricky emotions in a lot of people, and you know, these talks can get heavy sometimes, and
for sure,
I'm kind of sorry for that, and also not sorry, because this is the stuff we're dealing with. This is what we have to look at. Okay, so we're going to get in Optimus Rhymes on the YouTube side, and we have actual PVG waiting after that as well. How are we doing for time? Yeah, we're kind of doing all right for a bit. I have to think about drawing things to a close at some point soon. But let's see what's going on here. Right, Optimus Rhymes, on the way in. How are you? If you're there, hopefully it works. Come on, video, you can do it. Or maybe not. It's always the same, isn't it?
I love the name, Optimus Rhyme.
It's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect. Optimus, are you there? Not working. That might be a Video Ninja thing again, or it might be something your end. And have a look at your audio. What can I see? AirPods. It says you're using AirPods. I'll try and refresh that. Any luck? I'm going to try and switch. There you go.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I got you now.
We got you.
Yeah. Hello.
All right.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. Let's lighten the tone a bit. We've been down in the heavies for a bit, so let's lighten the tone a bit. And it's nice to see you, friend.
Yeah. I was coming in to first off say you guys are great. I deconstructed last couple of years. So I've kind of been like diving headfirst into watching atheist content, and as much as I love watching Ian and Justin and Blitz like destroy people, I don't know, you guys just have like it doesn't ever get to that point to where you guys are having to go down to their level, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah. But also the fun thing, everybody go watch Darth Dawkins versus Snake Was Right on Modern Day Debates.
Yeah, someone else recommended that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, it's not as good as the Shannon one, but it's really good.
Oh,
it's
excellent.
just him making an ass of himself.
Which, to be fair, he does every time he opens his mouth.
No, yeah, definitely, definitely. I have this weird, like, I heard you guys talking about conspiracy theories, and I do not believe that Darth Dawkins is a Christian. I think he's an atheist. My reasoning behind that is, one, he doesn't know shit about the Bible. He never talks about it. Like, if somebody just listened to a bunch of his stuff, they'd have no idea what God he believed in.
Yeah.
So after he gets off a call, like after he does the, he'll mute people and not let them say anything. As soon as he gets off the call, he basically just says everything that he does and puts it on that atheist. It's like, this is what they do. They say this and they do that, but it's like everything he's saying is exactly what he just did.
Yeah.
So that's my conspiracy theory. Darth Dawkins is an atheist.
I'm always hesitant to purport to be able to tell others what they believe unless I have solid evidence, because Christians do that to us so often that, I don't appreciate it when it's done to us. So I tend to take people at their word at what they believe unless I have good reason to believe otherwise.
But I think it could be said that he's certainly not demonstrating what Christians would like to think Christian values are. Like, even just that, right? He shows no compassion. I mean, not too long after my encounter with him, there was a friend called Shay went into his live, and she was in a very vulnerable place in her life. It was the anniversary of the death of her husband, and she was in a really bad way, and I don't know why she went in there looking for human connection. I mean, I will never understand that, but she did. She went into the space with him, and it was actually, he was in someone else's live or something, but she was in there with him, and she made herself very, very vulnerable, and any human being would have responded to her in that moment with empathy and compassion. And he didn't. He couldn't muster it up. It was like a freak show. He was so horrible to her. In that moment, a person in unbelievable pain, and who just needed, like, the closest thing you could muster up to an internet hug was what she needed in that moment. Just be a human being. Just show her some semblance of understanding and reflecting back that you get that she's hurting as a human being. He couldn't do it. He started grilling her on beliefs and stuff and God and whatever, and then she basically got kicked out. And then he spent the next few minutes basically slagging her off and bad-mouthing her with the other guests. I mean, unbelievable lack of humanity and compassion. So if that's what Christianity is, it's even worse than I thought. Like, I know Christians who, I disagree with their theology, but they're decent people. They're kind people, and they try to live by the better values that they would attribute to Christianity of compassion and kindness and empathy and stuff. And I don't think he's the real deal. But Sean makes a good point, though.
Yeah, even his sycophant. So Darth Dawkins was, I don't remember the guy's name, but he was co-hosting for this guy who was obviously one of his followers. He was trying to cue Darth, like, Darth, she's crying. Darth, back off, she's crying. Like trying to.
It wasn't PMAS, but it was one of the other.
I don't think it was PMAS, but yeah, the guy was trying to back him down, but when Darth Dawkins didn't relent, he fell in line, and then as soon as they kicked her, he started joining in with Darth Dawkins to, like, justify the treatment of her and stuff like that. Like, he couldn't, like, He has. I'll say this about him: he has some dedicated followers that just fall lockstep, and it's just crazy to me.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Yeah, and one thing that I think about when I listen to those guys that are just like their whole bit is to act tough, and it's very obvious that they're just like some of the most insecure people on the face of the earth. But they just shit. I'm sorry, I just completely had a blank.
That's right. That's all
kind
right.
of nervous talking on here.
No,
you were talking about them like needing to sound tough or something like that.
Oh, I know what I was gonna say. Like, okay, so the whole like you'll know them by their fruits, and I know that that's like their actions or whatever, but like nothing about those people is appealing. Like they're awful. They sound like they hate their life. They want everyone else to be miserable. It's just like I don't get the appeal to anyone. Like I don't know. It's just he is just such a joke.
Well, there is a
terrible
sub-Christian culture, and I'm not going to broad brush all Christians, but like particularly in the U.S., the Christian right, that seems to me very antithetical to what normative Christians, how they portray Jesus, of this kindness and empathy, of just viewing poor people as just lazy, like just with disdain, like lazy. They can't pull themselves up by their bootstraps because they're on the government teat, not wanting universal health care, aggressive and angry toward foreigners, although that is pretty biblical. That part of it is pretty biblical.
Yeah.
And there's even a very renowned and ironic Charlie Kirk quote that's out there, and I looked it up and verified it. I don't have it in front of me verbatim, but basically he said he doesn't like the word empathy. It's sort of a new agey term that is harmful to society. Empathy.
Yes, crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah,
work.
and like it's there is this sort of red pill Christian right wing subculture that is all about F your feelings. I don't care about, empathy, this and that, and it's weird to me.
And that's tied up with the whole manosphere thing as well. There's that whole Jordan Peterson crap thing as well.
Yeah, that bothers me too, because like I mean I never was that far, gone or whatever, but I definitely I grew up, I was homeschooled. My parents are both still conservative. My mom's come around a lot, but my dad is like still a pretty big Trump guy.
Yeah.
But they're just like vulnerable young men, and it's just disgusting that these people take advantage of them like that. And yeah, I don't know. It's really annoying, and they are like to quote the Bible, they are a stumbling block to humanity. Like they're doing nothing for us.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great.
Yeah. I do know, I did want to say one thing, something that really helped me, because I know I've heard a few people today say that the fear of hell is what, and like, oh, what if I'm wrong or whatever.
Yeah.
Reading the Bible, when I got out, I was in therapy, and like, I'm a recovering alcoholic, and it was like a lot of it was because of religion. I'm good now. I'm 4 years sober.
Good for you.
But thank you. But yeah, I was in therapy, and my therapist, like, I wasn't even in there for religious trauma because I didn't realize that's what was going on. But she told me, she was like, every time you come in here, somehow religion gets brought up. And at the time I was like, I can't say that it's wrong because, you know, I don't know if God's real or whatever. And she was like, maybe you should like look into it. And I did. And before I started, like, just dove in and read the Bible, I was like, I'm going to give both sides a fair shot. I went on YouTube and I looked up like evidence for God, and I watched that, and that was fine. And then I watched an atheist. I don't even remember who it was, but they basically were just talking about why they think it's not real. And I know I heard you say, or I heard you talk to someone earlier that was saying something like, I had a panic attack. Man,
Yeah.
that just like that hit really close to home, because like it was like midnight. I was by myself and I'm listening to this stuff, and I was like shaking.
Oh man.
Whew. Yeah, it's tough. But right after that, I went, and for some reason I was like, I should read the story of Job, and I did. And I have heard that story so many times growing up, like in church and everything. And reading it from the other side, it's just like, Jesus Christ, man, they made this sound like it was a good thing.
Yeah.
And that's it. When people bring that story up, I am just like, whoa,
It's
I
horrendous.
don't trust you.
It's horrendous. Yeah, it's horrendous.
There's something about being in the middle of it. So I didn't know about many of the problematic verses until after I became an atheist, I'll be honest.
Same.
However, I knew about some, but somehow, and I've always been an empathetic person, etc. But somehow when it was in a biblical context, it was like the emotion or the thought, the value thought was like removed from it. Like Noah's flood. It's just so obviously heinous and monstrous and completely unjustified. I knew about the Exodus story and like God hardening Pharaoh's heart and like killing all the firstborn and turning the Nile into blood and all this. I knew about all these things, but it was just so normalized that like the moral evaluation part of my brain was just shut off. It was like nobody ever came to me and said, hey, turn your compass on right now and really think about this. Like I didn't have that because we didn't have I just wasn't participating in these types of debates or what have you. And I've always wondered what my reaction would be. Would I be one of these guys? I have no idea. I can't say I wouldn't be doing these mental gymnastics to defend these things, or like I genuinely want to know. But the point is, there was something in my brain that just shut off that moral evaluation to where it was just a cold fact of history. And it wasn't something to even evaluate. It's just something God did in the Bible. And after I stopped believing and I retroactively went back and really thought about these, like, yeah, these new verses I learned are pretty awful, but these old verses are also really awful.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, I wonder the same thing. Like, because I didn't find out. I mean, I'm pretty much exactly like you. Like, I knew there was stuff in there that was like, oh man, they after they knocked those walls down in Jericho, they kind of killed everybody.
Yeah.
But they don't really talk about that part. They just talk about the walls falling down. And I think there's even like a VeggieTales episode of that. And there's a VeggieTale episode of the Bathsheba thing. They leave out a lot of parts.
I bet they do.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just so normalized. Like, what denomination were you, Sean?
So at first I was a Seventh-day Adventist. I was converted. I lived with my grandmother and great aunt for a time. I want to say for 2.5 years, something like that. And then when I left them, I was in a less religious environment, but still identified as Christian, like throughout well into adulthood. Been going to various churches. Like if I had a girlfriend that belonged to a church, okay, I'll start going to that sort of thing. But but I was in a super controlling fundamentalist religious environment for a short time. And I, having left for so many years, that type of environment, I think made my deconversion much less dramatic than it is for many people.
Yeah, I was Southern Baptist. I grew up in Mississippi, and it's like that you had like churches in the area that you knew, but because I was so sheltered, like, I
Even
just thought that,
homeschooled.
yeah, and homeschooled, yeah, and with that, great Christian education,
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, it's I it's got to be just because of, if you're brought up into that and everyone around you, all the adults, everybody is just like, yeah, this is the greatest thing ever. It's like, I, it, it's that indoctrination that's just like, you can't see it for what it really is because you have a blinder on that it's always good. There's
Yeah.
nothing God can do that's wrong.
That's right.
Yeah. But when I've read the Bible through twice. I read the King James version first because at the time I was like so anti-religion that I didn't want to take the chance of giving money to some sort of religious person, so I just borrowed somebody's Bible. I
Oh,
read the King.
interesting.
Yeah, I read the King James, and then right after I finished that,
And King James is hard
I
work just to read that. It's hard, isn't it?
oh yeah, it sucked. I had to look up so much stuff.
I bet you did.
Yeah, and anyways, after watching like Justin and stuff, I was just like, whoa, that it's not just me. This book is just garbage. Like this, at least, I mean, the whole book is garbage, but like the King James version is like, I wondered when we like my family would go back. What is it like? New King James. Like they go back and forth between King James and New King James, and I knew, like, I thought this as a kid. I was just like, why are we reading like a version of the Bible that comes like 1500, 1600 years after it all happened? Like, and I was just thinking we should read what the Jewish people read. But obviously I couldn't ask questions like that. I just had to keep that stuff to myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I read the King James, and then I read the NRSV. I don't know if I read the updated edition, but I read one of those, and it was so much easier to read.
Yeah.
But reading the King James, I will say this: I have never been a reader, and after reading that thing, I started reading like stuff that's actually good, and it got me into reading. So.
Well, that's a
Thanks,
win.
God.
Yeah, that's a win. Thanks,
Yeah.
God. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, but just, if you're having struggles, like if you are still like, I'm scared of hell, whatever, read the Bible, and while you're reading it, just pay attention to how many times they tell you like you're gonna go to hell, because they don't tell you that in the Old Testament. And then in the New Testament, there's like a few things that are like, yeah, you're going to hell or whatever, but like, just, I don't know, like trying to compare the two, because when it's told to you, you're like, oh yeah, the Bible is just like everything lines up. But if you read that thing and keep those indoctrinated, feelings that have been put into you, it helps me, because I'm just like, there's no possible way that this is real. Like,
yeah,
there could be a God. I don't care if there is. He's not, obviously he's not doing much for us. But the Christian God and all that stuff is just like, it is completely false. Like there's too many contradictions. Jesus and God are both dicks the whole time, and then they're just saying they're good. But man, it really helped me because you brought up Noah's flood. When I got to that point, I was told my whole life that, and I saw it in videos, that the other people came around and like made fun of Noah for making a boat. That is not in the story. They just added that in there like as a persecution complex. So, but that's the kind of stuff that made me realize it's not real. Is when you read that, if you like have been told these stories over and over and over and they're good, and then you go and read it, it's kind of like watching like a Disney movie of like if you go read the original story of like Cinderella, at the end the sisters are like mutilating their feet to fit in the slipper and stuff. Yeah, those grim fairy tales are like way more gruesome than the Disney ones. So it's like
that
I feel like
stood
these
out
people.
to me too. Like the Noah's them saying he was, everyone's making fun of him and etc. And then that not actually being in the Bible, that stood out to me. Another one that stood out to me is the Tower of Babel. I was always told that they were being arrogant and trying to build a tower to reach heaven and to be godlike or like literally up like to reach heaven, and God said no, I'm going to put a stop to that. But when you read it, the actual reason given is that if men start working together, there's nothing they can't accomplish. So God didn't want us being able to work together to accomplish great things, so he confused our language. Like that's the actual justification. And then scientists came along, said, hold my beer, and now we're walking on the moon. So there's a little irony there. But yeah, and it's like, why is that a bad thing? That, hey, we accomplish so much if we all work together. Nope, can't have that. It's just a weird lesson. Like, I'm trying to put myself in the writers of these books, and like, why would that be such a lesson? Like, God is against men working together to accomplish great things. Why? Like, it's bizarre to me.
Yeah, he's a dick for sure. Yeah, man, it's all fucking crazy. But I would definitely say if you're having issues with that stuff, as boring as it is, and like you could go subscribe to Joel's thing and he'll read the Bible to you. So I just think that's like it's kind of like if you're a kid and you're like laying in bed and your lights are off, but there's a shadow on this chair and it looks like a monster, and you're like, oh my God, I don't want to go over there. And then you finally do, or you turn the light on and you realize it's just like a jacket in a weird way or whatever. That's kind of how this stuff is. Like, you're told all this stuff, and like a lot of the stuff that Christians say like are C.S. Lewis quotes. It's not even in the Bible. It's so I don't know. It's a boring task, but it definitely helped me. The more you know about this stuff, it's kind of empowering. If like to know that when a Christian says something to me, I can be like, oh, that's definitely not true, and I can give you tons of verses right now to show you or whatever. Just know more than they do. It doesn't take much.
Yeah.
But
well, that's why we do this. That's why we keep on doing this. And I feel really good about doing it. So it's a public service.
I'm glad you do. Public service is an understatement. You guys are both great. Keep doing what you're doing, but I'll let you get to somebody else.
Thanks, buddy.
I just wanted to, come in and give my 2 cents.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Good to speak as always. Thanks, Optimus.
All right.
Take care. Okie dokie. Right. A little bit of housekeeping. A few messages to read. What have we got? We have got Tim. A Roman centurion walks into a bar, holds up 2 fingers and says, I'll have 5 beers. I love that. Oldies are the goodies. And then Punctuated Equilibrium, to whom I still owe a response on your paper. I'm so sorry. An objective ought is a category error. I think I agree with that, unless the ought is being deemed to be objective with respect to a defined goal. But we kind of that's ground that we went over earlier, isn't it? And Tim said, so the Thanos snap killed half of all life, while no one talks about the explosive diarrhea survivors had because half of their gut bacteria disappeared. Of course. The writers never thought of that. I never thought of that. The Thanos snap would have left lots of people with gut biomes that were not happening in quite the right way. Good point. And Tim said, is that why the movies jumped 5 years? Is that about a point we made about what was it we were talking about the movies? I've forgotten now what that was. That might need clarifying.
Yeah, not sure on that one.
Yeah, it was. We were talking about a movie or something, and then something jumped 5 years. Sorry, Tim. I'm drawing a blank. I'm sure that you were responding to something absolutely perfectly, and my mind can't put it together right now. But I appreciate that. And Ordinary Skeptic, I believe, has been a member for, I think it's some period of time, which it now doesn't say on here, but congratulations to you and thank you so much. I really appreciate your support hugely. And here's Optimus, who we just spoke to. The debate here, the one that he was mentioning, is Darth v Snake was right on modern day debates. Okay, well, we're all going to be heading off to watch that, I'm sure. And Rachel says, listening to males defend this is truly disgusting. I know it's really hard. That was a heavy segment, so I appreciate that. And Bethos says, W. Brandon, doing actual discussion, tries to defend his view. He might stay religious, but is willing to listen to other perspectives. I will say that about Brandon. He is an honest interlocutor. He's a decent guy. Yeah. And that can't have been an easy conversation for him. And lots of theists have to wrestle with this stuff. And lots of people who are no longer theists are no longer theists because of starting to engage with the material in this way. And it's not easy. So I think some recognition there is appropriate. And Totem Cult says, how are the hosts able to say Brandon is a decent person when he did nothing but lie about the Bible and defend the abuse of women? I don't think he was lying, and I think Brandon's wrong, and Brandon knows I think he's wrong about this. But I do maintain that he's a decent person, and I think it's a really tricky one because I don't like to get personal about these things, and I don't really like to think about people as decent or indecent. I think it is indecent to defend these things, but I don't think that necessarily makes you an indecent person. I understand why the need is there to defend it. I understand what the psychological and emotional price of not defending it is because of the ramifications and what it implies and what it entails. So I do understand that, and it's hard. It is.
And there's a difference between lying about something and being wrong about something. I don't think he was intentionally lying about the Bible. Yeah. I think he didn't realize that Numbers 5, there were certain verses in Numbers 5 that he wasn't aware of.
Right. Yeah. I think that's right. And Nerd Unleashed, thank you so much for your lovely comments and stuff. I really appreciate them all. Has just said, I explained the 5-year thing. So after Thanos snapped, the movie timeline jumped 5 years. So I have to put my hands up. I haven't watched these movies. I didn't do the Marvel Universe thing.
You haven't seen Infinity Wars?
No,
John.
I just didn't. Somebody said to me, "Here's the order that you have to watch all the MCU films in. You start with Captain America, and then you do and I started watching them. I just found I couldn't watch them. They just didn't do it for me. And I gather that the later
different strokes.
I gather that the later Avengers films and the final couple were very good, but I sort of always had the feeling that you had to have put the time in and watched all the other ones in order for it to make sense, and I just couldn't. I
bet if it was Captain England, you would have cared enough to watch it.
I'm certain I wouldn't have done. I said, yes, superhero films just don't do it for me. I feel like I have to work really hard to be interested. And so many of those films feel to me like very, very thinly written plot lines to stitch a bunch of CGI sequences together, and that really annoys me. So, yeah, I didn't get them, but I'm aware of the fact that lots of wonderful, smart, cultured people did. So it's obviously just me. But I do know what the Thanos snap is, and I do get that, and I reference it myself sometimes. Like, God could have done that rather than a flood, and it would have made him infinitely better. Let's imagine, God feels dismay and regret about the world he's made, which in itself is a ludicrous concept for an all-knowing God. But let's grant it for the moment, and he decides he needs to start again. Just do a Thanos snap. Or rewind time, or do something. But to have to drown things, you have to to dictate that the lungs of every living being must be filled with kind of semi-saline water. Nah, that's nonsense. Adam says there's no Captain England, there is Captain Britain. I would agree with that.
Oh,
absolutely.
Fair enough.
Absolutely.
There might actually be a Captain Britain.
There ought to be, and if there aren't, then I'm up for the job. And Bethos comes in and says, only superhero movies I followed is Spider-Man. I quite liked Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man. I did watch those, and I liked those.
He's right. There is a Captain Britain. I just had to look it up real quick.
You checked it out. There you go.
Yeah.
Right. Let's get actual PVG in. I do want to say that as a general principle, I try not to do too much of people coming up again and stuff, because I always like to prioritize new callers rather than people calling in over and over, even though we of course do value all of your inputs. Speaking of that, before I get you in, Shaquille, PVG, I see Shaquille is back. So having stormed out earlier, declaring his own victory at schooling Sean and me, Shaquille is back for a little bit more. So if you'll bear with me, PVG, let's get in Shaquille and see if he's capable of tracking a conversation. I think it's reasonably unlikely that that's going to be the case, but let's try it. Shaquille, welcome back.
How are you doing? You okay?
Always good here. Always good. So you return again. What's on your mind now?
I just wanted to know what your response was. I thought I'd give you a bit of time just to get your heads around it and see.
Okay. All right. Shaquille, this it does get a little bit boring when every conversation we have follows exactly the same trajectory. So let's try and do it differently. And let's really, 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 really put our big boy pants on and try and have an actual adult conversation where we're legitimately responsive to what the other person says. Okay.
Try not to be so stubborn, and hopefully we can get a productive conversation going.
Okay, so what this means is that you need to actually listen carefully to what I say and respond to it, because the conversation we had earlier, I'm not going to mince my words, was an absolute train wreck. You were responding to a position I don't hold, and that's a total waste of time. And the reason why I asked you then, at some point I stopped things and I said, please can you describe the position I actually hold, was because we were all listening to you respond to a position I have never taken. And you were like arguing against a position that I've never expressed. And so I said, just stop for a minute. And I asked you, please can you tell me what you think my position actually is about belief? And you spoke for about just under a minute and a half, and nothing you said described the position I actually held. So can you see why someone listening to that might think this is a waste of time, because you were just, I don't know what you were even talking about, but you weren't actually addressing the position I held. So if you want, I'll tell you the position I hold, and then you can actually respond to that. Shall we do that?
Yeah, keep it consistent, please, and then hopefully then we won't have no confusion about your position. But
we don't have confusion. There's no we in the confusion. The confusion was entirely yours. So And when you say keep it consistent, Shaquille, I do this 3 times a week and have been doing so for 9 months. And every time I express this position, it's hard to imagine what more consistent could look like. I say exactly the same things every time I talk about belief. I've written a book about it. You're not going to find a person more consistent about this topic than me. So
I thought you were going to explain your position. Go on.
Yes. So my position is that belief isn't a choice. You can't choose your beliefs because you can't choose what you find convincing. You discover what you find convincing. You either experience a feeling of being convinced by it or you don't. And so we mischaracterize belief as a choice when we describe it as an action. When we describe belief as an action, we make it sound like anyone could just choose to be convinced by something. And that isn't how belief works. And because of that fact, it doesn't make moral sense to condemn someone for not believing the right things. That's my position.
Maybe define the belief for him too.
And belief is just the condition of being persuaded that something is true or likely true.
Right, or possible.
No.
Belief means you think a proposition is true or likely true. It doesn't matter possible. The proposition could be that something is possible.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. The belief is about whether you agree with the statement.
So,
Beliefs apply to statements and propositions.
So you can use the word possible in there as well. I'm sure you can. Why
So-
do you have a problem or issue with the word possible? Because if something's true or untrue, then it's possible or impossible. You can imply that as well, can't you?
You're confusing belief with ontology.
It seems like you're trying to limit my argument by not allowing certain words.
You're already talking about. No, we're trying. Look, you can have a belief. You can have a belief about whether something is possible. However, if I can, when I'm limiting possibility as part of the definition, so if I roll a 6-sided die, I agree that it's possible it could land on a 6. However, I don't believe it necessarily will land on a 6, but I have a belief about possibility. Belief is just, there's no need to complicate it.
Yeah.
To believe something is to be persuaded that it is true or likely true. That's it. Full stop.
Right, okay. So, I'm quite an active person, I enjoy entertainment and sports. And one thing, and from my own experience as well, there's plenty of things in my life that I have achieved when my ability or my skill level has not indicated the fact that I am going to achieve something, and just because of my belief that I chose to believe, even though I knew it was a tall order, I went out and done it. And I've done this a few cases, and you look around you all the time, you see people, going through life struggles and other pursuits in life, challenges or achievements, and a lot of the time, or quite often, frequently, you get people that achieve things not through their level of skill or their ability, but more to do with the belief that they can actually achieve it. And it could be that they've actually achieved something by defeating an opponent who actually made a mistake.
Shaquille, do you
understand?
imagine that I would have spent 3 years writing about belief and not thought about the point you're making right now?
I don't care about that. We're having a discussion now, and you can answer me in real time whenever you like.
Okay, I'll do it right now then. I'll do it right now.
If you want to reference your book, that's fair enough.
So I'll do it right. I'll do it right now. So
let me finish. So basically, belief in a nutshell is an internal, spiritual kind of motive.
No, it's not.
That makes you do things. It doesn't have to always.
If you're,
it doesn't always have to do with something.
So this is how conversations go off the rail. All you're doing now is you're just conflating the word belief as I use it to mean propositional assent, i.e. meaning something's true. You're just conflating that with personal confidence, or you know, self-belief or something, confidence to do something, bravery, or a good attitude towards getting something done, or a positive inclination about achieving something, that's totally irrelevant with respect to what we are talking about here. We're talking here about religions that tell people they deserve to be punished based on what they think is true. And the point I'm making is that you can't decide to think something's true if you don't believe it is. If you're not convinced it is, you can't decide to find it convincing. And that's why your whole ramble off into self-belief and that making you good at tennis is lovely, delightful, and completely irrelevant to the discussion. So belief in this context has got nothing to do with your belief in yourself to be able to be a wonderful ballet dancer one day. I'm delighted that you have that. But this is about whether people think things are true or not, and whether it makes moral sense to punish them for not agreeing that they are. And that's what your religion does.
So, right. So now you've narrowed it down to a specific rather than the broader statement about belief. Now, going back to that, let's dissect your belief and where it comes from. So,
okay.
And that
Which
way,
belief?
look, excuse me, look. Or you, Sean, because that way I'll have a better idea.
Which belief? You said you're addressing. You said you're.
Yes, hold on.
Our belief.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
leave it with me. Let me lead the conversation, and hopefully you'll get your answers. So, what convinces you to believe in something?
Evidence.
Evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of evidence? Written evidence?
Not necessarily. It can be empirical evidence. It can be a good argument presented. It can be just thinking about something and realizing that it makes sense. I lump it all under sort of epistemic justification. So it could be a demonstration. It could be new information and lots of things. I wouldn't want to say it's one particular thing.
Do you have to see or experience this, but yourself, or does your belief also depend on others as well?
Well, I can leverage. He's saying, do you have to directly experience it? No, I mean, I've never. There's lots of things we're getting some sort of weird noise happening. Where's that coming? There's like a weird echo. I think it's stopped now. Yeah, you don't necessarily have to directly experience everything yourself. You can leverage other people's experience, right? So, like, I've never been down to the bottom of the sea, but I'm happy to accept that other people have, right?
Or space for that matter.
Or space for that matter, right? So you don't have to. It would be silly to say you can only accept evidence of things that you've directly experienced, right? I've never worked at a particle accelerator or seen a particle accelerator, but I accept that it was a particle accelerator that
you didn't
revealed the Higgs boson.
Like, for example, you didn't witness yourself being conceived.
I didn't witness myself being conceived, Shaquille. That's right.
Example.
Yes,
I'll
that's
just give you an
correct.
example, yeah?
So
yes.
how does this get to belief as a choice, though?
Okay. So based on that, you're talking about religions as well. So is it okay for people who follow a particular religion have their belief going off a majority of other people within their environment who believe that? Because that's what you've just basically said about
not only is it okay, it's inevitable. That's how all religions work. Is people get their beliefs of other people saying it? Yeah, absolutely.
So what's the issue then?
The issue is fine. If you want to believe your religious beliefs based on what other people have said, I'm delighted for you. Good work. Well done. The fact that I don't just means that I don't find that same evidence convincing. Where we have a problem is when your belief says I deserve to burn in hell for that.
Are you going to let John? Are you going to let John finish?
Can you post me one of your books out, or do I have to buy one?
You have to buy one like everyone else.
Right. Okay. Can you share the link on here, please?
Are you going to let John finish a sentence?
Why are you always interrupting for?
Because you're Why am I interrupting you? Is that your question? Because you were interrupting John just now, and we agreed to have a back and forth conversation. So enough with the meta. Just stop interrupting, and John can finish.
I think that's been put quite beautifully. I'm sorry if the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours.
Is he your proxy, or is he your assistant? Is he your decoy?
He's neither, and you're moving into the meta again, which we don't need to do right now. So we don't need to worry about my book, Shaquille. We don't need to worry about any of this, Shaquille.
Sean, what are your pronouns?
We're either going to have a sensible discussion or we're not going to have one. I'm reasonably happy either way. So you're either here to engage with the topic or you're here to fart around. If you're here to fart around, just say so and we'll end the call and we'll move on. If you're here to be a big boy, then tell us that and we'll have a proper adult conversation like the grown-ups do. Which one would you like to do?
We can have a sensible discussion, yeah.
Great.
Sensible doesn't mean that this dude here can keep interrupting when he wants.
Funnily enough, he's my co-host and he is allowed to do that.
Well,
You've called into a show with two people on it, and Sean was literally just trying to stop you from interjecting.
Well, then that's not very sensible.
Okay. So, Shaquille, the point I was trying to make is you are entitled to your religious beliefs, of course. You have no choice but to have your religious beliefs. If you have been persuaded of them by other people, you have no choice about your belief. You're persuaded, your belief happens to you automatically. I am not persuaded by those beliefs, and yet your belief system says that I deserve to be punished for that. And that's the thing I'm pushing back on the moral coherence of that. And you will not be able to make an argument for why that's ethical.
Right, okay. So I'm going to give you a perfect example where your belief system punishes me for believing in something that you expect me to believe in.
Okay. You go ahead.
An example?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So if I believe your science or your belief system, if I believed, if some dude told me that he's a woman, and I say, no, I'm not having that, I'm not going to believe in that, that's stupid, yeah, I get punished for that.
Right. Nobody is talking here about punishing you for your beliefs. There may be societal consequences for your actions, for saying certain things, speaking in certain ways. That's not what we're talking about here. We're not talking about the words you say, Shaquille. We're talking about your inner beliefs, what you actually think is true. Right? And your religion says that people who don't have the required beliefs deserve to be punished forever in a fire that regenerates their flesh on their bones so it can be burned off again. And you think that's a good thing?
Well, one thing I do know is that people who don't actually believe in God tend to believe it's okay to teach little children about sex. They tend to believe that it's okay that a man is a woman and a woman is a man.
We're not having a discussion. We're not having a discussion.
You have these problems as well. You have these silly problems as well.
We are not having a discussion about this topic.
This is where godlessness leads you to. Look at the sickness that you are.
Okay. We're not having a discussion about your we're not having a discussion about your transphobia. We're having a discussion about the nature of belief. The nature of belief has got absolutely nothing to do with your transphobia.
Well,
it's got absolutely nothing to do with your views on gender, on sex, on educating children. All of those things are completely nothing to do with what we're talking about here. There are people without religious belief that agree with you about your views on gender. And there are people without religious belief that disagree with you about your views on gender. That tells us that your views on gender are fucking irrelevant to this discussion. There's nothing less relevant. So, if we're going to continue the discussion, we're going to keep on talking about the topic, which is the nature of belief. And the nature of belief is involuntary, and as such, it's not morally coherent to punish people eternally purely based on what they found convincing. But your religion says that's what should happen, and you agree with it.
How come you deny my examples when they meet your criteria?
They don't. They're absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about.
You deny them.
They're absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I think you're just being very unfair to your audience.
No, it's just nothing. Just off topic.
Hold on. Two things. One, neither John nor I believe in punishing people for the contents of their mind, full stop, period. And two, even if we did, you bringing that up would be a tu quo q fallacy. Look that up. It's saying it's called the U2 fallacy. So address whether punishing people eternally for non-belief is moral or immoral and address only that on its merit. If you're afraid to address that, let everyone know by bringing some other shit up again.
Yeah. Like if you want to be a bigot, Shaquille, I don't think you should be burned forever for being a bigot. I just think I'm going to tell you you're a bigot. And I think you're an idiot. But that's the extent of it. I just think you come on the internet and humiliate yourself in front of a few hundred people being an ignorant bigot. And we're all going to have a little chuckle about it. And that's the extent of it. None of us think that you deserve to be set on fire forever because of that. Whereas your religion doesn't extend me the same courtesy. Under your religion,
let me explain my position.
under your religion, I deserve to be burned forever in hell with the flesh regenerated on my bones so it can continue being burnt just because I don't find myself persuaded of your ludicrous religious claims.
Okay, so I'm going to address this now, yeah? This particular statement that you're alluding to, yeah?
I'm not alluding to it, I'm making it.
Right, okay, fair enough. We'll get to that in a bit. So, first of all, you guys believe in science and you believe that the laws of physics are fixed and they're consistent the way, different environments are within this planet and outside in the universe. It's different. Do you understand? We're not fit enough to live in different environments out of this planet, yeah? And maybe if there's other life outside of this planet, they don't have the
Shaquille, you've changed the subject.
Living on this planet.
You've changed the subject, Shaquille.
No, I'm not.
Nobody's interested in this pivot. We want to know about your religion burning non-believers forever, and we all want to. We all want to hear you. We all want to hear you say you agree with it, so we can have a little chuckle about it.
Right. Okay. Well, let me just finish, and then hopefully it's a bit unfair if you, as a host, for me not to be able to explain my point because I'm going to get there. Right now. What it is that
how long is it going to take you to get there? Because we don't all have all day. I've been streaming for 7 hours 32 minutes. How long is it going to take you? A minute. Okay, you've got 1 minute to land your plane. Go for it.
All right. So now we have a spirit. We have a soul. Yeah, that's
the claim.
Yes. Okay. So now when that soul departs from our bodies and it leaves this dimension, yeah, to actually be able to adapt to the next phase of your journey, yeah, you have to have had a sincere heart, yeah, and you have to have acknowledged God. And if you don't have the capability of doing this in this world, you are gonna fall victim to the laws of the universe, which will make you incapable of, going and living on to your second phase of your life, or third even, according to our religion. Yeah. What? So basically, it's just a warning that look, the universe. You guys are people of science. You know that we can't adapt in the universe. But if there's some sort of sincerity in your spiritual being, yeah, you can make it across to the other side. Otherwise, the description there is what you're going to actually experience.
Right?
Is God all powerful?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so Surah 4:56. Indeed, those who disbelieve in our verses, we will drive them into a fire. Every time their skins are roasted through, we will replace them with other skins, so they may taste the punishment again. The punishment, not the natural consequences, the punishment. Surah 267. As for those who disbelieve, it is the same whether you warn them or not. They will not believe, and a great punishment awaits them. Not the great laws of physics await them. No, a great
that apparently God
punishment.
can't overcome. The laws of physics that God must adhere to.
Laws is laws, apparently. Surah 98:6. Indeed, they who disbelieved will be in the fire of hell, abiding eternally therein. They are the worst of creatures. So everything you just said is completely non-responsive to the claim I'm making here, which is that your religion claims to punish people purely because of what they believe, and that is morally idiotic.
What I've just said fits in perfectly with what you've just said there. Do you understand?
Are you proud of these verses I just read you?
Am I proud of them?
Yeah.
What do you mean? I didn't write them.
Are you proud of these verses? Are you proud of these verses from the Quran I just read you? Do you think they're great?
I would say that I wouldn't say I'm proud of the verses. It's not my work. Do you understand?
Do you think
But
it's
what I
good work?
It's honest work. It's
Honest work.
truth.
Do I
Yes.
deserve to have the flesh eternally burned and reburned off my bones then, Shaquille?
If you don't manage to,
He's getting there. He's getting there.
yeah,
He's so close.
if
If you don't manage to, keep on going.
If you don't manage to achieve God's mercy,
Achieve
then
God's
you
mercy.
could be
And
subject.
how do we achieve God's mercy? We
Well, you have to acknowledge Him first.
you acknowledge him, right? And in order to in order to acknowledge him, do you need to be persuaded he exists?
You have to, yes.
Yes, and if you're not persuaded that he exists, because all you've had is idiotic apologetics from fools online, what are you supposed to do about it?
Right. Okay. So what?
That was a
makes you feel like it
question.
doesn't exist?
That was a
No, what
question.
makes you feel it
No,
doesn't
you're
exist?
going to answer my question. If all you've had are idiotic apologetics from fools online, and they've left you unconvinced, what are you supposed to do about it to become convinced? I'm not asking you to get into
You're
a
the vulnerable
conversation.
one here, not me.
I'm not asking you to get into a conversation about why you think it's okay to believe or not believe. I'm giving you a fact that all I've heard are apologetics from idiots online. Not all of them are idiots. Some of them are not, but some are. All I've heard are poor apologetics that I find unpersuasive. What am I supposed to do? I'm unpersuaded. I can't just decide to find the shit you spew persuasive.
I don't know what it is. If you create something with a free will, a free mind, you would, even if that person refuses to acknowledge you, you would still want good for that person.
He's not refusing. He's not refusing to acknowledge God.
Oh,
He's
Ems
just
is
not
here.
persuaded God exists.
Ems is here. Excellent. Ems is here. Okay, now we're going to get into some good debate about your religion.
A Muslim without me? Okay, I have like 5 minutes at most, so let's make it quick.
Great. So, Ems, Shaquille.
Also, have I told you before you have a really nice smile?
Against me.
That was for you, John.
Oh, sorry, Ems, I missed you. What you said? I'm sorry, man.
I said, have I told you before you have a really nice smile?
A really nice smile. Oh, thank you very much. I've heard it's a little evil.
You have like that old principal smile, like your middle school principal.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much indeed. Well, I appreciate that. And
I take it as a compliment. I didn't mean it in any way.
I do, and I'm sure if I ever got to see your smile, I would think it was equally lovely.
Thank you.
So thank you for that.
What's going on?
Right, here we go. So, Shaquille, Ems is here to help us talk about the logical coherence of the claims you're making that I deserve to have the flesh continually burnt off my bones because I'm not acknowledging the God that I've so far not been persuaded of.
Like 100%. Not believing in God is 100% worse than sleeping with a child, or raping your wife, or beating your wife. 100%. Like, come on. Like, you think that are you comparing like owning slaves and raping them every night and having children with them forcefully to you not believing in God?
It's terrible,
come on,
isn't it?
Of course, 100% worse.
Yeah, much worse. Agree, Shaquille?
John, do you want to do something quickly funny? Just look up Bukhari and then coitus interruptus.
Okay. John?
Yep.
You'll have to do me a favor if you don't mind, please. John?
I'm just busy looking something up at the moment.
Yeah.
Where is it? Google's not playing nice right now. I'll find it in a second.
It's probably God preventing you from finding.
Oh, I'm sure.
Asking you to.
I'm sure it is. Yeah, I'm sure. Let's see if we can find it here. Yes, Bakari 5208.
I don't remember the number.
It says
companions said they practiced withdrawal during the time of Muhammad, and it was known to him he did not forbid it. Is that the one? There are a few closely related.
There should be another one. So it should contain the phrase coitus interruptus.
Yeah, I did search for that.
Just coitus, I guess, and then just look up coitus and then Arab women.
Okay, I'll find that. I'll find that. Fari coitus women. Let's try and find that. It might be. Here we go. This must be it. I'm just trying to find it. This is a weird. I'm landed up on islamweb.net, which is a weird.
Let me get you the reference there.
Yeah, if you can, then I can look it straight up. That's not a good version of it. We will find this.
It is Bukhari 2542.
2542. Thanks. Okay, I'll find this now. 2542. Okay, here we go. Manumission of slaves. Is that the one?
Chapter names do not matter the least.
Yeah, sure. Just coming up now. Come on. Bear with me.
Did it come up?
It's not resolving for some reason. So it's like
at this point, it has to be divine intervention.
It really does. It seems like it seems like it is, right?
John?
Yo,
John, you
yes.
look like an excited teenager downloading porn.
That's delightful.
I mean, that is no. I agree, Shaquille. Looking at your holy scripture is exactly like looking at porn because of how descriptive it is.
I'll find it on a different browser. Hang on a second. Let's find it over here. This will be worth it.
We can.
Shaquille.
It will. Essentially, like.
I don't know why you're wasting your time.
We're not wasting our time. We're looking at your disgusting religion. That's all.
Yeah, I don't. The weird thing is, I don't know if I'm having.
Let me just tell you what it says. So essentially, what happened is they went on a battle, and then they captured all of the Arab women, and then they were so beautiful they had to sleep with them, but they didn't want children, so they started pulling out, which is what they're calling coitus interruptus, the interruption. And then the Prophet said, "Wait, you really do that? You shouldn't do that. Actually, like there is no soul that is going to come into earth except by the will of Allah."
Here we go. I might have it.
So he's telling them to use the Arab slave women as dumpsters for their loads.
Yeah. Here it is. So it says, I finally found it. It says, I saw Abu Sa'id and asked him about the coitus interruptus. He said, "We went with Allah's apostle in the Ghazwa of wherever that is, and we captured some of the Arabs as captives, and the long separation from our wives was pressing us hard." Oh, poor men. "And we wanted to practice coitus interruptus." Wow, this is wild. "We asked Allah's messenger whether it was permissible. He said, 'It is better for you not to do so. No soul destined to exist up to the day of resurrection, but will definitely come into existence.'" So I guess he's saying
it is better not to pull out and just let the souls be born because they're destined to be born. So
don't pull out.
So I agree. It is exactly like looking at porn because that is how your Prophet operated.
Yeah, he doesn't say don't rape the female captives. He just says when you do rape the female captives, do it properly.
Don't pull out. Yes.
Don't pull out. Complete the act. You wouldn't want to leave
just
it.
Like how he did with his slaves of his own, when he bore 2 sons from his Egyptian slave Maria.
It's not a great look, Shaquille, is it?
First of all, if we're discussing Islam, then it's only fair that we discuss what Allah says and not some secondary book
This is not a secondary book. This is a primary source. But you wouldn't know that because of your accent, of course.
Hold on. If we're gonna, what Allah said, the hadith is not what Allah says. It is
exactly what Allah has said.
Other people, look, John, you're more intelligent. These guys, they're not on it that much.
Yeah, I'm not on it that much, but I'm telling you, according to God in the Quran, in the chapter of Al-Najm, he says that nothing the Prophet says is anything but revelation being revealed. And again, when you go to actual scholarship, which again you wouldn't be familiar with, because again you sound like you grew up in the westernest of westerns, that they say that the Quran and the Hadith are primary sources of revelation, and anything stated in the Quran that has to do with religion is direct revelation from God. The only difference between the Quran and the Hadith is that the Quran is revelation in which the wording is given to God, and the Hadith is revelation in which the wording is given to the Prophet. But you wouldn't know that.
Awkward, isn't it, Shaquille? It's so awkward.
No, listen, I do agree that what in the Quran it says that, what Prophet Muhammad says is revelation. However, the hadith, it's not Prophet Muhammad saying it, it's other people saying it.
I know it is. Except it is.
That's what makes it problematic.
No, it is not problematic because the Quran, you can use the same logic upon the Quran. The Quran is actually transmitted by the same people who transmitted the hadith.
I think you're just trying to
I know you're just ignorant.
I think you're just trying to compel me to your own understanding, which
I know you're just ignorant. This is basic. This is very intuitive and basic, but again, you wouldn't know because, again, this is not your culture, not your religion. You're just a white British guy, or maybe just a random British guy who happens to be of Muslim origin.
I believe when I was having a discussion with John, as much as he is stubborn, at least he had the patience and he did give me a back and forth.
Yeah, but I have spoken to you before, and I know how you are. Yeah, that's the problem.
But with you, Ems, you don't seem sincere in dialogue.
Because there's nothing I can learn from you.
As though you've got I don't think you're open-minded enough.
Because I'm not open-minded because Islam is not open-minded. You cannot be open-minded
Shaquille,
with Islam.
Are you allowed to be open-minded about what's actually in the Quran and Hadith? Is that a thing, or is it just, or are these the words of the Prophet?
By death.
Yeah,
you could be open-minded about.
No, you can't.
No. See, again,
you literally cannot.
So, because he keeps interrupting and this conversation has stopped going anywhere now.
Go ahead.
It was quite interesting before when we were discussing John's topics, but when you've come on now.
To be fair, Shaquille, it was fucking dull back then too. To be fair.
No, I took it for a good run around earlier on. But
yeah, no, you really didn't. You've done nothing today.
I did. No,
Shaquille, you have done.
I do it all the
you
time.
have done the dialectic equivalent of coming here and crap your pants, my friend. That's all you've ever done here.
If I hadn't have done it, you wouldn't have brought him on, and had
I
a
came on my own.
And
a three-way. I didn't need any help, by the way, and I don't think they even do. Because you yourself do not even know the scripture.
Do you not think that is a bit disruptive? But it helps you, it benefits you. Don't get me wrong. You use him. He's your tool. He's your bitch, probably. I don't know, but is he?
Sure. What does Allah say in the Quran in chapter 2 when He says? Wait, Shakil. What does Allah say in the Quran in chapter 2 when He says, "Do not insult the disbelievers do not insult the disbelievers because if you do, they will insult the Prophet, and you would be liable for that." So what if I insult your Prophet now and you're liable for it?
I really. I do really want to answer that, to be honest.
No, just genuinely answer that. Why insult the disbelievers and go against your Quran?
Can I not answer
Do you think your Quran is stupid?
Can I not answer him? Does he not want a response?
Go ahead.
Right, okay. So, because this guy is very disruptive in conversation,
so how is that an answer to what I said?
We're going to get anywhere. So
how is it an answer to what I said?
Shaquille, come on. You every time the conversation gets difficult for you, Shaquille, you do the same move, which is start crying about Sean interrupting you, or start crying about Ems being here.
Well.
Be a big boy.
You'll get difficult as well, and then you start muting me.
Be a big boy.
If I start interrupting you, you'll get difficult, and then you start muting me.
Shaquille, you cannot even make a child have problems discussing with you.
Don't let the other person speak. Then the conversation... And look, I'm demonstrating this now, and look, you started muting me now.
I am muting you because you can't answer a simple question. You can't even reflect back the question that Ems asked you. He just asked you a question.
You're pathetic, John.
He just asked you a question.
What if, Shaquille, what if we start insulting your Prophet who raped a child? Now, all these sins are going to go upon you because you insulted us first according to your God.
You got a few people following you, yeah? Every
Could you answer the
day.
question, Habib?
Got
Is your
nothing
God
better to
stupid? Do you think your God is stupid to the point that you're visibly and in front of everybody disobeying him and saying that
John-
fuck his words? Is this how you feel about your God?
How do you put up with this guy? How do you put up with him?
They put up with me
Even
because
Sean
they're
knows
not
not to
lying
speak.
like you.
We're all just waiting for you to answer a simple question, Shaquille.
Look, even Sean goes quiet when this guy comes up.
Well, we've just want you to engage with the point that Ems is making, which is that you are putting yourself in huge danger now by allowing yourself to be part of a conversation where these things are said.
Two idiots like these two, yeah, you know.
Okay,
You're insulting again, so you clearly
pathetic.
do not care about your God. You clearly do not care about your God.
He's crashing out
you're a
so
kafir.
hard right now. I wonder if he's going to come back again. Maybe this is the nadir. Maybe this
He
is
always
the...
comes back.
don't
He
know,
always
I'm gonna
comes back.
kick you out.
It's a little bit like herpes.
Michael after now.
Just once you get a dose, it's just done. It's a problem.
You guys are pathetic. Anyway, carry on with the next guest. Bye.
No answer then. All right, and off he goes. Okay. Well, that showed us, I guess.
The herpes reference just killed me. I'm sorry. He just keeps coming back. He'll go away for a while, and then you think everything's good. Then you have a flare up again.
Oh dear.
He genuinely just. I've spoken to him so many times.
Yeah.
And at one point it just gets boring because the same questions are asked him every single time and he doesn't answer them.
Yeah.
So
he can't track. Yeah. He can't track, and then he goes away, and he does eventually come back, and then we have the very same questions again. We have the same conversation.
And they're not answered for the 15th time.
Yeah.
And he knows nothing about his religion. Like, genuinely, he knows nothing. Like, the second chapter of your book tells you not to insult the disbelievers, or else anything they say is going to be held against you.
That's quite a thing. I mean, that you got to approach conversations very carefully in that case.
You cannot insult them. That's all. If they start insulting, you can insult back, but you cannot start the insulting.
Okay. Right. Well, that makes some kind of sense. That hadith is wild. I think I actually have heard that before.
That's a first for me.
Yeah, it's absolutely horrific. Yeah, you know where all the bodies are buried, Ems.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, you can. There was another one that I wanted to share. Do you know the story about chapter 66:1?
I'm not sure if I do. Shall we look it up?
Yes. Chapter 66:1 is, O Prophet, why do you forbid upon yourself what God has made lawful for you? You seek the pleasure of your wives, but God is the most wise, blah, 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 something like that. So essentially, like, there's two different stories of it. One of the stories is essentially that the Prophet's wife, Hafsa, she came to his house and she found him sleeping with his Egyptian slave, and then she got really jealous, and then she got mad at him and told him she's going to go tell Aisha, his child wife, and then he told her, please do not go tell her, and I promise I'm going to forbid myself upon Maria, and then she goes and tells Hafsa anyways, and then he just forbids himself from sleeping with Maria, and then God tells him, no, you can sleep with her, it's fine.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And even Aisha responded to him and said, I feel like God hastens to fulfill your desires.
Wow, he was the man, wasn't he?
There's hadiths that say that he had the sexual power of 30 men, and that he used to sleep with all of his wives in one night with one wash.
Good for him.
And that he recommended that Muslims shower once a week.
Once a week, wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive. It's awkward, isn't it? Yeah, awkward.
Yeah, like sleeping with 9 wives in one wash, like no washing in between.
It's a class act, what can you say?
But anyways, I'm going to be dropping. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Ems. Appreciate it. Ems is basically the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight of TikTok is Ems. He just appears at appropriate moments.
That's right. It's like he has something on his radar when we have a Muslim up. Like he just...
It's incredible.
Seeks it out.
Yeah. I'm very happy to take a back seat when Ems comes in. Everyone else is very happy for us to take a back seat when Ems come in, primarily because they love listening to his voice, and secondarily because he always brings it as well, and what he actually says is amazing. I think everyone apart from Shaquille, is what I meant to say, likes that. But my gosh, that is quite the hadith. I think I had come across that before, but what a commandment! That like they consult the prophet about whether they should pull out during the rape, and the prophet says, "No, better not to. Let those who will be born be born." Not like, no, don't do the rape. Unbelievable, horrific, absolutely horrific. Okay, so a couple more messages, and maybe we need to think about tying this up fairly soon, but we'll see. I see Adam's just come into the queue, so we'll speak to Adam in just a moment. We have Bethos says, only superhero movie I follow is Spider-Man. We had that one, didn't we? I'm sorry. And Doxon Greenlight, great to see you. Praise be to Almighty Puff. That's excellent. I like how this is starting. I went to bed and woke up to M's v Shaquille. Only got the tail end from the text reading. That's just fucking vile. Yeah, it is absolutely disgusting. I'm definitely going to be referencing that one again in the future. That is pretty hectic. I mean, I think it's a problem where, in my experience, and I don't want to overgeneralize, but in my experience of getting into these discussions with Muslims, they will appeal to the hadiths when there's something in there which is of utility, and they'll reject them when it's a little inconvenient. So I'm sensing a bit of an inconsistency there. And I know that certain hadiths have got more sort of significance or reliability than others. But I seem to hear some of them just saying, well, the hadiths don't really count until you need them to, and then they're super important.
There's some parallels between that and the Old Testament in Christianity. Not saying, I mean, they're completely different, like structurally and their intention and everything. I'm just saying the fact that what you're saying, they run from it when it's convenient, but refer to it when it's convenient.
Yeah.
Like you can have your cake and eat it too.
That's actually a really good analogy with the Old Testament, because the Christians will say, oh, we're New Testament Christians. We don't really do that Old Testament stuff. It's like, okay, but without the Old Testament, your guy in the New Testament is nothing. And as it happens, when you correctly read the Old Testament, your guy in the New Testament is still nothing, because he is not the Messiah that the Old Testament predicted. And to quote Monty Python, he's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy. That's what they said anyway. And then Doxon Greenlight also said, how old was Aisha, Shaquille? That's a conversation. That is definitely a conversation that we ought to have with Shaquille if he comes back again. Who knows whether he will or won't? Who knows? Who knows? Okay, let's get Adam in. This stream is approaching 8 hours old. I'm liking this. Adam, how are you?
I'm good.
Excellent.
Yeah, that was. I'm kind of tired of hearing Shaquille call in with the same, ignoring everything you say and just.
Yeah, that was certainly changed it up well, didn't it?
Yeah, well, and like I call in to comment, like Ems pointed out well how, the hadith tells them that not to insult people, because then that comes back on, people insulting the prophet and all of that.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with Christians saying, the 10 commandments that don't lie or don't bear false witness. And yet Christians will lie all the time, like knowingly to your face, and you can prove they're lying. And I like to come back with them of, thank you for admitting you don't believe in your own God. Because if you did believe he was real and was going to send you to hell for lying, you wouldn't be lying to me.
It's brilliant.
So you're basically saying you're just using this to push your will on other people.
Totally right.
So
absolutely, yeah. I love that. That has an undeniable logic about it. Because if you really believe that's true, if you really believe Revelation 21:8, which says that the unbelievers and the adulterers and the sexually immoral and the liars will have a place in the burning lake of sulfur, you wouldn't lie. If you really believe it,
yeah, exactly.
You wouldn't lie. So that's a really, really good point. By the way, I've come up with a killer one, right? Next time we have someone in, and I think we were iterating towards this last time. Next time we have someone in who's claiming that they can choose what they believe,
we've been playing around for months with like, what is it that we get them to say, right? For a while, it was like that I'm a sandwich or you're a sandwich. Then we tried I'm your mother. That we ran that for a bit. Then Sean came up with believe the floor is lava. Then I iterated to believe that the room that you're in is currently on fire. I was thinking about this the other day, and I think I've come up with the ultimate version of this, right?
Oh,
because all of these things where like I'm a sandwich or I'm your mother or the room is on fire right now are things where they can say, but there's undeniable evidence that that's not the case because they're looking around and the room obviously isn't on fire, right? But I think I've nailed it. Choose to believe that the building you're in is going to fall down and collapse in a minute's time. Like it's structurally sound now, but it's going to fall down in a minute. Well, anyone who claims they really believe that is running out of the room. You can't believe it and stay in the room.
And
but
they can't have the excuse of I can see it's not on fire.
Exactly.
You get into this whole new conversation.
Exactly that. There's no immediate disconfirmatory evidence, so it doesn't get reclassified as different to, essentially it's the same thing as believe that God is real, right? There's no immediate evidence of it.
Just real quick, in the interest of just intellectual integrity, it was someone in the chat that came up with suggested the lava idea to me.
Okay.
I wish I could remember who it was to give him credit.
Brilliant.
But whoever that was, great idea, and we're building upon it now.
Thanks for that. Yeah, of course, we're all about credit where it's due. Yeah, but I think that could be a fun one that we'll run next time we're in that situation.
Yeah, but they're always going to come up with some excuse because that's all they do, really.
They will. They obviously will. You're absolutely right. And up is down and in is out. But it struck me as being quite a nice one because if they declare that if they say yes, they can choose to believe it, and we say okay, believe it now, they can't say all right, now I believe it, because if you're in a building and you think it's about to fall down, if you really think that, you're out the door. So I guess if they go running out, then we'll take them at their word. But anything short of that, they are immediately revealed to be imposters. So I think it could be fun.
I mean, I'm wondering if there'll be a time when somebody really doubles down and dedicates themselves to the lie to where they actually just disappear after we tell them to do that.
They may realize that that's what they have to do.
I thought the building was going to fall.
T-Dubs just made a brilliant suggestion as well. Well, how about believe that only people standing outside will be raptured in 1 minute? Go! That's a good one as well. They would have to run outside, right? Or you're going to miss the rapture bus. And that would be very sad. Yeah, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, but remember that nobody knows the time or place of the rapture.
Nobody knows. Yeah. Yeah.
Which is why all those prophets saying, oh, the rapture is going to happen on this day. I mean, your own religion tells you not to listen to these people.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I love the way that Justin uses Jesus claiming that nobody knows to show that the Trinity is incoherent, because if Jesus is fully God, then Jesus must possess all of God's characteristics. One of God's characteristics is being all-knowing. Therefore, Jesus would have to know the time and the day, and he can't, and he says he doesn't know it, so he can't be fully God. So the Trinity thing doesn't work. I think that's brilliant.
Well, yeah, there's a few places where Jesus has to ask God for something.
Yeah.
Well, if he is God, he should know.
Right.
And times when God has to investigate, I'm going to send my angels to find out the truth. You're God. Shouldn't you already know?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Dear me, why have I forsaken myself? It doesn't really work. It doesn't have quite the same ring, does it?
Yeah. Me, oh me, why have I forsaken myself?
Yeah.
Or oh me, I should say.
Yeah, and Nix is saying, isn't Jesus technically a demigod since he's part human and God? Well, as I understand it, that's kind of heresy to say that he's not fully God, that he is considered to be fully God. And the Father is also fully God, and the Holy Spirit is also fully God. And apparently nothing to see here, folks. Move along. No logical contradictions here at all. Nothing to see here. I think that's quite amusing. But what do we think? Are we going to see Shaquille again? I wonder. I reckon we are.
These people will always call in. This
Yeah.
is what they do. Because, like, some of them, I think they're just lonely. Nobody wants to listen to their bullshit, so they call into these shows because then, for a brief time, they have a captive audience.
Yeah, I
They
think
can
there's
force
something.
people to listen to their nonsense.
There's definitely something to that for sure. For
And
sure.
then there's the ones who, they come in, they knowingly lie, and then they leave saying, "Aha, I won that debate, and I proved them wrong," and they just want to make themselves feel better because they're pathetic losers that nobody will ever love.
Yeah, I couldn't possibly comment, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Well, thanks, man. I think we'll keep on moving here, but good to speak, Adam.
PVG,
Always.
Look at the next name on YouTube.
I see that.
Suppose that is?
Yeah, PVG's in with Shaquille's name. That's absolutely hilarious. Cheers, Adam. Take it easy, man.
All right. Take
Cheers,
care.
Thanks,
Bye.
buddy. Bye. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, we will do that and that. Before we take any other things, just a little bit of housekeeping. First, we have Bethos has said this live was epic, fucking epic. Well, thank you very much. I had a hugely good time. I quite like this time. I have to say, I quite like this time for the day stream, like starting a little bit later and just kind of going into the night, but not crazy late. I mean, it's getting late now, but yeah, I quite like this. Maybe we'll do this again. It just means people in America don't have to, be up at ridiculous o'clock in the morning. So maybe we'll experiment with this. In other news, there was a question submitted, which was from Tracy, and I couldn't possibly not read Tracy's question. In fact, it's not so much a question as a statement. So Tracy says, leaving religion, dealing with the fear of hell and the habit of still praying. I know it's hard. I've heard many callers struggle with this, especially the fear of hell. From my own experience, I can tell you that the fear does eventually stop consuming every waking hour. It takes time, but it does fade. Sure, I still think about it occasionally, but not with fear anymore. Instead, I'm struck by how strange it seems that an all-loving God would torture someone for eternity simply for not believing. As for the habit of still praying, I used to catch myself doing it all the time, praying for someone who was sick, blessing my food, and so on. That also fades with time. Just remember, if you've stopped believing, something led you to that conclusion through honest reflection. This is absolutely fantastic, T. Even if you stay in church while secretly disbelieving, and if God does exist, he would know your heart isn't truly in it, and at that point, you might as well dive in headfirst and embrace atheism. To quote to quote Joel, try atheism. It's factually amazing. There's no need to stay stuck on the fence when you could be living your life freely and happily. Just felt like writing this and sharing. Well, I think that's as good a statement about the ghosts of belief, as I call them, as I've ever heard. Absolutely brilliant from Tracy. I definitely want to have a space on the Discord where things like that, little pieces like that, musings, little articles, poetry, things like that can live, because there are so many super talented people in this community who've really got amazing things to say and an amazing ability to say it. So I think that's definitely something I will be speaking to Tracy about. That's absolutely brilliant. I also have to display the members wall. It comes with being an Inner Circle member that you get on the wall. It doesn't mean that I love any of the people who aren't on this list any less. It's just this is the list of the Inner Circle, so I will read it. I don't think we've had a kill switch activated today. That's interesting,
No,
isn't it?
well, not since I've been in.
Yeah,
I came
hour late, something like that.
Yeah, I don't think we have. So we have Amon Ra, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Loves Science, Issa, K.R. Young, Acadian, Moustache Boy, Cat B, Drew Smith, Flibbity Giblets, How to Push Back, Jiffy Cones, Kif Webb, Make It So, and Oceanus, Pseudo V Science, Stefan, The Musical Monkey, Toe Rag, Tracy, Wacky Slush, PBG, Rich, The Leakest Wink, Tim Cooney, Tom, Upshot, and Cat B. So thank you very, very much for supporting the channel in that way. And to everyone else who isn't on that list, please don't think that there's any exclusion here. If you are someone who never contributes in any way to the support of the channel, I still value you just as much as everyone else. The thing I want is you. The thing I want is your inclusion, your involvement, your attention, your participation in the community, because that's how we build it. And I know there are lots of communities. I'm not claiming that this is the only one. There are many and they're splendid. This is just our one. And I like it. And I like you guys being part of it. So yeah, I get a bit kind of mushy when I think about it. So that's the bit that really matters to me. Please, please don't think that anyone ever has to pay for access or pay to matter. That is not what this is about at all. Yeah, being in the outer circle is absolutely fine, John. That is totally good too. Completely fine. Right. I think that might be an appropriate point to Shaquille is in the under circle. I love that. It's very good. Poor old Shaquille. He had a bit of a battering today. I think we have to check the bingo. Where's it gone? It's over here. Just a few more calls on the bingo. Kif called I'll Pray For You. And that's very loud again, isn't it? I'll turn that down a bit. PVG called Without God Life is Meaningless. PVG also called The Bible is Historically Accurate. And the final call of the night goes to Kif, who got Evolution is Just a Theory. Surely one of the dumbest things ever said by anyone, considering how amazingly transformative to our understanding evolution is. And Issa is saying, just before you end the stream, we are now up to 62 members on Discord. We were 17 before the stream. That is absolutely amazing. The Discord is obviously free. There's nothing to pay. There's no memberships or anything like that. It's just a way of us all to stay connected and share stuff and communicate about stuff. It'll be a medium by which I put out important announcements about things, and you guys can tell us about yourselves and what's going on and just be connected. So that's an absolute win. So massive, massive thank you to everyone involved with that. I mean, Issa, you've been amazing at driving that. You're incredible. I'm very, very lucky to have you in the team as well as a new addition. I really, really appreciate that. And of course to Tracy for building the whole thing for me. Absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. So with that said, time for a Justin raid, people. Any of you who still have an appetite for more of this craziness, please head over to Justin. I gather he's on, or probably on now. So Justin raid time. Send my love. Please send my love to Justin. I'm hoping that we can do another joint thing at some point soon, because that was super fun. So hugs to him from us. And we will be back on Thursday night to do this stuff all again. So thank you very, very much, everyone. Sean, I'm so glad you could join, because I was like, oh no, another one without Sean.
Me too. Me too.
It's great to have you in, friend. Always is.
Thank you, John. Always great to be here. Thank you, everybody. Love all you guys. And I'll see you guys on Thursday.
Awesome stuff. Oh, someone's saying 20 minutes from now. That might mean that Justin maybe is not on quite yet, but I wasn't sure. But anyway,